What's up, guys? Welcome to another New World Map Contest event. We'll have a fantastic tournament today, featuring Dewalt vs Ultra, Oya vs Sziky, Dandy vs Stryker, Tech vs Terror, and then we'll have two semifinal matchups, and then a finals. All matches are best of fives, and the finals is a best of seven. That should equal 6 best of fives and 1 best of 7. This format applies to all the map test tournaments that we're doing. Do check out the VODs of past map test tournaments. It's on our YouTube, Team Think Quick TTV. This one is a very special map test tournament on Good Night by the American-Korean mapmaker CrystalDrag. It's been map making for a long time. I am very excited to report that this map has been accepted into the upcoming season of ASL. Oh my god. A fantastic achievement by the BroodWarMaps.net community in collaboration with ASL admins and ASL mapmakers. Big shout out, of course, to CrystalDrag, to Freakling, Minerals, who's been spearheading a lot of the effort. And also on the Korean side, big shout out to Disney, ASL admin, and Latius. He is an ASL mapmaker who's made Eclipse, Neil Sylphid, Ascension most recently, and he also made Largo, which is going to be featured in the upcoming season of ASL. He's the one that apparently brought to the attention of ASL admins the New World's Map Contest event. And yeah, so they checked it out, they tested it, semi-pros and pro gamers have played on it, and they are going to feature it in the upcoming ASL season. So what you're going to see today is sort of a sneak preview of what you'll see next season of ASL. Just so exciting. And I can't express how ambitious it was to try to actually get a map by foreigners into ASL again. I know Freakling has had Intercoven accepted into the Season 9, I believe, of ASL, and he's had other maps accepted into Korean leagues, including one with CrystalDrag called Cross Game. Many pro gamers have played on that some years ago, but I still think that this is a fantastic achievement, and this is the goal, ultimate goal that the map makers had in mind, especially Minerals, when they were organizing this map contest tournament. It's perhaps a goal that we had, featuring new maps as part of our show matches that we've done over the past year. If anyone's checked out our streams, there's a bunch of VODs on our YouTube under the playlist A/S rank 1v1 show matches. They're all on new maps made by foreigners. So we were really trying, not perhaps trying to get a map into ASL, but supporting the foreign map making scene, incentivizing map makers to make maps so that they can actually be played on. That rarely happens. A lot of maps just get uploaded into the BWMN website to sort of stimulate the map making scene, bring them together, have them like engage with each other, give each other feedback, get them to sort of have a dialogue with players. So we would ask players to provide comments on maps. We even had surveys for a while. Lovely sound effects. No idea what's going on. And yeah, anyways, so fast forward a year when we had new map makers make maps for show matches, and then the map making Discord sort of took off, and they have ASL map makers now and foreign map makers working together, running and organizing this fantastic map contest tour, which we've helped out a bit. And, we got a map into ASL Season 12, guys. I mean, geez, that's a pretty big achievement for the foreign map-making scene, but also for the foreign community, I think. and it kind of bridges the gap between the Koreans and the foreigners a bit. So I like that, the fact that these two communities are coming together. And yeah, hopefully we'll have like future announcements like this. So that's sort of my spiel on Goodnight getting into ASL and all the hard efforts of map makers. And I should also include, you know, all the foreign players who've tested out maps over the past year. We've really strengthened the dialogue between players and map makers to try to, you know, get map makers to produce maps that foreigners love, and to help them revise their maps, really fine-tune them so that they are ready for something like ASL Season 12. You know? So today, here are the brackets. As I mentioned, we'll have Dewalt vs Ultra, Oya vs Sziky, Dandy vs Stryker, and Terra vs Tech. There will be... Are there 3? Oh yeah, there's 2 semi-final matchups, and will be a finals. I should be joined by Kwark, MasterRey, and Herbmon. Oh my god, we have people joining the stream. Big shout out to everyone who is tuning in. Always a pleasure to have you guys. Maybe I can talk about the format of these map contest tours really briefly. Shout out to Spider who put these together. So yeah, it's you know, map contest series called the New Worlds Map Contest. First, you get a bunch of map makers who submit maps. The map submission period. For this contest, we had 33 submissions. Whoop, whoop. And then after those are submitted, you know, there's a committee that sort of reviews all of them to ensure that they meet the criteria, the requirements of the contest. This one was sort of a standard, loosely defined contest, looking for maps that are comfortable, standardish, like Polypoid, Eclipse, Neosylphid, so on. After that screening was done, there were 21 submissions left, as you see. And then a really cool part about this contest series is its sort of democratic, inclusive nature. So a thread is created on TL.net and Reddit, and basically the public, consisting of players, you know, fans and viewers, even map makers, they're encouraged to vote on their favorite maps. So in the semi-finalist round, people had to vote on their top 12 maps, and these are the maps that were voted for, ranked from number 1 to number 12. The order doesn't matter as much as just getting into the top 12 so that you can, as a map maker, you can proceed to the next stage. In this particular stage, there were 4 judges who scored the maps, and we also took into consideration voters of TL users, could have been players or fans or viewers or whatever, and map makers also voted. I think in the future, though, they're going to do away with the whole judges thing and just open it up to TL votes, which would include map makers. But yeah, these are the 12 maps that made it. Going back to the bird's eye view of the whole format. After those are voted for, there's another public vote. But before this takes place, the top 12 maps, they're given a period of like a week or 2 to fine-tune their maps so that they upload new files of those maps and new pictures and a new TL thread. And then we ask people to vote on the top 4. The whole point of this contest as a map maker is to make it into the top 4. Because they get featured in 4 separate playtest tournaments, basically. And of course, you advance to the next round. So here is a wonderful chart showing the 4 finalist maps publicly voted for. You see number 1, Wavelet. That was our first playtest tour stream. Number 2, Tundra. That will be the last one that we do after this one today. Goodnight, you see, made it. And Sanctuary, that was the last playtest tour that we did. And then, as you can see, from number 5 to number 12, they came close but no cigar. Terraform by SE Spider did get the New Mapper Award. So there's an award for a newer map maker who tops the charts. And big shout out to SE Spider for winning that. I believe he donated his prize, which is 25% of the map maker prize pool, to the player prize pool. So very generous of him to do that. So yeah, these are the 4 maps that were voted for. They used a cool system to devise the scores. Basically, when you ask people to vote on their 4 favorite maps, if they ranked one map as the first one in their list, it received, I believe, 1 point. If they ranked a map second on their list, I believe it receives 0.75 points. If they rank it third, I believe it receives 0.33 points. And if they rank it fourth, I believe it receives 0.25 points. I may have kind of messed it up, the points, but that's sort of how the Dewalt system, I think, works. And that's how they came up with their scores. So Wavelet, as you see, number 1, it was number 1 on a lot of lists. And yeah, Tundra Goodnight Sanctuary made it into the top 4. And then we have the 4 playtest tournaments, the streams. So a whole tournament, 6 best of 5s, 1 best of 7 final on 1 map, just to test it out, to reward the map maker for, you know, making it into the top 4. And after all these 4 tournaments are done, there is the last stage, the public vote to determine the number 1 map. So another thread is created in TL and Reddit, and it asks the public to vote on their number 1 favorite map out of the top 4. And they're basing their votes off the map test tournaments. So, you know, it assumes that you checked out the games, you got a better idea of how the map looks like, because you can't really tell in a map preview image on, you know, a thread. You saw all the different matchups, the best foreigners playing it out, and yeah, you basically use those experiences to inform your vote. After all the votes, we will have a number 1 map selected, and there is a prize for that map maker. Really cool format. And by the way, there's prizes for the winning playtest tournament winners as well. So there's a prize pool for the winning map maker, there's a prize pool for playtest players. Really fantastic. But I love this format because it involves so many stakeholders. It involves map makers, it involves the public, it involves players. It's really democratic and inclusive and dynamic. I don't think anything like this exists. Most content is like, you know, it's fantastic, but it's, from a viewer's perspective, you play a very passive role. You have no stake in it. You might have an emotional stake, like you want a player to win or something like that, but what I mean is you can't influence the outcome, the trajectory of that event. Whereas in this contest series, viewers can, through their votes. That's how all these maps made it, through getting voted by the public. So there will be another New Worlds map contest series in the future, I'm told. The next one, I guess they'll announce what it'll be about. But this is the first edition, it's the standard edition, and we're nearing the end. We're on the 3rd map test tour on the map Goodnight. It's been accepted into ASL Season 12, guys. You're going to hear me repeat that over and over again because it's just such a fantastic achievement. So ambitious, so unrealistic. But they did it. And we should be starting soon once our co-casters get their asses in here. And anybody who's listening and watching the live stream or even the VOD on YouTube, please feel free to leave comments about the map. I mean, the map makers check it out. Other people check out the comments sometimes. If you have some constructive feedback, especially, we'd really appreciate that. Tell us what you think about these maps.
Hello, hello. What's up? Hopefully I'm not too late.
No, we just started. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me.
So I know you've checked out this map before, Good Night. You even organized a spawn match with Dewalt and Scan on it recently.
This is true, I did.
And yeah, I just wanted to get some feedback from you about the map, what you expect to see on it before we begin.
It's, I think, a very defensive macro map. You're encouraged to expand rather than attack, so I'm thinking long game.
I think that's what the map maker envisioned.
Yeah, given that we're looking at a lot of games today, maybe that's not the best thing. Maybe it would be better if we had them play on Bloodbath, but whatever, it's a Saturday, I've got no plans.
Bloodbath, now there's a map. Okay, so yeah, I was just looking for some comments from the map maker, CrystalDrag. He said, you know, basically two major points about this map. One is the terrain elevations, and two is the one ramp expansions. He says many players expect to have advantage when sitting outside their opponent's natural for contain, but it is not as strong. I wonder if that's a specific reference to PBT rather than other race matchups, but maybe that applies to other ones too. ZVP perhaps. And then the other point he says, and expanding outwards means you leave the middle path through low ground. Not sure what to make of that, but that is his opinion about what makes this map unique.
One thought I had while watching Scan and Carla yesterday was that the middle onlys are pretty worthless. You don't want to be taking them, I think, because it's just a way of losing probes. You're much better off, I think, taking the side expansions first. They've got one ramp to them, they're fairly easy to defend. You can do cannons. It doesn't even matter the matchup. You do a pylon wall, or you do cannons, or you put High Templar up there. But those gas spaces are the ones you want to take. The middle only, not so much.
As a specific race, or all of them?
I was thinking just as Polos, but I mean,
right.
Terrans generally.
Because that third is tankable from the main, right?
Yeah, but it's only got 6 crystals. And like a high ground base with one ramp as a Terran, that's an easy base to take and hold. You don't want to be messing around with the low ground bases when there's much easy one to take. Zerg, it doesn't have a gas, so Zerg can take it. Hatcheries are cheap for Zerg, but do you want it? I know that's just one thought I had looking at it, is that the middle only, if you have that absolute map control, sure, you can pick it up because why not? But you're going to spend more on cannons protecting it than you are actually going to get from it.
Right. And that's maybe how it's going to play out. We got Dewalt versus Ultra. Maybe we can just get into it. Do you want to join the replays with me?
Sure. Which server are we on? West?
Yes. And then on TQ.
Give me a second.
And MasterRey and Herbie should be joining us.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and make it, I will join. I'll do predictions too.
What are your predictions, Dewalt versus Ultra?
Dewalt. Ultra's a great player. He's a cool dude. I played with him a bunch. I like Ultra, but it's Dewalt. I don't think that's an unfair thing to say either.
Alright guys, getting a sneak preview of a new map that's going to be featured in ASL Season 12. Shout out to CrystalDrag, my friend. This event is dedicated to you.
Okay, so we have cross map. We have Ultra Blue Terran in the top right and Dewalt Red Protoss bottom left. Or you may have them as different colors, but I have it automatically as red versus
I got it as red too, yeah.
Oh, you have red purple. Okay, that's fine. So cross map. I think that probably should favor Dewalt, although I have seen him do some Zealot openings recently, which aren't as good cross map, but for standard like macro openings, this should be pretty good for him. My first thought is he going to do the forward gateway and quick Zealot, but doesn't look like it. Just a standard gateway or just a standard core opening. And Ultra not going for any kind of wall. I guess he could put the racks near the ramp and then a second depot next to it later, if he wanted. Oh shit, Dwarf fast expanding. He's queuing up those probes. Okay. He's immediately getting rewarded. Every time I see Dewalt do a fast expand play, he's always cross map. It's weird. He doesn't do it that often, but whenever he does it, it is cross map. This is going to go fantastically well for him. Ultra taking his gas, so Ultra's not even going to have that quicker CC behind this. And this isn't even like a defensive quick next. This is straight into the 13 next. He's going to keep making probes. Going to go 14 gate, add a second pylon around 16. He's going to have a lot of probes. Yeah, this is fantastic for Dewalt. Like, if you're Ultra and you scout this, you're just like, really? Not only do I have to beat Dewalt, I have to beat Dewalt with a huge build order advantage.
Yo! I know, man. Sorry about that. Woohoo! Hi, everyone. What's up, Kwark?
What's up?
So, we're watching Dewalt vs. Ultra?
Yeah, and Dewalt has like the dumbest build order advantage you could have. It's cross map, and he's doing the very eco-heavy quick nexus.
Oh, lordy.
Skipping the Zealot, going straight into the core. He'll probably go back for Zealot, but this is pure abuse.
Yeah, I was watching Scan, like, Coach Artosis, and he was saying that, like, the quick nexus build is, like, by far one of the most difficult for Terrans to hold, even on the pro level.
Yeah, and I mean, there's quick nexus, and then there's what Dewalt's doing, which is like, this is what you do on like BGH or whatever, or No Rush for any many games. This is a silly quick nexus. So Ultra scouts it now. He's got the bad news. The question is, how's he going to respond? And he's pulling the boys. He's building a vulture. He's not going straight for the machine shop, but this isn't like a super bad decision because of how greedy Dewalt's doing. This isn't just, as I said, quick nexus. This is like one gate quick nexus, second pylon before the nexus finishes. So he's building a bajillion workers. So, but even then, this is cross map. This is not the easiest situation for Ultra to do this.
Yeah, it's like the worst position to be in.
I like that he's got that one SCV just trying to kill the pylon in the main. He's just fishing for an opportunity there. Maybe he gets lucky. Maybe Dewalt doesn't notice.
Okay, so the bunker is gonna go down for sure. Nope. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Also, that early pylon is gonna take some of the bunker damage once the bunker's done. Oh, Dewalt missed microing his Dragoon. He's got it caught.
Ooh, that was a clutch surround for the Zealot. Bunker's gonna go up. Do you think he's gonna be able to break this?
Yeah, he'll be fine. He's up.
Okay.
He's if you look at what's happening behind this, Ultra's only just starting his mines now. He doesn't have that many workers on the middle line. He's behind on workers and also half his workers across the map. And once there's like 5 Dragoons, I'm expecting Dewalt to kill this.
So that just means one volley out of the gateway.
Yeah, there's no robo coming, which is a bit of an issue. You'd think that Dewalt would cut a probe just to squeeze out the robo because he knows that mine is going to be the follow-up. I think he's going to lose the Nexus. His range isn't ready. Yeah.
Unless he like
okay, that's
goes back and forth, but yeah, I think he's going to sacrifice it.
Yeah. Well, good job, Ultra.
Yeah, good read, good call.
Yeah, because there were 12 there were early Nexus builds that could have held this, but this wasn't one of them. Ultra read that correctly that even though this was a fast expand build, Dewalt had cut too many corners. Yeah, there we go, and he knows the range timing.
He saves the Marines. Oh, okay, there's one laying back.
Yeah.
He's a brave one.
Yeah. And the mines are there. So this is why I was saying he had to rush the robo. Also, there should be a probe. Okay, it's a probe at the natural to retake it. So yeah, Ultra's done a lot, got a lot of value out of the situation.
Yeah, he did a complete reversal. He was like, oh, you went for quick natural, or I'm gonna kill it, and I'm gonna take my natural.
Yeah. I mean, Dewalt's still fine, obviously. Dewalt he had the double Nexus probe production, so he was up like 4 probes beforehand. He's still up 2 workers. And all of Ultra's workers weren't mining for all this time, but this is as long as Ultra successfully manages to hold the Dragoon follow-up, this should be fine for him. He's got Siege. I like that he's hitting his vulture with the backstab too. He's watching these mines, waiting to see when the mines are destroyed. Then once the mines are destroyed, he knows that there's going to be goons rushing across the map, so he's just going to run back in behind them. Dewalt is correctly not making more Dragoons. This is because he knows he doesn't need them. He built all these Dragoons to hold the rush, but then Ultra just evac'd his army.
Yep.
Used the mines for the contain. So at that point, Dewalt's thinking, okay, if I make more Dragoons, I'm not going to get any value out of them. I already have too many Dragoons. Save up that money, use it for either a third base or tech.
See, keeping those 2 Dragoons back too. What a smart boy.
Do you guys think it was a strategic mistake for Ultra not to contain him in front of his natural? Because he didn't have an observer. He had some
There was 0% chance that Ultra converts that into a win. It's cross map. He has 1 factory against 2 gates. He's already outmatched. When Dragoon range is done, that bunker's going to go down.
Yeah.
It would absolutely be a mistake for Ultra trying to beat 2 gate goon with 1 gate factory.
And that's why he didn't do it.
Yeah. Once the robo's finished, like it's even before the robo's finished, you can just overwhelm with goons plus range. But once the robo's finished, you can add in zealot bombs and so forth. I like that Dewalt isn't even trying to attack. He says, okay, I've built the observer, I've cleared the mines, but there's no chance that I'm just going to be able to magically bust through your tanks.
Yeah.
Just going to expand, just going to clear mines, going to look for those vultures.
Ooh,
and
what's up, MasterRey?
Hello. And then the base that Dewalt has chosen to take, the 9 o'clock base, that is the correct base to take. I was talking before the stream started about how the Minolonies on this map are really not great expansions to take, in my opinion, and it looks like Dewalt agrees. It's got 6 crystals. It's really exposed. You lose all your probes to vultures all game long if you take them. It's a liability. So Ultra's macro is slipping kind of hard. His +1 isn't coming. This is Ultra's got the armory, no +1. He's got 600 minerals. He's not building a C. This is has Ultra gone
Sloppy.
AFK?
Yeah, right. Just instantly.
Yeah, he just like this is weird.
Someone knocked on his front door.
Because I mean, +1 is such a huge timing. He's got an armory. Also, Ultra taking the mineral only. Yeah, I don't like this. This is okay. He's finally started +1, but he went 2 factories, like no starport, no +1 coming. Then eventually transitioned into a mineral only, but that mineral only is not going to help him very much. If you look at the other side of the map, see what Dewalt's doing. Double Stargate and Fleet Beacon on the way. +1 started, and Dewalt just has such map vision here. He's got this observer inside his opponent's base. He knows exactly what's going on. He's got another observer at the mineral only. He's got a third observer outside the main entrance or exit to Ultra's base. He has total awareness.
He took so Ultra took 3rd and was going what looks like a 5-back strategy. Follow up.
And Ultra just landed a scan on top of the Fleet Beacon. So question is, does Dewalt actually make the carriers? I wouldn't recommend it in this spot. He's got triple Stargate. He can make carriers if he wants, but he's up against 6-pack. It's not the time. He doesn't need the side. Just waiting to see if Dewalt was about to lose all his goods.
Yeah. It was a good reaction though.
A 7th factory just started, so yeah, there's absolutely no interest by Ultra in ever getting a starport this game. He is going pure factory units. He says, I'm going to kill you before you get the interceptors critical mass, or I'm going to lose the game. Then that's how this is going to go. 7th factory, no starport, no nothing. After his +1 will be coming +1 armor. But the carriers against this is not the right play. He's got the 3 carriers on the way, but once he's finished them, he's going to have to build the interceptors. I would prefer to see him have the Stargates, but build gateway units.
Ooh, that's a nice unsiege trigger right there. Dragoon's going into that mineral. Oh, huge shot! 3 going down simultaneously. And it looks like Ultra's going to be able to reprod this attack.
Yeah, but the factories weren't producing. See, now I would love to see him just do a vulture flood. Vultures can't shoot up, of course, but it doesn't matter because vultures can trash Dewalt's army. He could overwhelm Dewalt.
Ooh,
if he just
Ultra being sneaky.
Use those 7 factories, but he's not. He's not spending the money.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like they're all in cycle right now.
Yeah, they weren't.
For that engagement.
Yeah, if you look at Ultra's money, it shouldn't be this high. He's missing his timing.
Yeah.
Okay, the first carry is just finished, so we've got a little while before they have any interceptors, and they don't currently have interceptor capacity, although that is upgrading. So this, right after Dewalt's failed attack, this should have been his timing here. But
I think he's holding back because of that ninja expansion. If he's able to secure that, Dewalt's going to be completely caught off for how is he able to produce all this?
Yeah, it feels like that expansion giving him insurance that he shouldn't even need. He's put himself in a situation where he can recover from missing his timing with the ninja expansion. Yeah, you see, he's adding a starport now, but he's not getting his +1 armor. I'm not a fan of this. He's letting Dewalt get the carriers, and that's after he scanned the Stargates ahead of time and went 7-fac. The carriers should not be having a timing in the first place. The other thing to note is, there's only the 1 armory, and the armory started +1 super late and hasn't started +2 yet because he's waiting for his science facility, which isn't going to be done forever. Dewalt's +2 is 2/3 of the way done. So these aren't like regular carriers. These carriers are going to be like a lot more scary than you think they are because they have an upgrade lead. This shouldn't have happened, but it has.
Well, that's the beauty of StarCraft.
Ultra wants to go for like a late game when he decided to get the hidden expansion, but then he didn't start that starport in time, so he has no upgrades for such a long time, but decided to go for late game. Doesn't really mix very well together.
Yeah, and also the single army, like he could have said, okay, you know what, my stab set is going to be late, my +2 is going to be late, but at least I can start my +1 armor. But he's just committing to single army. You can't go single army against carriers. Every carrier air upgrade is plus 20% damage. And of course, every armor upgrade reduces it by 20% damage. So what we're going to have here is a situation where Dewalt's carriers are plus 60% damage. Like that's silly. Carriers without any advantage are very powerful, but plus 60% damage on your carriers, that's ridiculous. You can't let that happen.
Alright, looks like engagement's going to be on Dewalt's side, and Ultra actually catching Dewalt's army in kind of a cluster, and is actually going to be able to push it back. Goliath's doing some damage to the carriers as well, so
Yeah.
though they don't have that lethal punch, he still has the finesse.
And I just watch these interceptors go to work. This is +2 is finished, +0 armor, +2 interceptors. We're seeing here what there's 5 carriers, but they're doing the damage of 8 carriers. Like, that's what I mean by the upgrades. It's you can't let this happen. I don't understand how a player of Ultra's level as well is letting this happen. You need the second armory. It is not optional. He's a 1-0. He's just started his +2. A Dewalt's +3 is on the way. We're going to have a situation here where Dewalt has like 12 carriers doing the damage of 20 carriers. It's just not playable for the Terran. You cannot let this ever happen.
Yep.
And the game's over at this point, just on the upgrades. It's not great commentating to be like, there's nothing that Ultra can do, but there's nothing Ultra can do. Look, it's silly. The carriers look at a unit and it's dead.
We do have the second armory in production, finally. If he can survive for 30 more minutes and get like 3 more bases, he has a chance.
Dewalt's second cybernetics core is actually faster than Ultra's second armory.
Ooh, Dewalt finally just scouted out that ninja expansion.
Ninja expansion doesn't have the potential to change anything though. You can make as many Goliaths as you like, but if they have no upgrades, it's a waste of time.
Oh, one carrier goes down, second one not going down. Almost, yes. Okay, it goes down.
Hey! But yeah, this army is just going to go and clean house from the looks of it.
Yeah, and the carriers look at the tank and the tank's dead. They look at the next tank, that's dead as well. It's plus 60% damage. That's plus 6-0. Ultra now on 17 gas. He's lost his critical third gas at the bottom right. Minoloni is worthless to him. I don't know why he took the Minoloni. Minoloni is just not a useful expansion. You got to take the side bases, and especially given the side bases that you can wall off with buildings and put tanks behind them. These are the easiest side bases you can take. They're even easier to take than the Fighting Spirit ones. Ultra didn't play this right. His decision to bunker rush was great. I liked that. I was a bit skeptical about it, but Dewalt was being greedy. Ultra read it correctly, and he punished hard. And then everything after that, not so much. There was no focus. He scans the quick carrier build. He finds his timing. He builds 7 factories, and then he doesn't go.
Yeah, I think really, as Herbmon mentioned earlier, I think because he got this ninja expansion, he didn't go. Because he thought with the ninja expansion, he has an even better late game compared to going for a push. But it's funny, but the ninja expansion, not being scouted, maybe was actually bad for him in this game. Because otherwise, he would have gone and attacked.
the upgrades, they're not there. He's 2-0 at 18 minutes. Dewalt is a 3-1 against 2-0.
Yeah, the 182 supply army engaging Ultra was 126 now. It's not looking too great.
Even if Ultra was maxed out, it's again 2-0 against 3-1. It's just okay. So we have what, 9 carriers here? What's 60% of 9? It's what, 5.4 or something? I don't know. It's like, so that means that this is really like 15 carriers. That's what it is in terms of damage output.
The decision to go carrier on this map, it's seemed to be quite useful because of just like all the small chokes and whatnot. There's a lot of features, and it seems like the only open space really is like the middle of the map, which like maybe 1 or 2 of the engagements have been into. Ooh, big engagement. And looks like he's actually going to get a lot of damage on the carriers.
Well, but no tanks left here to shoot the Doom.
And they're just going to clean up house.
He right clicks the command center. Down it goes.
It's like magic. And the GG goes down. Dewalt was able to take the game with some freaking very aggressive carrier play. Carrier's good unit, yes.
And if you don't get upgrades, yeah, it's
Upgrades good units.
it's the Terran has this magic button that will reduce carrier damage by 20% if they press it, and it costs 100. He's like, well, I don't know if that's a good button to press.
He was saved. Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I flamed Ultra a lot in that game. Dewalt played it well too. I mean, I loved his vision early game. He gets those observers, and he has an observer above the mineral only third. He has an observer inside the base, counting the factory. He's watching for the starport time. He has an observer outside of Ultra's base. If Ultra ever tried any vulture harass or anything like that, he would have seen it. He had a lot of vision. He made that easy for himself.
Okay, already started. Nice. Okay, predictions are up. Let's go.
You want to do the announcement this time?
Sure, our Terran player spawning in the bottom right in the teal color. It is Ultra. And in the bottom left, the winner of last game, amazing carrier play with upgrades in magenta, it is Dewalt.
So we currently have 15,000 to 0 odds on Ultra, so if you bet 1 point on Ultra, you will win 15,000. I think that's probably a good bet. I think Dewalt's the favourite, but he's not the 15,000 to 1 favourite. And this time it's going to be close position, which is going to be better for Ultra if Dewalt goes for a quick Nexus. I'm not that convinced by the way that Dewalt does his fast expand as well. It looked like it was quite easy for Ultra to punish that. Now, if he doesn't go punished, of course, then it's fantastic for him because he doesn't cut any probes at all. He uses the second pylon rather than use the Nexus. So he has a ridiculous number of probes if his opponent does anything like a gasless expand. But it was surprising to me that even with cross map, even with being scouted late, Ultra just handled it very easily.
Yeah, but this time we have a different game. Both players just getting their production facilities in their base. Very standard so far. Gas going up for Dewalt. And same for Ultra.
Yeah, Ultra apparently happy with his factory opener. Doesn't want to mix it up. Dewalt is mixing it up. I don't know if that's just because he doesn't want to be too predictable, or if he didn't like how the fast expand build went, but whatever. 3 probes on gas straight away, standard. And Ultra's going to get the first scout versus Dewalt, who is not going to get the first scout, but when he sees the SCV, he's going to know what's going on. This SCV scout timing is very standard, so if you see an SCV at 225 or whatever, that's a first scout close position.
Yep. Okay, Ultra pulling SCVs out of gas, so will be a 1 factory opening here for him.
And we have a Zealot by Dewalt. This is not a like his probe's going to top right. I don't like that. He knows what Ultra is. But anyway, this is going to be Zealot Dragoon delayed range, and thinking he might just keep delaying his range. Oh no, there's the range. Okay. I don't think this is going to be too effective. Ultra knows that there's you see Ultra's put the SCVs on the ramp, so these Marines should be able to handle this well enough. He pulls back his SCV as the Dragoon's about to finish. It's good awareness of the timing. Yeah, I like how Ultra's playing this. He's great blocking on the Zealot too. The Zealot hasn't done a single hit. Had the probe been there to help, it would have been slightly better, but it still wouldn't have made that much of a difference, I think. This Vulture's a mistake. He's handled the he's handled the Zealot. He doesn't need the Vulture. He needs to head towards the tank for the Dragoon.
Yeah, he had the scouting information, so he should know that it was only 1 single Zealot, so that's indeed very weird. If you have Protoss playing for like 2 or 3 Zealots before the Goon, then a Vulture can be a nice choice, but against a single Zealot, not really needed, just delays your tank a little bit.
Although he did accidentally let the Zealot in and then it paid off, but that wasn't the plan. That was a mistake that happened to work out. He's also down at 2 SCVs. That shouldn't have happened. He hasn't lost any SCVs. He's killed a probe, so he shouldn't be down workers. He's not producing an SCV right now. He's slipping here. He's let himself get supply blocked, but even before then, he wasn't producing workers. This is maybe he's just multitasking, fading a little bit.
What do you think about this bunker placement? It seems very far outside, can easily get surrounded by many Dragoons.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. There's no reason for it to be further back, I think. It's... Sure, you could put tanks on the cliff up there to like cover the bunker later, but it doesn't need to be here. Also,
I mean,
with
there is a lot of room on top of this command center.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
the
close.
Other thing I'm thinking is that with Dewalt going for Zealot, then Goon, then quite a late range, he should be getting this damage on the bunker at all. The siege tank should have been done with plenty of time to spare. The issue that Ultra's having is that this Vulture really did mess up his siege tank timing. And now he's behind 5 workers, despite having a faster expand. This is... It's just he's not building his SCVs. It just isn't happening. He's got 2 command centers building 1 SCV now, but it's... You can't miss all your SCVs like this. It's... Okay, he's finally building another 2, but then he's going to have to go back for Comsat soon. He's 5 workers behind with a quicker expand. How does this happen?
I don't know, maybe he cut some because he was scared of the Zealot or so, but he shouldn't be when he has that early scouting information.
Yeah, I don't think it's a cut. I think it's a mistake. I'm not about to say that I'm perfect with my pro production, but it's just against Dewalt, you have to be, I think, better than this to get the win. Dewalt now has his obs. He has 3 gates. He's going to be able to get an observer inside Ultra's base and get perfect vision, and he's just going to be able to play it from there. But he's up 11. He's up 9 workers. He's up 10 workers. It's not just the advantage that Ultra gave him earlier. It's still happening. He's just still getting further and further ahead. Like Dewalt isn't missing workers, and Ultra is. And I think if I were to leave this replay right now so I could see the resources, we would see a significant advantage for Dewalt. He could have killed that bunker, but I don't think it matters too much either way.
Yeah, there were 2 goons not shooting at least, but I mean, he gets a tank. Oh!
He's struggling with that tank under the racks, but he finds it eventually. I don't know about this though. I mean, this is a little bit too hard, I think. He killed, what, 3 tanks and a vulture, and he's lost, like, 6 dragoons? That's not a great trade.
That was an interesting turn of events there. I wonder what Dewalt was thinking that caused him to like, all right, I gotta push him.
I don't think he gave that bunker enough respect too. Like bunkers, sometimes they're like a fake bunker where you've got 1 marine and you just ignore it completely. And sometimes they're actually quite scary. And that bunker there was scarier than Dewalt gave it credit for. He's going Carrier again. No, he's going Arbiter, my bad.
Based off the 1-star game.
Oh, he lost his scout probe. He pulled the mine into it.
Oh,
So
I hate
scout probe
when
with
that
expand probe. So Dewalt's build isn't especially focused. He threw away all his dragoons, and I think that would be fine if he wasn't planning to use them anytime soon. If he just thought, okay, we're going to reset armies, then while you have no army, I'm going to go tech expand. I'm going to build up a tool. But he threw away all his dragoons, then he has to go back and build new dragoons. So it doesn't actually, there's no kind of focus to it. It doesn't help him get rid of things that weren't providing value in exchange for getting things that were providing value. It's just trading minerals away. And he's getting quite a late third, mostly because he killed his own probe. But he didn't want to take it this late. He wanted to take it like while he was doing that dragoon pressure. That would have been ideal. Ultra does not like these observers. I like that he's killing these. This is good.
there we could easily see that all the goons were able to attack the bunker at the same time, so it dies super quickly before the CVs can get to it to repair. But yeah, Ultra just has enough units at this point.
We have first Arbiter building, and we have a DT coming over to eat some scans. There's only 3 factories behind this, so this is not a push out. This is a like trying to take a third and a 2-1. If he takes the mineral only, I'm going to be disappointed. You don't want the mineral only in this spot, but I think that's what he's going to do.
He's definitely playing for the late game a lot better this time. He has the second armory on the way, he has the starport and the science facility on the way, so he will get a very early, compared to last game, very early 2-1 upgrade, and then he'll probably go for that 2-1 push.
Yeah, I mean this is standard. This play to get the science facility to get the head towards the 2-1. I just don't think this is necessarily the time for it, and I don't think the middle alone is the base for it.
How do you guys feel about Ultra's vulture play? Does he get on the map with vultures
vulture play?
Enough?
No.
Mines? Is that like essential in TVP, or does he have a different style?
Vulture is the best unit in the game, so you should probably make them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree. Whenever I play ladder, I just love it when there are Terrans who just sit there and camp and take the third base. I can just take all the bases and completely explode. But when I face a Terran who's harassing me with vultures all the time, it's so hard to play against that.
So typically, if they go for like a vulture strategy, they're delaying their tech. Ultra is more heavy on the tech this game as opposed to last, because last game he just threw out a whole bunch of factories before getting his +1s and stuff.
Yeah, but last game he threw down a whole bunch of factories and he still wasn't doing the vulture play.
Well, because he's seen that he was going carrier, so then he just took alliance, so he was responding. But
it's always good to go vultures. There is no situation where you don't want vultures, because vultures, you can't build a vulture and get less than 75 minerals worth of damage to it. It's never happened. It's got 3 mines which do a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah. For example, he could just deny the expansion that Dewalt is taking at the top right now, at the mineral only there, the 4th base. that can be easily denied just by like 4 vultures or so. Just run around, place mines on all the expansions, and value is already in.
Yeah, well, I think Ultra's mindset is just try to tech up this game and slowly work his way to that 3rd gas. Because once he gets that mineral, just like Polypoid, it's just you're able to secure that extra base.
I don't think Dewalt should go for this. Oh, I like that Ultra's prioritizing the Arbiter too. He is trying so hard to get that Arbiter. Like, okay, you got the stasis down eventually, but you've lost your Arbiter, and all the Zealots are already dead. This was not the play, Dewalt. Look at that, beautiful hold.
Siege tanks.
Yeah, that focus firing by Ultra was fantastic. Dewalt tries to go in, looks for the stasis, and the Goliaths immediately turn on the Arbiter, force the Arbiter back. That means the stasis is late. The first wave of Zealots just died to the mine. And that was also too greedy for Dewalt. The Ultra has 3 bases defended by this one high ground here, where 100% of his units are. There's a minefield, there's... Let's take a look. Okay, we have 8 tanks plus 3 in stasis. That makes 11 tanks. That was not the place to attack Dewalt.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, you should almost never attack low ground versus high ground anyways. And then against the Terran, it's also pretty important to flank the army if possible, and to not run into already pre-spread, pre-siege tanks. And he did all of that, so yeah, that was not a good take. Okay, now we see vultures on the map.
Yeah, and this is great, because now Dewalt has to start sweeping. He has to spend a bunch of gas and observers. And whenever he moves his units around, he's just going to get punished by the mines. Plus, it gives the vision to Ultra. This is... I mean, they shouldn't be trying to kill a pylon because they're vultures, but they should be out on the map for sure. I mean, Ultra's ahead right now from that failed attack. I don't know if he's going to stay ahead, but that failed attack was fantastic then. He does need to take a gas third, a third gas. So this base that Dewalt's taken with the mineral only, you can kill the probes there all day long. One cannon is not going to do shit. This is actually a liability for Dewalt. This base hurts him. Okay, here comes Ultra's army. Oh, those mines.
Vultures.
Oh, he can use those vultures now too. Oh, is that stasis going to save some tanks?
Yeah, I think it did.
Oh, where's the scan? Where's your sand vessel? You've had he doesn't have a control tower. He's had a sand facility for a year, but he has no control tower. Also, no upgrades coming. He's on 2-1 and he's not getting his V2.
It's a 2-1 push. If it fails, you have lost the game. There's no life after that.
Ultra's making this difficult for himself. Because it's not like Dewalt lost his first Arbiter. He only has 1 starport, so it's not like it's not like he's going mass Arbiter. It's just Ultra's making this really difficult for himself.
Oh my god. That busted Arbiter.
Like, Dewalt doesn't have Storm, doesn't have mass High Templar, doesn't have mass Arbiter. He's got 1 Arbiter, and it's just getting below you. Okay, second Arbiter's in, but 20 only got 80 energy. I mean, if he had a science vessel, this would be quite easy.
No mines in front of the tanks at this point.
Also, the rally is just not valid. Half of Ultra's army's back home. He's not getting his control tower. He just doesn't want vessels. I don't understand this. Look at this! Look at this Arbiter with cloak and mine. It just
oh wow!
The tanks killed.
That was genius.
The tanks killed the Goliaths with the splash.
Yeah.
Oh, he's doing it again. Yeah, and he wastes the scan at this point. But it's too late.
And he's throwing away his vultures.
Where's your control tower? Oh, this could not have gone better for Ultra, and he's still. It's not doing the things you need to do.
Well, it seems like he's trying to work his way up this ramp. If you can get that position there, I think it's pretty good. And also controlling the ramp of the wall.
But it's so difficult to play against Arbiters if you don't have detection. And he's not getting detection.
Without a doubt. It seems like Dewalt's finally pushing in, throwing a stasis on 3 tanks, some vultures coming in to resupply, but it looks like Dewalt's going to be able to crush his army.
Yeah, Ultra kind of threw this. The vultures that came in at the end, they should have been there a lot earlier, and they should have been placing mines. There weren't enough mines in front. And the mines that there were being used against him because he has no turrets, he has no detection. And if you're not going to go for science vessels, you at least need to put down turrets. You need to send like 2 SCVs and just start spamming turrets. But he just went for, I'm going to place mines, but I'm not going to be able to see your units, so you can just do zealot bombs on me over and over and drag them. And then once there are no mines, I'm never going to put them back there. It's conceptually unsound. It's not how you play this matchup.
Yeah, and with that we can see it reflected in the supply and in the number of bases. This game is completely over at this point. There's the main and natural, or main is already mined out, natural will be mined out very soon. There's not really any coming back for Ultra now.
I think if this was a relatively even game in terms of skill levels, after Dewalt's failed attack at the high ground, most Terrans would have closed it out. This is, I think Ultra had to kind of help Dewalt here. He can't see Dewalt's army. He's just fine with that. He just said, yeah, this is going to be one of those games where I can't see your units. Every unit you have is invisible. That's just going to be okay. And it's not like he's using turrets instead of the instead of vessels. He's just not seeing his opponent's army.
So is it a problem of not having enough gas? And I'm wondering if Goliaths were a good unit choice.
The Goliaths were fine.
Some of them are always good. If you have like 3 or 4 Goliaths, you can basically focus the Arbiter to make him cast the stasis early and very quickly before it dies, or it has to come from a bad angle or so because of the Goliaths. So Goliaths in general are good also to clean up the Arbiter after it casts the stasis maybe. But of course vultures, laying mines and so on is more important. You shouldn't go mass Goliaths.
I can't believe that he was playing against an opponent who had a Arbiter. And he's just like, that's just, your units are going to be invisible now, that's fine. It's
struggle. It's a struggle though, because his third was their mineral only, so he threw down a lot of factors. So even if
but then you build turrets. You got to build turrets as you push forwards.
Is this map allowing of that? Because I know some maps have ground features that don't let you do that.
I'm not sure actually. Also, I can't close out the prediction because I bet on it, so if somebody else can, I'd appreciate it.
I'm actually putting a link in the chat right now, guys. That's the thread on Team Liquid for this event. And there, if you scroll down a little bit, there are pictures of the map. It's called Map Details. And there you can see the rush distance of all the bases, and you can see buildable and unbuildable terrain. And then of course you can check that there is indeed room to build turrets on the low ground there. It is possible.
So I'm going to be right back, but I will watch the game except for the other game.
Okay.
Okay, Herbmon, it's your introduction time.
All right, spotting on the top left-hand corner of, what is this map called again? Good Night. As the Honey Mustard Terran player, we have Ultra. And then spotting in the bottom left-hand corner, winner of the last 2 games. Slayer of Korean, dominator of foreigners, we have Dewalt.
Nice. And yeah, now we have a cross, not a cross, on a close position game again. And man, Ultra was really in good position last game, but then he was still not able to finish it. Maybe I could really see him go for a more aggressive, maybe even a one-base strategy this time, if he sees that it's close position early. And Primal Blade, I will enable the prediction any seconds.
Alright, so looks like Dewalt's going to be scouting the bottom right-hand corner. Where he's gonna, his opponent's going to be at. Gas going down, so it looks like we're going to be seeing a siege tank expand coming out from our boy Ultra. Either siege tank expand or double fag.
Yeah, I mean, the Terran will always mine at least 100 gas with 3 SCVs, and then the Protoss has to scout whether he keeps mining with 3 SCVs or he pulls 2 SCVs out of gas, and that pretty much decides whether he's going to factory or not. Okay, apart from that, we see that one valid opening from Dewalt again. It didn't really work last game, was defended pretty easily by Ultra, but he's going for it again, and it is close position, so it's nice. In the last game, Ultra scouted it very early, so he was able to pull 2 SCVs to the ramp. This time, however, he cannot do that, and there's only one single Marine. Second one, also a little bit delayed after the factory, so this could be a problem for Ultra. Oh, that one Marine! The probe is blocking it from getting between the Rex and the depot. But okay, defends the Valet and the probe without losing any Marines. I think he lost 1 SCV. But overall, I think pretty decent hold once again. And now with 4 Marines, he should be able to get this bunker up, no problem, even if there's another Zealot. Okay, that other Zealot is turning around already. And now we have the goons coming out. Okay, so I think this time the expansion of Ultra is even earlier compared to last game. So that's a very nice early command center. Dewalt has not started it yet, is sending the probe to the natural right now. And Ultra actually confirms with the scouting SCV that the expansion is indeed not up and his command center is earlier. So little advantage here for Ultra. Yeah, apart from that, nothing too special. There's this one vulture running around at the bottom of the map, making sure that there's no super fast third base coming for Dewalt.
If you could drive a vulture bike, would you?
I never rode a motorcycle, so.
So you'd be a little hesitant, huh?
I still would.
Oh yeah, I was about to say I'd be putting the donuts in that thing. Give me that speed upgrade.
So I come back and Ultra's behind 5 workers. Did he lose 5 workers, or is that just how he rolls?
Oh my God.
Guys, we have a Kwark positivity cast. You can redeem it for 15,000 points. There's a MasterRey negativity cast, and we got to figure one out for Herbmon. If you have suggestions, let us know.
Okay, but I'm sorry. Did he lose 5 workers?
No, he did lose 1. And he had the way earlier expansion, as you can see. It's already finished for a long time. It was like, I would say, 30 to 40 seconds earlier. Yeah, but I don't know, sometimes he's just not making some SCVs. We don't know why, sadly.
In my opinion, SCVs are one of the stronger units Terrans have. Both because they're high damage output, high hit points, and also they have the ability to collect resources, which you can use for other units.
So then the probe is the strongest unit for Protoss.
Which is why I agree with Dewalt's decision to make probes, and I'm disagreeing with Ultra's decision not to make SCVs.
You forgot the most important ability of the SCV. They can fly over cliffs and stack.
Alright.
It's a feature, guys.
if it wasn't, that you think Blizzard would take it out.
I think it should become a staple build of Terrans. Like, that will be the future. It'll just be, okay, this game I'm gonna go.
Yeah, if that was a thing, I'm going back to StarCraft 2. No. I'm sick of this. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's great for me. I go 9 pool against it, throw down a sunken, easy. But unfortunately, Ultra does not have that. They're Dewalt. But so it looks like we got the mineral only going down for Dewalt. I'm gonna segue to take that third gas inevitably. But we got a little bit of movement, and the observer's gonna be able to catch it. So, oh no. It looks like we've got what, 5, 6 Dragoon, 1 Zealot, 2 Vulture, 4 Marine, 2, 3 Siege Tank.
And
Yeah,
there's
I think it's... Yeah,
there's
go
4
ahead.
gateways and a high ground behind this. This has 0% chance of working.
Exactly. Especially the high ground, I think, is so hard to deal with as a Terran pushing.
Yeah, this is not a map that you do early pushes on. And he's just going to throw away his tanks. I don't know why he would do
Focus
this.
firing. Yeah.
Well, at least he has a better economy behind it.
Yeah,
Oh,
at least
wait.
he's not down 9 workers.
Well... yeah,
And
it's unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand that play. It's not like he had any kind of harass to set up for it, or any kind of strong position he could take. There were maps where, like, let's think, Circuit Breaker is one of them, where you take that high ground position outside their base early on, and you can then trade efficiently, even though you have less production. But on this was a situation where he had less production, and also he was taking the fight from bad terrain, and you kind of wonder what the upside he saw was. He must have seen something that made him think that was the play, but I have no idea what it was.
I think one of the problems was that he lost that very first vulture that he made because of the zealots in the beginning. It was not able to deny the third base from coming up, so Dewalt had a pretty early third base, and maybe that triggered Ultra, oh no, I have to push immediately versus that fast third base. But yeah, that was not the play. Oh, can you actually block that expansion with only 2 pylons? That's crazy. I think a vulture can fit through there. Don't tell me a vulture cannot fit through there, guys. I think Ultra just didn't try. Okay, so compared to last game we had a fast third base for Ultra as well. This time he's actually going for the fast starport and science facility. We could see like a 2-base push with a vessel in this game. He's going for the second attack upgrade, second armory also on the way, so it looks like he wants to go for the 2-1 push a little bit later on. But man, that's still so far away, and he's 2-base against 3-base. I'm not sure.
I actually like this decision from Ultra, given how the game's gone. He can't attack, he can't secure his third. So in terms of what he can do, getting upgrades and building tanks really is all he can do. This is correct. It's not going to help him, but it's the best of a bad situation. There's no reason to be out here though. Yeah, after you lose your first tanks like that, it's all you can do is play for the upgrades, and that's exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, but why is he going out of his base then in the open where he can get killed when he has no third base building? I don't understand that part.
Yeah, but like the double armory, quick science facility, 6-pack, that's all the only thing he can do to try and win the game. So that was the 3-0 series. That was relatively quick. I think that most people would have predicted 3-0 Dewalt, but Ultra is good enough to beat Dewalt on a good day. If Dewalt's having a bad day, Ultra's having a good day. Like that game 2 when Dewalt did that bad attack and lost his entire army. I think Ultra on a good day can capitalize on that, and he can clean it out. because Ultra's a very good player, and I don't think that we saw him at his best in that series, unfortunately. Like, if you watch Ultra in the BSL, he's a very scary player. But we didn't see it today, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looks like he really did a little bit more basic mistakes in this series that he is usually not doing. So, yeah, unfortunate, but Dewalt advances to the semifinals.
Is
All right,
it
guys.
Oyaji next?
You got it.
Oh,
What do you think?
Sziky has been looking very scary lately. I mean, I'm a huge Oya fan, so this is a difficult one for me.
Okay, I want to make it more specific to the map. You know Oya's playstyle, you know about Protoss, Kwark, and MasterRey. How do you think PvZ is going to turn out on this? And Herbmon, if you're there, how do you think that matchup is going to play out on this? And maybe even specifically, like Oya versus Sziky.
I'll let the Protosses go first.
Okay, so where's they're going to take their third base is my first thought. This might be one of those ones where you take the natural of another main base. It's looking at this, I feel like that might be the stronger play, because the middle only 6 mineral crystals. It's not a great expansion. The side bases, they can be a bit far away. If the side bases, it doesn't matter which one you take, it's still a long way from your natural.
With side base, you mean 12-3-6-9, right?
Yeah. So I'm looking at those thinking, okay, so if you, it doesn't matter if you take the one that's by the mineral only or the one that's by your natural, it's a long walk. So.
Well, I think I feel most Zergs take those like 12-3-6-9 bases on Polypoid already, and that is a little bit harder to defend with 2 ramps. And here we only have a single ramp, so I'm leaning towards they take that gas base, the closer gas base, and another starting position.
And it's so far away from the natural by land though. It's okay. So Sziky's at the bottom right, so he can either take the one at 3 o'clock, which is all the way on the other side of his mineral only, and there's quite a large area just outside the natural too. So you have to walk all the way across the ramp outside the natural, then down, then up, then across. Or he takes the 6 o'clock one, which is not quite as far, but it's still pretty far. I would worry about defending that against like Corsair Speedlot. You've got a lot of terrain to cover, and it's just speculation at this point there. But I think maybe this is a take another natural map.
I mean, it all comes down to playstyle. Sziky has been in the scene for years at high level 2. He knows what he can do with the mineral only, and he knows what to do if he gets a third for a gas. He typically goes for the Hydra playstyle, but from the looks of this map, if nothing happens in the mid game, he's pretty much stuck until Defiler play because of all these ramps and chokes. It's going to favor the Protoss in the late game. So if Sziky doesn't hit a like 5-6 hatch Hydra timing, this game is going to be more of like methodical, like slowly consume map play style.
Okay, Oya going for the forward 9 gate, so he's not going to get rewarded for this. This cross position isn't what he wants with this, but interesting. He does the Overlord Scout. I like that. And he's correct on the timing. That is where the Overlord would be at this time. Oh, are you still going to go check it anyway, Oya? Well, why did you do the Overlord Scout then?
Maybe he went for it, and then he wasn't sure if the timing is correct for the Overlord to be there.
He would have been right.
Yeah.
Okay, and we've got, what is this, a 12 hat 11 pull from Sziky? Okay.
And Sziky actually noticed the probe and turns around his Overlord to the top left.
Yeah, so the question is, does Oya continue with the Zealot aggression? Does he just... Okay, yeah, it looked like... Okay, he's making a third Zealot. I would like to see him cancel that. He's seen that it's cross position. He's seen that it's 12-11. I think that it's time to Nexus, although there's different playstyles of doing it. Some players like to force a lot of lings and delay their own economy, knowing that it's delaying the Zerg drone. Some players like to, once they realize the Zealots aren't going to do damage, they like to go straight into the Nexus. So yeah, he's delaying the third Zealot.
Kind of a strange play coming from Sziky. He threw down his main Nexus pretty quick. And it looks like Zyky's actually going to be opting for the 6 o'clock expansion.
I like that. I mean, I would have disliked the Minoloni, but I'm looking at this, and again, it's.
Oh! Oh, gets a probe kill. That's big. Doesn't lose the drone yet.
No, there's 2 low drones, but Zyky's not letting him find them.
Oh my god! That was amazing. That is super frustrating to do.
And the second Zealot by Oya, it's not doing anything at all. It's just out there hidden. It's looking, doesn't know what Oya's third is.
And it's looking at these minerals. Yeah.
Doesn't get a Zergling either. Sziky has 8 out of 8 Zerglings still alive.
Yeah. Zyky's is their god.
Okay, so looking at the 6 o'clock base, it's you have to, if you want to defend it, you have to take the Hydras all the way up, all the way across, and then all the way back down. That's not, it's not like Eclipse. Eclipse is much easier to defend a bird on than this one, in my opinion. Okay, Oya's found it, and behind it, he's going straight for the core. He's skipping his forge. This is a very Oya play. I don't know if I like it, but it's okay. He's building his forge now, but it could pay off. It's high risk, high reward.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bonus of having the Zealots still out on the map, so he knows that Sziky has to react with the Zerglings to defend the Zealots, so that's why he can delay his own forge.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this thinking, okay, if Sziky ignored the Zealot at 6 o'clock, sent his 8 speedings across the map, and then built more speedings to deal with the Zealot at 6, he could maybe take down the gateway here. But as played, this is going to be a quick core for Oya. He's going to get rewarded. And also he's going to be able to start his +1 safely. I'm assuming he's going to go +1.
Yeah, he just wanted to get the safety cannon first.
Yeah, if you look at how much time Sziky had to attack this gateway, had he done it in the other order, he would have just been able to kill the gate. And he had the Overlord there too. I think Oya's play might get punished against another Zerg who was maybe watching the wall slightly better. If you just look at it on the minimap, it looks like it's going to be a forge, but of course, if you actually take a look at it and think about the situation, with 8 speedlings he could have punished, I think. There was an opportunity there. Now, of course, Oya doesn't know what's going on. He lost his Zealot probe inside Zyky's base right at the start, and all he's seen since then are speedlings. This could be anything. Speed normally implies lair, but it does not guarantee it. So that's why he's having to add more cannons here.
Usually we see Protoss sending out the second scout probe, but I think because he was able to get such a fast core, he thinks that the core there is early enough to scout anything.
Yeah, Sarah's going to be able to work their way to the main. And it looks like Zyky's actually throwing down his 5th hatchery with a Hydra Dad. Evo Chamber, so we're going to be seeing just kind of a slightly modified, like 3-hatch Spire, 5-hatch Hydra play style.
Yeah, Zyky's just droning up. He's happy.
Yeah.
Zyky's always happy when he's making drones.
Every Zerg's happy when we're making drones. It's you, Protosses, who make us stop building drones, okay?
I mean, there's some Zergs, like Oxzerg, who famously, 8 drones, that's enough. You can go free hatling on 8 drones.
Oh my god, yeah, okay. He's from a different cloth.
But yeah, Sziky is definitely a drone Zerg. Hawk is the same way. If you watch Hawk play, he's like, yeah, 60 drones, that's fine.
Maybe we can squeeze a few more.
It looked like I was going to be able to save his first Corsair. That's going to be good for him. Although the cannon doesn't cover the Stargate. It's unlikely to get punished, but that is a thing that you notice and think, wait a second, that's not where the Stargate should be.
Yeah. I always struggle trying to get the Scourge to line up with the spawning Corsair.
Yeah, especially given that they're stupid. Sometimes also they the Scourge would explode on the Corsair, but the Corsair won't die because it hasn't finished spawning yet.
Oh, really? Oh my god.
Scourge are not quite as buggy as Reavers, but they're like second place. So Oya getting his gateways, he's going to keep his core alive. He's I mean Oya's just playing his game. Oya's where he wants to be.
All right, good response. Only losing one link to the DT.
Yeah. Also, I quite like these Hydras should be able to kill the core if they can get with the Overlord speed stun. Okay, Zealot Legs isn't ready. I'm a little bit worried for the Cybernetics core. Of course, we don't have Hydra range yet, but even so, they've got a... he should kill the core. He's going to run out of time if he doesn't kill it soon. Oh, that Zealot is tired of life.
You know, it happens.
Yeah, he's not going to get the core, but he should have. And getting the core is always annoying for the Protoss.
Yeah.
It's an expensive building. Okay, so we have +1, we have speed. Oya's got the gateway count, Oya can now get Flash out on the map. He's not got a Robo anywhere close to starting, so he's just content to assert map control. This is just going to be a shit ton of speed lots, High Templar running around the map.
It's a very Oya style. He is a man of his lots.
Yeah, and I think that might be effective against this mineral only that Sziky is taking. You don't want to take an exposed fourth base against a mass gateway double forge. He's starting his lurkers now, but like Oya could be pressuring harder than he is, I think. Oh, High Templar. Ooh. He gets 3 Hydralisks for all of his storm. Okay, that's a good storm. That was a very good storm. Also, Oya keeps trying to take this mineral only. He doesn't want the mineral only. That's not the base. This is the low ground mineral only. It's not even like the polypoid one. This one's worthless. Just take 12 o'clock.
Protosses are really good at camping on top of cannons and a small choke, so that definitely benefit Oya. Having this open area, though it does have like some chokes to it, it goes against Protoss. It's kind of like Circuit Breaker's mineral only.
Yeah.
It just allows for the Zerg to get that surround.
Like Oya had the choice here between a high ground expansion with only 1 entrance and a gas and more mineral crystals, or 6 mineral crystals, low ground, multiple entrances fighting up against Hydras. There's no redeeming aspect to the mineral only. Everything about it is negative. It's a liability.
I have to agree, yes. So, yeah, the only advantage that the mineral only has over the gas base is it's a little bit closer. But that doesn't really make a big difference for Protoss.
Yeah, Protoss, you just put a pylon down, you spam some cannons, you put 1 High Templar up there and you're fine. You can hold infinite Hydras. Protoss are great with isolated bases, as long as they have ramps.
That's why we should nerf ramps.
Oya's upgrades are slipping a little bit. Well, I guess he's got no gas because he just had to go Mass Goon plus Observer on 2 gas. He's missing his... You know, Sziky's even on workers, and Oya could have 12 o'clock right now. He's being seduced by the closeness of this mineral only, I think, but it's not...
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
He goes, well, this is the nearest base, so that's the one I should take, right? But it's just not. Okay, probe is going to 12 o'clock. This is what he needed. He needed it a long time ago, but he's identified that this is the base. And look, it's just, you send 1 probe, build a pylon, then you build 5 cannons, and like it's no commitment. It's so easy as Protoss to take these bases.
And my boy Zyky's taken his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th base at the 3 o'clock.
Please can you get your +4?
Not missing a beat with his upgrades and producing about 6 lurkers at the 3rd. Looks like there's going to be a big engagement kerfuffle in the middle of the map. It looks like Szyky's going to pull back. He's probably waiting for those lurkers.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Oya's got the map control. He just doesn't have the expansion behind it.
Oh no. Oya actually has a really good chance of just busting this mineral.
Yeah, because that's a shitty expansion. It's a liability. I'm going to spend this entire day talking about how much I hate that mineral only. That's just what this cast is going to be.
Oh man, Lurkers not in position. All the Lurkers come from the left side. This is never good for Zerg.
Well, and
he has to remove the Lurkers.
Oh, he storms the observers, but he keeps them alive. Ooh. Oh, they're all dead. Ooh. He just got a great flank on them. Okay.
Oh man.
And then behind this, Oya's got his expansion up. He's got the cannons up. He's about to take his third gas. This is great for Oya now. As long as he takes another base behind it.
Yeah, I just can't believe he unburrowed all the Lurkers and run into the Protoss army. I can't believe it.
He had to go up. He thought he was going up the natural ramp.
Yeah, because he needed to make half the Lurkers natural and half them at the 6 o'clock. Instead, he made 100% of the Lurkers at the 6 o'clock. Only had Hydra at the other one.
So and now he's fighting up the high ground from the right here, from natural.
Yeah.
And yeah, it looks like Oya can just finish this game at this point. There's no lurker in the natural. I think Oya can just push up the natural. But there's one thing that's very important as a Protoss. Never overcommit if you don't have storms anymore. There's one High Templar coming. Okay, 2 High Templars coming. So there will be 2 storms in a few seconds.
Yeah, it's so easy as Protoss to think, okay, every time that he fights, I storm his Hydras and I win. So I'm just going to keep fighting. But you will run out of energy.
Yep.
The other thing I want to note is that Szyky's tech isn't progressing. Szyky is still on Lair. And Oya is progressing. So Protoss tech doesn't really progress in the same way. Protoss upgrades to progress, is the thing. It's Protoss, if they have double forge, it's not about them getting like a certain level of tech, it's about them getting certain levels of upgrades. And Oya's heading towards that. Like, these Hydralisks are going to cease being effective soon because Oya's on 2-1, he's got 3-2 coming. It's a liability. Look how easy it was for him to hold 6. 6 o'clock, he held against the entire army with no Sunkens. He has 1 Sunken and score up there, it's even easier. But this mineral only, he just ends up committing all of his Hydras there and they get stormed down, they get Zealots run over them. These bases are just, they're absolute trash. They're a trap.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Oh, that Hydra, the High Templar doesn't want to live anymore. Running past the Lurkers, past the Hydras, into the Sunken. He's still alive though.
See, I feel like Szyky made a mistake that I tend to make a lot too. It's he was getting his 5th base before Oya even got his 3rd down, and so his resources were just scattered all over the place as opposed to just building a massive army. Because essentially Oya came out with a 9-gate pressure on 2 bases, so he just didn't have opportunity for it.
And Szyky kind of did that to himself. He did a really good job of delaying Oya's expansion, forcing Oya to make owner units, and then he wasn't ready for them.
Oh yeah.
It's frustrating when you do that and you're like, you know what? This is actually my fault. I did this too. Myself.
Yeah, it's like I pushed the button and I wasn't ready for what the button released. Oh yeah, see now Oya is just doing his thing, just a mass expansion.
Yeah, but also just look at his upgrades. This is a single Evo Zerg. Like, these Zealots stop dying.
I mean, that's the standard playstyle.
Yeah, but as a Zerg, you should be progressing at the same time. You shouldn't still be on Lair, Hydra Lurker by the time.
So when does Zerg get their hives then?
It's game dependent, but I feel like
it's phase 1 Protoss gets their 3rd gas. That's when you throw down your links.
Is it now?
It is.
I'm learning things today. I don't know shit about like Zerg. I only know it from the Protoss perspective, but
yeah, Protoss gets 3rd gas, you get hive. Other than that, you stay with 1 Evo. Once the 2nd Evo, or once the 1st Evo gets the 2nd ranged attack, you throw down your 2nd Evo to get your melee carapace simultaneously. Once that is done, then you get your 3-3-3.
So did Sziky lose that because of the lurkers, guys? He had like 8 or 10 of them.
Sziky lost that because he was being way too greedy. He just took his 4th, which is fine, but then he took his 5th, and he just didn't have the resources at the time to build the army that he needed to be able to stop the 9 gateway pressure.
I feel like he could have stopped it had he picked just his high ground outside his natural to defend. Because the 6 o'clock can kind of defend itself. You've got the Evo hatchery wall, which is really good. You've got that narrow route up. If you have 2 lurkers and a sunken, that base is never going to fall. But the problem was he committed to beating Oya's army in the open ground while being in 2 separate locations. You can abandon 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock is so easy to defend.
Yeah. I definitely think that the moment that he lost the game was when he moved the lurkers to the low ground into the Protoss army. He picked the worst place to fight. He should just have some lurkers, as Kwark is saying, in the 6 o'clock, and then the rest on the high ground of the natural, and then he would be fine against that army. Even if the supply was a bit higher for Oya, I think Sziky would have been fine, but wasting, like, I think it was 12 lurkers actually. I think he completely wasted 12 lurkers. They didn't do any damage. He burrowed them, they got 1 shot, and then they died.
Yeah, the Zealots were around them before the burrow was even done, so they were firing in different angles. And I think there were 3 of them clumped up that got hit by a storm, another 5 clumped up that just all died to Zealots instantly. Also, regarding him being able to hold the high ground, that's where the mineral only comes into play, because Oya doesn't have to attack up the high ground towards the natural. That low ground mineral only, Oya can run in from the middle of the map. There's an opening between the middle of the map and the mineral only, and if Oya runs through there, then Sziky at that point has to unburrow and move his army down the ramp. And that's always a bad situation as a Zerg when you're massing up your hiders and moving through some kind of choke. Again, it's the liability. It's harder to defend than the minerals are worth. If it had like 12 mineral patches, then it's worth taking.
What if we see pro gamers take that mineral only?
Whoa, Sziky just canceled a larva.
Yeah, I think Sziky wants to go 9 pool.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, pro gamers make mistakes too, and maybe that's situationally worth it, but...
Nonsense! Jadong blocking his ramp with like 60 supply on the other side? Dog. Pro gamers never make mistakes.
So, one thing I saw in, I think... Was it Carla Scan? No, it was Dewalt Scan playing on this map. Is that Scan just kept killing all the probes at the mineral only over and over. Dewalt actually lost money on that mineral only. He had like 3 cannons and a giant pylon wall. It didn't matter because the vultures just get up to the nexus, kill all the probes. It's costing him money. So Oya's getting a first scout on a 9 pool. This is always beautiful for Protoss. Just a feel good moment. You're like, oh, it's a 9 pool. Okay, I'm really glad I know about that. My first zealot will not be running out. My second zealot will be holding. I will have a forge on time. Just easy game for Protoss.
Yeah, that cancel on the larva really hurts his build because now he's only being able to produce 2 sets of wings as opposed to the 3.
Well, he's rushing towards the hatchery anyway. I think, given it's been scouted early, he's not going to get the hatchery, is he?
No.
This is a good bio because it stops the Zerg lava production. It's delaying the hatchery isn't just delaying their expansion; it's delaying their ability to have more.
Woo!
That was close. He almost got that. Had he got that, that would have been even worse. But it's just fine. He's just continuing to build probes. He's going to build 1 cannon. His probe's still alive. His scout probe didn't die. Yeah, if we watch Zyky's bank, Sziky just has money, but he doesn't have lava. He can't spend it. Yeah, he's going to be able to neck safely. He's handling this perfectly. This is exactly what you need to do.
Zyky's actually going to be opting for a pretty much similar strategy as the previous game, but rule of thumb, never expand towards a Protoss.
Yeah, I shouldn't take the natural.
So, I should be sending in 2 more probes here. This is a risky situation. He needs more probes so he can be more aggressive with the Zealots. Because what he does not want to happen is for the Link to get in.
Sziky shouldn't fight there.
Yeah.
Against 3 probes fighting with the Zealot.
Zealot stays alive too. That was exactly what I wanted.
Yeah. Before this happened, I just want to say it's a bit risky of Oya to take the Nexus before making the cannon, because the gateway can be focused down by a Zerg. But yeah, now Oya hold it perfectly with the earlier Nexus, and now you can even go for a counter attacks. This is a perfect scenario for the Protoss.
Yeah, this is painful for the Zerg.
Sziky wants to be droning, but he can't. He's got to make links, and he's not like he has the drone count to sustain. He's not mining his natural, and he's definitely not going to be mining his third.
He's going layer with 3 on gas. If you want to cut corners on this build that Sziky's doing, you can pull 1 to 2 drones off the gas. Of course, you need to resupply it eventually, but...
Oh, I am with the scout too. I am making sure that he definitely sees that this is Fiat Hydra.
Yeah.
He's going to lose his Zealots, probably not going to get anything done, but it doesn't matter because what it means is the Stargate time is going to be really quick. Hey, Stargate's going to finish before the lair finishes. Oh, so he's not going Stargate, he's just going straight into the Citadel. Okay.
Really special. This man loves the Zealots, I swear.
Well, the other thing is, you know how I was talking about how the 6 or the 12 o'clock base is really far away? Like where you're going to take your third on this map is, it's if he runs Zealots at 12 o'clock, it's difficult for Sziky to, I think, redeploy Hydras to save that. That's an awkward base to defend until you have like 5 hat and a sunken and an Evo.
I mean, it'd be equivocal if he took the natural as well. I mean, in that situation, what you're suggesting is you're just going to have speedlings and sunkens. So it's kind of irrelevant to where he takes it, because it's going to hold the same way. If anything, this is going to be easier because of the choke.
Yeah, I get you're right. I'm saying it's difficult to defend, and that is correct, but it's not more difficult to defend than the alternatives.
Right. Oh yeah, doing what he does best, being really annoying with Stella's. Just stop! Just stop! 2 drones down with 1 Zealot, 1 little hulky boy.
And there's another Zealot up at 12 o'clock. It's not killing any drones, but the drones aren't mining.
Yeah, so I mean, pretty much dead drone in my book.
So what I'm looking at is Oya with the double gas and trying to think, okay, Oya, what is your plan for this? Because it looks like you want to go mass speed lots.
He's doing the throw off. I think he's trying to bait Sziky into making mutas to follow up with the muta smashing Corsair Force.
I do agree with going back for the Stargate. I feel like he could have done this on 1 gas. Because the second gas is only going to pay for his archives. And is he going for an archives? It's definitely it's wrong to go like speed lots and then try and go into like archives and Archon with no Corsair, because you can just get dismantled, but you don't have to go double gas to go back for the Corsair. You don't need that much gas. And the speed lots are going to be able to sneak up to 12.
The infamous 3 speed lot attack.
Yeah, right?
That's all you need to one-shot a drone.
That is true.
Alright, get out of there! Drones, go! Oh, okay,
1 down.
2
down.
3.
You could just send them away. Why is he not sending them away? He had like 12 speedlings surrounding it, and he's not sending the drones away.
And then 2 more showing up at the natural. Yeah, he's getting value.
Oh no, the pathing. Oh, that's so frustrating.
2 drones. 3.
How? Okay. I clicked the zealot like 5 seconds ago. Yeah.
What's happening at 12 o'clock? It's 2 more zealots. Oh, and the lings aren't there.
Oh, the +1's finally done, so this is the game changer for the Zealots, because before it was really nothing. But now they're just gonna wipe through these Zerglings.
This is super low commitment for Oya. He's up 20 workers, and these speed dots. Speed dots are just so quick. If you run them into a bad situation, you turn around and run away.
Yeah.
You can do that all day long. You go,
and
this
now
is the mistake.
He finally thinks, damn, I lost a lot of drones, but now I have my sunken up. Now I'm actually safe. And now there's a lot more Zealots coming in that can easily kill one Sunken.
Is there anything about this map that makes Zealot Harass more effective, or is it the same as any other map?
It's the same as any other map.
I think the distances make it slightly more effective. It's
Well, that'd be for any matchup, though. Like any type of rush or pressure, the shorter distance is better. But if anything, the thing that the Zealots can take, like there's so many. Like when chasing down speed lots, it's really frustrating because they can just run all over the place and like trying to track down that army, like fighting Spirit. They have certain corridors where you're like, oh, okay, they're down here, but this map just seems so open, so many ways to branch out and different paths. And yeah, this Zealot aggression is just.
Where are they even coming from? Where did the one in the main come from? There's 2 Sunkens on the way in, and there's a wall.
Oh, there it is. Sziky finally pulled the trigger out, and he's like, I'm sick of these freaking Zealots. I'm making mutas. And Oya's like, hi, you activated my trap card.
Okay. He could be about to lose these.
Yeah, Scourges getting some good connections. 2 more Scourges.
Also, +1 armor. He is, but I don't think it's going to matter. He's got double upgrades coming as well. And look at those gateways. Like, it's.
Yeah, we're about to get to the Oya special with the 8 to 9 gate mass Zealot production. They're like, there's no way a Zealot or Zealots can do this much damage, but oh, they can. Oh, they can.
This DT is just waiting for the moment the Muta leaves.
He's
gonna
just sitting there smoking a cigar, just watching.
He's gonna run down. He's gonna. Yep, there we go. It's like, you can see it, but it doesn't matter that you can see it. It's still going to kill the drones.
Only one. The Sunken just reaches it, but here he has found the spot.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, he got a little bit too much shots from the Sunken on it. Otherwise, the drones couldn't kill it. Yeah, okay.
Oya on 62 workers. I mean, this might be overkill at this point. Maybe you need to stop with that. Look, he has stopped, but it's... His +1 armor is about to finish. He's got +2 on the way. He's got, what is this, 7 gateways? Oya's got absolute map control right now. The only thing Sziky can do is drone on the 3 bases he has and build defenses, which is exactly what he's doing. It's correct what Sziky's doing. He's building Sunkens at 12 o'clock. He's building Sunkens at his natural, and he's building drones. This is the perfect play by Sziky, but it's the perfect play to being really far behind.
If he's able to shut down the air, yeah, don't do that. This is looking pretty rough.
Yeah, and these Dragoons are just going to kill the hatchery, kill the Hydroden. Sziky can't fight Oya's army, is the thing. And it's not like he has a good defense. He got Sunkens, but Sunken's behind a wall against Masgoon.
Never works.
He can't hold this with Muta. He's going Muta, but there's Corsair and there's High Templar. If it was just like High Templar Dragoon, then maybe. But the Corsair give you the sustained damage over time that makes it worthwhile. I don't know if that Hydra range finished or the Hydra speed finished.
His Dragoons block the Zealots, kind of botching the attack, but the Zealots finally get on the Sunken. A little bit of skirmish going down at the... oh my god, big storm on the mutas, the natural of Sziky. Ooh, all the storm... what? Never mind.
Just look at the supply. Also, the upgrades. Oya's on 2-1.
Sziky tried opting for a hive play behind this.
I mean, there was nothing else he could do. He wasn't getting map control till Cracklings.
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, I agree with Sziky's decision to Sunken up, to go Queen's Nest, stay on those 3 bases, 3 gas, and to play for hive, because that's all he can do. But it doesn't matter, he's taken too much damage. I went for the middle alone again. I'm going to message him in Discord.
So I forgot to ask, the PVT we saw, Dewalt versus Ultra, last matchup, you guys thought that matchup is more or less like balanced on Good Night? And I guess I'll ask you all after this matchup if you think PVZ is balanced on Good Night as well. So just keep in mind.
There's really no way to tell. Like, I feel like if there's no way to exploit the early game, then you can't really tell if the map's good to the late game. TVP, different. I can't really speak on the behalf because I feel like Karen is just constantly like fighting uphill. But for Zerg, the map seems fine in my opinion.
I think losing the first like 8 Zerglings for nothing is what went wrong for Sziky there. He went 9 pool, his second hatchery was delayed, and then of his early lings, he got 0 Zealot kills, 0 gateway kills, 0 cannon kills. It was the dream opener for Oya. And after that, Oya was just able to pressure constantly, and he never let up, which is that's the classic Oya move. If he's getting value out of his Zealots, he's just going to keep doing it through the game. He has the multitasking to make it work.
Alright, guys.
I'm not sure about the PVT. I think we need to see some more games where Terran tries to go for a more economic style with fast 4 bases or stuff like that. We have not seen that so far, so let's wait for more PVTs.
Yeah, that's how Scan played this one.
Yep.
He's
Herbmon,
never attacked.
come join us.
The question is Oya going to free zero Sziky? Because I don't think anybody saw that coming. I'm an Oya fan, but PVZ is sometimes his weakness, and it's Sziky is a very scary player, but a 3-0 Oya would be a fantastic result.
Yeah.
The map maker, guys, is watching, so leave him some comments. Talking to the casters, anybody in the chat, anybody who watches the VOD on YouTube. Other map makers might check this out as well, so they appreciate any comments or feedback you might have. Let them have it, guys. We know you're frustrated about maps, so don't hold back.
The only thing that I would say about this map is due to the fact that the outskirts of it, like everything's so like cluttered with ramps and tightness, maybe keeping the middle like all flat, because then that gives Terran a little bit more of the like a standing ground when it comes to like engagements, because if there's just high grounds everywhere, Protoss is just going to be able to break off and kill off like small increments and then regroup a lot easier. But that's just personal.
Okay, so let's check out this next game. We have in the top right our pale green Zerg is Sziky, and our player who's ahead 2-0, Oya, in the bottom left. Okay, so cross position game. We saw that in game 1, if I remember correctly. There, Oya went for the 9 gate, and I think he did enough damage. Well, he didn't really do damage, but he delayed Sziky for long enough to get his super fast core before the forge. Maybe he can do it again this time. But Sziky going for an overpull.
My favorite build.
I think it's also like just the safest all-around build. Like if you're a new player, I think overpull is the way to go. Oh, and this time, oh yeah, actually adjusting. He went for the scout on the 9 o'clock to check for the overlord, and then he didn't find the overlord there, so he changed his direction to the top right. He didn't do that in the first game. That was a bit weird, but this time he's yeah, doing a little bit faster cross scout here. So on some maps that have a very short rush distance, you actually have to get like an additional zealot or the forge and the cannon against an overpool, but I think on cross position you are fine with getting the nexus at this point.
Sziky threw away his opportunity. If you open OV9 pool, I mean, he didn't know until afterwards, but if you make the 6 lings right off rip, you can go put on a lot of pressure on the Protoss is in. So with that being said, I feel like Oya is going to be super annoying very soon with his zealots.
Zealot comes back. And no second zealot out, and it just started right now. So the Lynx will or could get in here, but Oya's doing the right thing. He's putting a probe on the ramp here to make sure they are not getting into the main base. And then he just waits for the second zealot. He knows that 2 Zerglings cannot really do anything in the natural at this point, so he's totally fine here.
Yeah, I like that he's pulled the second zealot. So often with Oya, he will let lings in situations that he shouldn't. I would even quite like a third probe there, just in case, because he has a lot of probes. He can afford to spare a bit of probe time. Oh, is he gonna?
Now the wall is closed anyways. Oh, the zealot a little bit too far outside. I feel.
And then he keeps it there with the probe. 4. He should have pulled the zealot back, but then the probe goes behind the zealot and lets. Oh, Oya. This is classic Oya. It's and then the lings get in, of course they do. It's every time.
Man, yeah, if you have your zealot a little bit further back, only 1 or maybe 2 Zerglings can take. But here, 4 Zerglings were able to attack the zealots. That was surely a mistake of the positioning of the zealots.
This is going well for Sziky now. He's got, what, 3 probes now? Force a cannon, there's no gas mining, there's no core.
But only 1 left, so this is at least better than a 4. As a Protoss, you are very stressed out if you have more than 2 Zerglings in your base, but now it's manageable.
He, of course, lost a scout probe at the same time. So now in a situation where he's built all these zealots, he's going up to 4 zealots. Oh, he's lost another one to a single ling. He doesn't even have speed. Although he is researching speed, it might just be for this one probe. The one that Lynx died.
And it's not even about the damage. You can really see his build is getting delayed because he's stressed out. He just started the core. He has 300, almost 400. He started the core when he had, almost 400. So just because the presence of the Zergling, he delayed his core for no reason, basically.
This game, Blair finished before core started. Like, it was ridiculously advantageous for Zerg. I mean, he's going to really struggle to hold these Muta. And it's not like Zyky's even rushing Muta. He's got a good drone count. He's got his 3rd base up. Zyky he's fine. He's got speed. He's got lings on the map. These 2 zealots that went out, they just got distracted. I recognized he couldn't push with them, but he just abandoned them. He just left them on the map at this point.
And also, Oya's trying to get back into this by going for a fast speed lot attack. He's going for the fast citadel and is skipping the Stargate. But yeah, Sziky is going for the Mutalist, and those zealots will not do any damage.
Well, you're saying he's going for the fast speed. He's going for the slow speed lot. It's just he's so far behind that even if he skips Stargate, goes for Citadel, it's still not a fast speed lot.
Yeah, that's true. It's speed lot before Stargate. That's what I meant to say. What's going on here? All 3 lava at every single hedge? Oh, okay, he's safe for the Mutalist.
Yeah,
but still 300 minerals.
And this is GG, unfortunately. And it all comes down to him letting in the lings. That Zealot, as you say, it was just misplaced a little bit further back. And then instead he trapped it in the bad position with a probe. Pulled a probe behind it, which wasn't the play. I don't necessarily disagree with what Oya's doing here. This is like super risky, but he recognizes that he's got fallen behind. It's not an unjustifiable risk.
The speed is still far from finished, so this is slow zealots.
Yeah. And that's it. Okay, so there were no bets on Sziky, so the Oya people are going to keep their money, I think.
You mean, yeah, the one Oya person. Okay, so but let's talk about the situation about the wall. On some maps, you need 3 zealots to fully close every gap in the wall. On this map, you only need 2 zealots. So I think in theory, this should be good for Protoss. I mean, Oya just made a mistake on positioning there, but overall, this seems good.
So Sziky's taken one, which is I don't think Oya 3-0 would have been like the expected outcome from anybody. I'm glad that Sziky's taken one. I'm still going to root for Oya though.
Yeah.
I'm going to go AFK for a minute as well. But also predictions up if anyone wants to predict.
Yep, nice. Go ahead, guys, and predict. Top of the chat. Give your channel points. And now we are starting the next game. And we have another cross position game with Oya spawning in the top left and Sziky spawning in the bottom right here. So I always think it feels a little bit weird when you have one player winning 2 longer games and then the other player winning 1 short game. So it feels like the 1 short win is not worth the same as the 2 longer wins. So I really want to see Sziky taking another one here at least. Okay, no special things here for Oya. He's putting down the pylon in the natural, and we see the overlord here for Sziky, so very normal here for both players. Oya going for the 10 gate here this time. Ah, okay, never mind, he cancelled the probe in the last seconds and went for the 9 gate. And doing the Overlord Scout here at the 12 o'clock. So maybe I explain this well. There's no action in this game. I explain this what Oya's doing here. So he's scouting with the probe at the 12 o'clock. There's obviously no starting position, but if you assume that Sziky, or if you pretend that Sziky is in the top right, the Overlord always flies to the closest natural. So if Sziky was top right, he would send the Overlord to the left, because then he reaches the natural of the top left position. And the timing works out that the Overlord would be at the 12 o'clock position if Sziky was top right. So that's why Protosses tend to do the scout between 2 starting positions. And then you could see that Oya, not seeing an Overlord there, he knows, okay, Sziky can't be in the top right. So he changes direction and scouts the bottom left first. And now finally scouts him on cross position. First zealot on the way. Drone scout for Sziky also confirming the gateway opening here. Yeah, gas going up for Sziky. I think everything pretty standard. Oya going a little bit further to the right with the zealot. So this zealot not heading straight to the natural. This usually means that Oya wants to wait until he sees Zerglings in front of his natural, for example, and then run in with the zealot later on. Now he just saw the 2 Zerglings in front of his natural, and now he's actually moving in. So this could be a problem for Sziky, but we see 4 more Zerglings coming, but also the 2 Zerglings getting into the main base of Oya. So we have units of both players in both bases here. This is a multitasking battle at this point, but only 2 zealots is still fine for Oya, I think. But can the zealots do anything? Straight up fighting the Zerglings in the open. Usually not the best play, but I mean, I think he's still getting good enough trades. 2 Zealots against 6 Zerglings, I think is fine. Also pretty good micro by Oya, running away. Makes it so that the Zerglings follow in a line, and then he just fights like the first 1 or 2 Zerglings. But yeah, so Zerglings of Sziky is also out of Oya space, so in the end, no real major damage taken by any player, and we just transition into a normal mid-game here, with the core being built by Oya, Nexus finishing up, and we have the third base for Sziky, of course, has
Speed about to
a
be
lot
done.
of gas.
There's not going to be a cannon for a long, long time. Speed's about to be done. I think Oya's dead. He has pulled some phobes this time, which at least is something, but like he's got this fast core, but he's not able to use it because he suddenly worked out that, wait a second, he's in real danger here. Oh, you can't lose that Zealot.
It's really interesting because he had the scouting information and he had 2 Zealots in Sziky's base the whole time. I think he's fine. Sziky is against 3 Zealots, he can't really do anything even with speed.
Yeah,
but I was wondering, Sziky had 250 gas before starting the lair, just started the lair now, so I think he kinda forgot to start it when he had 100 gas after the speed. So that's maybe a little mistake, delayed his own lair a little bit.
This Overlord is going to die to the Dragoon, but at the same time... Oh, there's the Stargate. Okay, it's behind the gas.
Oh, 2 Zealots sneaking out. I think Sziky might have not seen it. Wait, what is this drone doing?
It's just having fun, partying.
Miss rally here by Sziky with the drone in front of Oya's natural, but it's fine. The Zealots are still on the move here, heading towards Sziky's base, and Sziky, I think he missed them. So Sziky has no units in any of his bases at this point, and the 2 Zealots are getting closer.
And if he gets supply blocked right before the Zealots get revealed, that's going to mean he can't even build Zealots. Oh yeah, can you please kill that Overlord? There we go. We're on it.
Yeah, okay.
He's going to be supply blocked. He's not even starting an Overlord. He's done 33 out of 35, and...
he could have started 4 Zerglings at least, but now he didn't.
Yeah. He started 1 Overlord, but that Overlord's just going to restore him to par. He actually needs to lose some drones here, otherwise his Overlord's not going to help him. Oh yeah, please kill some drones. Sziky needs you to kill some. Oh, he's going to lose another Overlord on the middle of the map. The Dragoon's found it. Or has it? I feel like that Dragoon should just turn around and kill the Overlord, but what do I know?
Okay, still fine defense, I would say, but he lost so much mining time. And the most important fact here, Oya scouted the Spire. Whenever you get into the main base in a situation like this as Protoss, it's always great.
Where's the Corsair? The Stargate's been finished for a year.
It's sitting at the natural. Yeah, he forgot about it, I think.
This is a decent micro by the Zealots, given how many speedlings there are. He's getting some value. Never mind. I feel like Oya had a much bigger opportunity here than he actually capitalized on. He killed the Overlord late. He could have killed the second Overlord. He should have been rallying Corsairs this entire time. He could have kept Sziky in a permanent state of supply block here, and he hasn't.
Yeah, I think he forgot about the first Corsair. It's sitting on top of the pylon in the natural. Oh, a bit too far outside here for Oya, losing some additional units to the speedlings. I mean, he's still totally fine here, but that was a little bit unnecessary, but only lost 2 Zealots in the end.
So Sziky's drone count's surprisingly good, given all that's happened.
Yeah, the Zealots didn't actually kill any drones, I think. They prevented some mining time, but they didn't get any kills.
Now, +1 and speed are done, so that's going to be good for Oya. But also, Sziky's not making mutants, he's still making drones, he's just establishing... Okay, he's put the Sunkens at 6 o'clock. I like this so much more than the first game. The first game, he was trying to defend 6 o'clock with units, and that wasn't working out for him at all. This is how you want to do it.
But I disagree on the position.
Yeah, I'm not so convinced by the position either, but it's just the static defenses as the idea for 6 o'clock. That is how it should be done. Also, I think if he puts Hydras on the ramp, then it will be fine.
Yeah, of course. If he has units there, then it's fine. But I think usually there's no disadvantage to, for example, placing the hedge a little bit further up on the right on the third base, and then putting the 2 Sunkens below that hatchery, for example. They still reach the ramp and they're completely more protected. It's like they have almost like double HP for free. And thank you goes out to Machine USA. Thanks for the rate. Okay, we see Oya pushing out. He has a pretty good army, pretty nice supply lead, and even the worker count is very good for Oya. So I think he can push in there, to be honest. But it's a very easy way to throw, away a game when you just lose all your zealots and don't really do any damage. So I like that he's actually not committing.
I like the High Templar staying home. High Templar at this point in the game, because they're so slow, would be a liability. If you bring them High Templar with your army spends all its time trying to defend them, and you don't have the goons, so you can't defend them. Whereas if you just run out with Zealot Corsair, keeping the High Templar at home, you can bank up the energy, and then once you have the right army comp, then you can use them.
Yeah, and there's also no need for the High Templars if they are not clumps of Hydras to storm. Against Speedlings, storms are not that good. If you have +1 zealots anyways, they deal with the Zerglings just fine. Okay, but now the Hydras are approaching, so now the Templars are needed, and they're coming out. Big 4 High Templar flank from the top. But who's flanking who? Oh, losing some. Okay, some Templars die, but good storms overall.
Yeah, but there's Muta behind this. He's killing the Corsairs. You've noticed he's focusing the Corsairs. Or I should notice he's focusing the Corsairs. Or I should think, wait a second, why is he so obsessed with killing my Corsairs? Yeah, it's always really suspicious when the Zerg is very determined to kill the Corsairs.
Yeah, but I think he's noticing. So he's producing pure goons at this point. He has the goon range almost finished, and he's mass producing goons at this point. So I think he's identifying that Mutalisks are a factor here.
Goons are shit. Also, he's taking the middle only again. My opinions on that middle only are a matter of public record. Look at these goons. They're worthless. Look at them. Such bad units. Goons do half damage to Mutalisks. Okay, Oya's taking his 4th base at the top right. That is correct. It's he's not looking at the middle only. Sorry, Sziky, yeah. Top right. That's the correct place to take it. You do not want to be messing around with that middle only. He's got a good Sunken defense at natural. He's got a good Sunken defense at 6 o'clock. He takes the top right. He can get some lurkers on the high ground, get some hiders on the high ground. Take it nice and safely.
Yeah, and also another difference compared to an earlier game we saw. This time he's on double evolution chamber, so he is double upgrading. Sziky is. He's getting the missile attacks and the carapace. Yeah, exactly. And Oya is not upgrading at this point. So this is a very different game to the first game we saw, that Oya won with a big army. In this game, Sziky can actually fight that army.
This is why I like to build Corsairs. Oya's had to build 3 cannons at this base, and he's still losing his probes. Still losing his High Templar. You've got to keep building Corsairs. You can't rely on the goons, because goons are unreliable. Oh, he has been building Corsairs.
Yeah,
he just hasn't been using them.
Yeah, he has too few, I think.
But you don't use them to take the straight fight. You use them to get damage over time. If they're sniping, you just apply some damage with the Corsairs from the safety of the cannons or the storm or whatever it is you have. But it looks like Sziky's moving his Hydras to the 9 and attempt to take 12. I like that. He's on 2 gas. This is not where he wants to be. He's not getting upgrades. I don't think he has the gas for it. I think that's why he's made that decision. Or it's just a mistake. Okay, it's just a mistake because he started it now.
And I think Sziky is doing a very good job identifying this. He identifies that Oya had to remake some courses, so spent gas, and Oya has a mineral only. So now Sziky is going into lurkers because he knows Oya needs to make a lot of zealots because he doesn't have a lot of gas.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's really
not a
good point.
single High Templar in this army, but it's a big army. I mean, but without Templars,
Do we have
it's not
observers?
good.
We have an observatory, but do we have any observers?
Yes, we do in
We
the
have
army.
one. Okay.
Okay, this time, Sziky not wasting 12 lurkers for free. He has some burrowed a little bit spread out on his high ground in front of the natural. No lurkers on the high ground of the 6 o'clock here. That's still a little bit of a problem, I would say.
Yeah,
But
we're
yeah,
at
yes,
this
those
storm.
functions.
Like this would be a perfect storm thing, but Sziky can just morph lurkers on the ramp. And with no storm, you're not going to kill him. Yeah, there we go.
If you believe you can go through zealots.
This is such abusive play against the no third gas. This is why he's doing this. He's saying, okay, yeah, you cannot have the tools you need for this situation.
Yes. Very important lesson for all the Zerg players. If you know that your Protoss player opponent has a mineral only and had to make Corsairs, just go lurkers and you're fine.
Yeah, and the fact that he's been forcing the additional Corsair to be produced, picking off the High Templars, forcing he's creating an opportunity for himself. Oya's coming over here trying to kill the Minoloni, but there isn't one. This is
Okay, but
exactly what Sziky should have done in game one. This is making it look so easy. He just covers the one high ground he had to defend with lurkers.
Yep. I mean, the top right could totally be killed. There are no lurkers in the top right. Nidus is going here. The problem is that Oya doesn't know it's there. Oya could have killed this top right easily. But now with the Nidus finishing, there will be lurkers.
And now he's taking his third gas at 16 minutes. And it's just... It's the Minnow only. Had he taken 12 o'clock instead of the Minnow only, he'd be in an okay position.
So, let's talk about what Protoss can do in this situation. Or never mind, there's a little fight here. Two lurkers up in the front, those die. Oh, so many goo. Sziky can definitely not push out. So, lurkers are very stationary units. You are not supposed to run out there. And Oya still has the control of the center of the map. Not for long, but he still has it. So, the Protoss should use the army that he has and the map control to secure his own gas expansions.
Yeah,
But
I mean, Oya's,
he's not doing it.
Oya's main is mined out. Oya can't afford the observers and the storms he needs to actually take anything. If this doesn't kill everything that Sziky has, Oya's dead. And I think it's not going to kill everything that Sziky has.
Yeah, with the Nidus finishing, game's over. If he scouted that base before the Nidus was there were no lurkers. I think Oya could have taken the game by killing the top right, but now with all the lurkers, the Nidus being here, there's no way. Game's over.
Yeah. The Minnow only is a trap. That Minnow only is bait, and you need to not take it.
So, I wonder, could we get an interview with a map maker here, led by Kwark? Why the third base is here?
I mean, I don't disagree
only.
with having like a trap on the map. I think it's a cool idea to see if players are stupid enough to take it. But but you shouldn't take it.
It's a map designed to separate the bad players from the good players. Whenever you see someone take the mineral only, you know he's a bad player.
Or he's so far ahead that he's just like, fuck it. And if you have total map control and I don't know which matchup, like TVT, I guess you might want to take it. But I mean, TVT minerals are worthless. You don't.
I think Terran versus Protoss. You need the third gas for sure, but I think you can take the mineral only on the way to your third gas. But
Yeah,
you should
I
not.
agree with that.
You should not like pretend it's an actual third base. You should just pretend, hey, it's just something I take while I'm going to my third base, to my third gas.
Yeah, that's how Scan played it. He wouldn't go for like a push off of his Minoloni. He would just go for the high ground, get third gas on the other side of the Minoloni, pick up the Minoloni on the way across.
Yeah.
So it's 2-2. This is Oya's 2-0 lead has been thrown away. Let's get another prediction going.
Yep. Okay, we are in the game with our Protoss spawning in the top right, Oya, and in close position this time again, we have Sziky in the bottom right.
Okay, so
Also,
let's think
one
what
thing.
further Oya can take. So go ahead.
This is the first game where the Overlord Scout of Oya would be successful. Let's see.
Okay, so the third that Oya would want to take would ideally be, I think, at the 3 o'clock if Sziky wasn't there, because that's the third that is like with the gas that is closest to your natural. But of course, Ziki's there this game, which means that he's going to end up being forced to either expand towards the Manoni because it's away, or take 12 o'clock, which is far away from everything.
I would still take 3 o'clock, to be honest, as a Protoss. I think it's fine to expand towards Zerg if you just have this very secured high ground with one ramp. You can just put your cannons, one Templar, and you're fine.
I agree, but I thought I was the only person who believed that. I just like setting up fortress bases against Zerg for map control. You take a base that's like a strategic strong point, and then you can always retreat to there. You can deny it to the Zerg forever. It's
Yeah.
But a lot of players don't seem to like doing that. I thought I was in the minority there.
Oh, not sure. Maybe. So, wait. This is the first time Oya's not going for the Overlord Scout in that one game where it would have worked.
How it goes.
Okay, the question is, will Sziky turn around the Overlord in time? The way this map is shaped, this cliff is shaped, maybe it will be visible to the pylon. He needs to fly a little more to the left on top of the cliff.
Oh, Oya
doing
sees it. I've turned off Ziki's vision. Oya sees it.
Yeah, immediately turns around the probe. So, little mistake here by Sziky, I would say. I think you should send the Overlord not straight to the actual mineral location of the natural, but on this cliff, on the left part of the cliff. So it's not visible to the Protoss.
Vidinho thinks that taking a base in PvZ is hard. It's the high ground base with a ramp. You just send a probe, build cannons. This is like the perfect map to take a random base. This Protoss.
I think the same is true for Zerg. The Zerg can also just easily take that base. It's just the base is
Zerg
easy
had to
to
send
defend.
more than one drone. Like
No,
Zerg,
you can produce drones there and then make the things.
like Protoss, you send one probe, and if the Zerg isn't paying attention for a minute, by the time they see it, there's 6 cannons on up a high ground. I mean, that is certainly a thing where Protoss, they do have an advantage. It's Protoss can be sneaky with their expansions. Okay, is Oya going to send another probe? He should.
Yeah, Third Zealot will finish before the gateway dies.
It's going to be 8 lings. Okay, he's sending a bunch more probes. But they're not on the ramp. What are we doing here, Oya? What's going on?
Ooh.
You know what? That went pretty well. I like that. I was a little worried.
Some lost mining time, but
Second probe dies, but that's fine. He's up 6 workers. He can afford it. Oh, don't know about this.
There's the gap. There's the gap. Okay.
Okay. We're good.
But in the end, Oya, he had like 250 minerals, so he didn't use that. He didn't use his cannonless expansion to get the gas or core. He just didn't spend his money. That's a little bit of a problem, but anyways, he gets the gas now. He's fine. More Zergling streaming in here. Zealot's Zergling speed is almost finishing. He's probably identifying with an Overlord that there was no cannon starting, so some more Zerglings arrive here, but I still think Oya's fine. He has 5 Zealots.
Yeah, the issue is the
Speedlings
Hydra
are not
behind this.
going to break it. He could run in. Oh no!
That was sloppy. And the hydrogen behind it is going to, and they got speed. Speed just finished, so it's these are going to live forever. And there's no core, and there won't be a core. Okay, he's just started his core, but this is going to be so disruptive when Oya needs to be getting everything he can for the hydras. I'm not feeling positive about this one, Oya. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he had 5 Zealots in the wall, but still lets Lurkling get in. That's so unfortunate. Okay, he has so many Zealots. He should send out the Zealots, just not to do damage, but to get scouting information. That's very important.
What kills them.
Yeah. If it's Hydra, you know it's Hydra. If it's mass Beatlings, you know it's Mutalisk most of the time. Okay, he's doing it now. So he's sending 5 Zealots out on the map, and they will arrive just in time to probably... Okay, no, never mind. No Hydras building. So a good job of Sziky here, not producing Hydras too early. So now he will actually send those Zealots with mass Speedlings and will not show the Hydras to Oya. That's a very good play by Sziky, I think.
Yeah, that's really smart.
I think this could straight up win in the game here. Because I think Oya now thinks that it's Mutalisk and not Hydra.
Yeah, I mean, he's only got the 1 cannon. He's getting his +1. He's certain that it isn't Hydra.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a very good play by Sziky, getting a big round of Speedlings here before starting the Hydras.
And I think this game's done, honestly. It's unfortunate, and Oya's going out in the first round is not what we wanted to see, especially after the 2-0 start. But it's this has been correctly played by Sziky, and Oya letting the Lings in was a mistake that in this matchup you just can't afford to let happen. It's a it's a perfectly understandable mistake. It happens to really good players all the time. It's Sziky is so punishing. Result for Dewalt versus Ultra was 3-0 Dewalt.
Yeah. Yeah, and now we just see a Protoss dying. A Protoss who makes cannons in the middle line because he thinks it's Mutalisk and only has 1 cannon in the front that gets killed by all the Hydras.
Yeah,
GG.
very nice. G5 in the chat disagreeing. I'm not saying that like hidden expansions that are undefended are a good play against strong players. Obviously, strong players look for hidden expansions. I'm saying that if Protoss has map control and wants to grab a base, they can send a single probe, and by the time that the opponent has regained map control, there are 6 cannons on the high ground. It's as a Terran, you have to actually put units there. You have to get tanks in position to siege them. You have to build turrets. You have to lay mines. As a Zerg, you need to send drones, then you can't build them because you need creep there first. The hatchery needs to finish before you can do anything. Protoss does have an easier time doing that than the other races.
Yeah, I think the fact that you used the word sneaky, I think that was what some people in the chat criticized, but like effortless or easy to take, I think is definitely true for Protoss. Okay, so that wraps up our second best of 5 here in this 8-man tournament, with Sziky taking it in a reverse sweep, 3-2 over Oya. Next up, we have our first TVZ. Sadly, our Zerg caster has left. We are here with 2 Protoss casters. Will be a lot of fun, guys. Dandy versus Stryker.
Dandy should be in good shape. The RCG was cancelled like 2 weeks ago, and he was prepping pretty hard for that, I think. So it's I would expect Dandy to be in pretty good shape. Stryker obviously just a very good player generally. I haven't seen which events he's playing, but there's always some NA events. Stryker's always playing like Rose Gallery or Foul Play or those things. So I would expect him to be in good form. Should be a good series.
Yeah, I agree.
Terra versus Tech should be good as well. Terra's very scary. Tech is trying to think how best to describe him. He's got a really strong mid game, but if it gets further than that, then he's still going to be on high Templar with shuttles. That's his end game Tech as far as he's concerned.
Yeah, that's a style that is popular in Korea, and the top Koreans can have the multitask to maybe sometimes execute it well enough to make it work, but I feel like most non-Koreans trying to do the shuttle storm style, they just don't get the traits they need to stay on that tech the whole game. It's just not gonna work out most of the time, and so I'm not sure. I think Terror's 3-0, to be honest.
It's I think any game that goes late, Terra will take. But it's possible that Terra overexpands early. Also, Tech is good at scouting. If Terra tries one of his gimmicky builds where he goes for like quick 5 factory, no starport, no army or something like that, Tech is going to be good enough to scout that, and Tech is going to then have what he needs to counter it. It's with Tech, he's got very solid macro and he's got good scouting. He doesn't develop as a player later in the game, but if you give him a build order win, he'll take it.
Yeah, but first we will watch that TVZ between Dandy and Stryker. Guys, in the chat, now it's your turn. What do you think? How will this best of 5 between Dandy and Stryker finish? Like, what's the score, guys? Put it in the chat. We will have prediction for each game, obviously, but I want your prediction in the chat right now for the full best of 5. And it's not 5 games, it's a best of 5. So 5-0 is not a valid input here. Oh, we have a lot of 3-1 Dandy. Interesting. Yeah, okay, so everyone thinks Dandy is gonna take it pretty easy, 3-0 or 3-1. So then we have the first 3-1 Stryker. I think, yeah, I think I would also lean a little bit more towards Stryker maybe. So I think it will be very close, like 3-2 for sure, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm not sure who takes it, like Dandy or Stryker, but I don't think it will be that easy for Dandy.
What do we think about the map? I don't think, obviously the mineral only is not going to be taken in a TVZ, but what do you think about the third base for Zerg? Are we looking at a main base, or are we looking for a side base?
I would take the side base. I think that's the... Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's often comes down to the 4th gas as a Zerg, and yeah, maybe a natural can be good, but I still think the Zerg would take the side base. Game is up, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I don't think this is a base where the Terran wants to take a third anytime soon either, or the map where the Terran wants to take a third. I would expect him to be like basically mining out his main and that before he takes another base.
What do you think about taking the mineral only here as a Terran? Terran makes a lot of marines, minerals. If you marines,
I wouldn't recommend it.
It's good. Okay.
Again, it's just, I think it's a liability. It's Dandy getting 2 SCVs mining on that split. And as everyone knows, the split decides the game. If this was one of my games, I would make up some excuse, say my mouse isn't working, restart. Try again on the split.
And we have the second thing happening, that is a sure win for the Zerg. He's scouting in the correct direction with the Overlord.
Okay, I'll get the prediction up, but I mean, it's clear Zerg wins at this point.
Yep. How does Dandy make like an 8 Rex, so like Bunker Rush? I think he's doing it fairly often, right? Well, now that I say that, he's actually doing it. Okay.
It's to me, I associate Herbmon with that, but yeah, they're both capable of doing it. It's one of the builds that they like to do with the forward rack, just to punish a 12 hat, and then you go straight into 1-1-1 behind it.
I think he made a pretty big mistake here. So he went down with the SCV towards like the tip of the high ground from his natural, and then he realized that's unbuildable terrain. So he had to go up again with the SCV and make the Rex where it is right now, and he had 200 minerals already.
Even so, it is going to be a 12 hat from Stryker, so he's going to get rewarded. Now, Stryker should see this, and at least he'll know. Also, he'll have vision of the mineral lines, which means he will be able to drill his drones onto the Marines. It's so much easier to fight Marines with workers if you have something behind that you can drill. So turn off Dandy's vision, and Stryker, he sees it. Does he turn around the Overlord? He stops it.
Yeah,
Perfect.
that's all he needs to do. He has the mineral vision, he has the barracks vision, he sees it blinking, he can just send the drones, and he can also position the drones like on this high ground where the ramp is, maybe, to fight the Marines when they approach.
I was going to say, no, what I was going to say was not, so I was going to see if he asked if he get the drones there fast enough that he could just kill the Marines when they come out. Because you know they're going to spawn underneath, so if you get 3 workers there, you can just insta-kill them. But there wouldn't have been time. Still, I mean, his drones, they're going to be doing a very good job here. It's going to be easy for them. He's got that vision, he can drill.
Yeah, I think this high ground is the big part here. This ramp, he can just attack it from the ramp. Okay, but the SCV is giving vision, so that's good. Then he can attack from the low ground.
I like this for Stryker. I like this for Stryker a lot.
Yes.
Oh, the Lings are building already. Okay, and this is going to be 1-1 behind it.
Okay, needs to save the drones now. 3 of the drones are very low HP. Oof.
Yeah, he just needs to get them home. I mean, the rush has failed. Factory is on its way. I'm assuming that at some point, Dandy's going to lift his back and float it back in.
Yeah, for sure, but I think overall the rush was still fine. He killed 2 drones and also has not lost any or Marine.
It depends on the Vulture and whether it's a sunken in time, I think. And there's 2 hatcheries and a lair coming for Stryker. Stryker can recover easily enough.
I mean, it's definitely not a successful rush, but it's
no
also
Vulture
not
double port.
failed.
Okay.
Oh, no Vulture.
No Vulture double port. This is going to get interesting. Now, obviously, Stryker has to build a sunken. That's exactly what he's doing because he doesn't know what it is. But this is not going to be what he expects, I think. We have a drone hidden at the bottom left. That's odd. He doesn't have so many. He's only got 10 drones. He doesn't have enough drones to have a drone at the bottom left.
That's true. Okay, there's a Vulture coming, so after the 2 starports. Maybe, like, can Stryker identify that this Vulture is later than usual?
That would be a very good read if he did. And you are correct that it is late, but I don't know that that's such a weird timing to know.
Yeah, I agree. But well, then again, you probably lose a lot of games to that first Vulture killing 5 drones when you don't have the sunken timing figured out yet. So I think that's a very important timing to know as a Zurich, because you need to get that sunken time.
So Stryker has found his drone. He's putting it home. Also, Dandy has very few SCVs. Dandy's done 16 SCVs. He hasn't been making them, so it's not like he's got a great economy. Stryker's probably actually making more money than him right now. The issue that he's going to have is that these Wraiths are quicker and they are going to have Cloak. Oh, he's supply blocked already. He had an Overlord just finish, only to have it die immediately. Only have another one die immediately. That drone that made it all the way back from the bottom left is unfortunately not going to get anything done. I think this is it. He's going to be supply blocked such a long time.
I mean, he's focusing drones instead of overlords at this point. Okay, now take the overlords. He has a lot of supply for free right now. But the spy is finishing. He needs the scourges right now. He needs to build them before the overlord dies. Okay, he started them.
Even then, we have cloak on the way too. It's...
Yeah. Oh, and he finds... Ah, okay, never mind. I thought he finds it top left. Oh, yes, he does. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be supply lock for a year. Cloak is like 90% done.
Oh, and the scourges died to the marines. I mean, the Wraiths can just focus down the sunken at this point.
Yeah, that's GG. He held it so well, but then the drones ended up on the wrong side of the marines, and one of them just got stuck forever. It's because he only had like 9 drones mining, and of those only like 7 on minerals. It would have made such a difference to have that extra drone home, or to have lost one fewer drone early. It's...
Yeah. I mean, and also, usually when that rush fails, when it's defended, then the Terran has lost a lot of marines. Because the drones killed the marines, usually, if the Zerg defends this rush. So then the Terran has to rebuild marines to actually survive the Zergling counterattack. Dandy didn't have to do that. He had enough marines to hold this ramp, because he didn't lose any marines. So he could start the star ports immediately, without making additional marines.
Yeah, he didn't have to rush his vulture up at all.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, so that was a very action-packed first game. Like early rush into super early double starport. And now we have the next game. This time on cross spawns. In the top left, our third player Stryker and our Terran player winning the first game in the bottom right, Dandy.
Yep. So chat prediction is up if you'd like to predict. I don't know if we're going to see another 8 max. I felt like that's the build you put out in the first game of the series just to keep your opponent on edge. But you don't keep doing it.
If it goes to 5 games, he will do it the second time, I'm sure. But yeah, now he will not do it again after the first game, I think. Yeah.
But it's good having done it once just because it makes your opponent worried about the 12 hat.
Then again, he's actually doing it.
Okay. Dandy either is coming in with a double bluff going, he'll never think I'll do it twice, or he knows something we don't. He's just listening to us going, no, it's a really good build, you guys are idiots.
You know, I think the South Americans have some secret knowledge about that, and they know why it's good. I think it's a very South American build.
Oh, sure.
Or think to do it 2 times in a row, I think.
Yeah, it's, 8 racks into bunker rush, into factory, into double port Wraith. That is, it's not the most South American thing I've heard, but it's up there.
Okay, what do we have on the other side? We have Stryker going for the 12 fetch again, obviously thinking that, okay, he will obviously not 8-rexing again. Yeah, but it's cross position this time. But he has no scout information, so one advantage, one disadvantage compared to last game. What do you think? Can he hold?
It's he is going to be able to drill with the vision from the Overlord that he does have, so he should be fine. Because if you look at where his Overlord's going, there's going to be mineral patches along the way. Or he can just use the vision at the bottom left, I guess. If he sees this SCV at the bottom left as well, if he sees a double scout, that's going to tip him off. Okay, never mind.
Oh, he's
he turns
not
that around.
seeing it. I think the Overlord should fly to the right now, so he should not have vision in the bottom left.
Yeah, this could be a short one.
But I think especially on new maps, it's hard to really know where the drill paths are. So I'm not sure if you really want to drill. Yeah, and Overlord is moving away from the minerals now.
Oh,
so
that's
I think this this is a very hard hold for Stryker.
He sees what it is. Okay. His pool is finished. He's not making things. He's
Yeah,
gonna
no
make- he's
lava
not-
saved up. Yeah.
And he's
Lair-
just started
Lair.
Lair.
Yeah, that's it. Might as well GG right now.
Yeah, is that or you build a sunken in your main and try and play one base? Rush out those lurkers or something.
Oh, he's drilling. With the vision of the mid minerals, center minerals. But yeah, the drill will not defeat the bunker.
Yeah, I think Stryker had no. He was the same as that. He was like he wouldn't AVAX twice. Because he hadn't confirmed his opponent's build, and he still went lair, drones, no links at all. It's
GG. Yeah.
I mean, it's I didn't believe it either. I was of the opinion AVAX twice is not going to happen. Those South Americans, they are on a different level.
If you guys ever watch Dandy's replay, sorry to cut you off, he doesn't immediately leave after his opponent does. He actually stays in the game for a few seconds, I've noticed. If he has scan, he'll scan around to see what's going on. Or he'll just continue playing and then move around, see what his opponent has.
Interesting.
I wasn't attempting to be rude with the preemptive leave. I think that I have the replay progress bar open because I'm in the game, so I can see when the game's done. I don't think it's much of a spoiler when there's a bunch of Marines in Stryker's base and his drone's dying.
Your job is to hype it up, man. Stryker can come back, guys.
That's
Never
my
know.
job. So why do I spend all my time flaming people if that's... Well, we need to discuss what my job is here, because there's been some kind of misunderstanding. Okay, what do you think about a third 8 vax in a row? Never gonna happen, definitely gonna happen, somewhere in between.
So from 0 to 10, with 10 being the highest chance and 0 being the lowest chance, I would say 6.
I mean, it's worked twice, so... I'm tempted to say surely he wouldn't do it 3 times in a row. But I said he wouldn't do it twice in a row. It's...
Yeah, I definitely remember playing a lot of clan wars against South American teams. You always have to expect the rush. It doesn't matter how often it already happened or how easy you defended it in the last game or something like that. It doesn't matter. It will happen. Or it often happens. Okay, but let's see. We have a cross-position game once again, with Dandy spawning in the top right and our other player Stryker in the bottom left.
Okay. The SCV has not gone to the natural so far. So...
Yep.
I think Dandy's... Maybe... Oh no, there he goes.
But that's too late. That's too late.
Yeah.
So what's he's doing?
He missed his timing.
It's effectively a 9 Rex. It's not an 8 Rex. It's just an 8 Rex because he didn't make that SCV that he had 60 minutes for.
Now, to be fair, Stryker is going to go hatch first again, too, right?
Yeah, I feel like maybe Dandy wasn't planning on doing it. He was like, trying to make up his mind between what he was going to do. And then he was like, you know what, fuck it, 8 Rex.
Got to pull first.
Well, it's an 8 Rex on a 9 Rex timing, and it's a pull first for Stryker.
Yeah, and
so
it's cross position.
we have
So yeah,
a very
this is-
different game here.
Yeah. But I mean, Dandy, he does this build a lot. He knows how to adapt it. He's going to scout what his opponent's doing. He's going to be able to lift up his Vax, fly it back uphill, have Marines on his Vamp, and he will go straight into that factory. There you go. In fact, already has gone into his factory. The gas has started.
Yeah, started. It's a fake. It's a fake rush. That's why it was not a straight up 8 Rex. Never mind, then he would have made the SCV.
Yeah, you would have made the SUV and made it on 9. Even so, I like it. He goes 8 Vax, 8 Vax, 8 Vax, but it's a different kind of 8 Vax. He's mixing it up.
Also, we can see no double scout this time. So, I mean, it could still happen, but that's also an indication that, yeah, it's not the same kind of rush.
When you say no double scout, what are those two SCVs doing?
Oh wow, never mind. Okay, but that's weird then. If he's not planning to really commit to this, why is he double scouting?
He's dandy. He does what he wants. His factory. He's missed his timing completely. He's up to 150 gas now.
Oh man.
Dandy, please build a factory. What is this gas for, Dandy? If you're not going to, oh, it's in the middle of the map. Naturally, that's where the factory goes.
Oh, but the Marines. First Marine
Yeah.
die. Oh, the second Marine will also die. And
Hey,
the
what-
Overlord is flying to the factory. I can't believe it. He's actually scouting it.
It wasn't a double scout by Dandy, though. You were right. One of those was for a proxy factory. You
Yeah,
are clearly on the
nice.
next level where Dandy is.
Yes.
Okay, I'm turning off Dandy's vision. Let's see Striker's vision only. Oh, he sees an SCV. He's not building any links. That factory's going to finish.
Yeah, I think. I mean, if you go links, they
not building a creep
don't have
either.
speed, and the Vulture will get value. I think it's a correct decision to not make the units that the Vulture counters at this point.
Okay,
I think
is he going to
it
make a
does
creep
get
colony?
sunken. Yeah,
He-
of course.
this is too
sunken.
late.
Yeah,
The Vulture's going to get behind the middle line at the very least.
but block on the ramp.
Yeah, but
I
it's still
think
going to
it's
get
fine.
behind the middle line.
Yeah,
Like the Natural's never going to mine again.
yeah, a little bit too late. Yeah.
Where's his spire? His spire just started. Oh, that's not where you want the Vulture.
Oh, and the sunken actually kills it. Oh my god.
Oh, Dandy, what are you doing? This is an interesting game. He's got double port again. He's behind on workers too. He's got 14 SCVs. If you compare this to game one, where Dandy also had no workers, but Stryker, all the Striker's workers were on the wrong side of the map and either died or got lost. This is Stryker just needs to not die. He's up 5 workers. And he's got 2 more coming. 6 workers, 7 workers.
Yeah, I think it was 16 for Dandy and 11 for Stryker. So I think Dandy was up 5 workers. Now Stryker is up 7 workers. And the Spire is complete before the race arrives. Yeah.
One
but the
Vulture does get in. Still, there were 2 Vultures trying to get in. Only one made it. This is... 1 Vulture is so much less scary than 2. Like 2, if he micros them properly, will 1 hit a drone. 1 by itself takes 3 hits to kill a drone, because the drone gets that 1 hit point of regeneration. I think the Striker's making the right decision here just to abandon the main. He can come back for it later. It's not worth losing the drones for it.
I mean, he already lost 7, however. So I think it's still a lot of damage done already.
He's got 2 hatcheries, he can make more. Turn that into a creep colony, Striker. Turn it into a creep colony. Turn it into...
He even tried to give the gas to the hedge, but it didn't work. Okay, first race going to the bottom right, scouting for that Overlord, I would assume, but he sadly missed it. The Overlord is actually on the 3 o'clock, and the race barely missed it.
No,
Oh, it's
Stryker
going back.
not going Overlord speed, he's still building more Mutalisks. This is odd to me, because he's... You'd think he'd either go for drone recovery play to get his economy back, or he would go for Overlord speed to end the game. This is
Well,
kind of
you
a midway.
I think he didn't see the cloak in the first game, so he doesn't expect Dandy to go for cloak.
That could be true. Oh, look at this micro by Dandy. So it's worth pointing out this is probably quite a high latency game, so it's going to be difficult for Stryker, who's probably not as experienced playing in high latency games, to do the moving shots.
Stryker is in America, right? In USA.
Yeah.
So how's the latency, the turn rate between North and South America?
I mean, it can be good, it can be bad. It depends on who you're playing and where they are.
I try to encourage players to play on shield battery, especially if it's a free play game and you don't need me observing live. But I don't think many have. The latency is much lower on shield battery from whatever.
When there's something that they're used to that is working, people are not usually going through the effort to make a new account on a different thing and trying to figure out how it works and so on. Sadly.
So Dandy took a lot of damage on all his wraiths, but he healed them back up with repair. So now he has, what, 7 wraiths? That is a lot of wraiths.
Yeah, the cloak is finished. How many wraiths to one-shot an Overlord?
That is a good question.
Let's see. 20 damage?
So 10 hits.
We have 0
Okay,
armor.
so, yeah, so 11 if you want to, if it's not synced up perfectly, 10 if it is. So if you it would take, let's say 6 wraiths, 2 shots.
Yeah.
Oh, Stryker's very ready for this. Nice.
Oh, but to get caught here.
And there's none at the natural now. 0 Overlord, no Overlord building.
Oh, yeah, no building. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, that was... Oh, he's got speed. Okay.
Yeah.
What I want to see is somebody getting Overlord vision range. You never see that.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, so 1 race was lost, but a lot of damage was done. Like, I think a total of 3 Overlords and like 6 drones or so died. For 1 single race, that's very nice. He can repair the remaining 6 rays up, and he's totally fine against the Mutalisk, I think,
Well,
with
there's
3 turrets.
There's 1 drone mining gas, it should be. Stryker only has 6 drones mining gas, so mining minerals. He's got like 5 on gas, but... So 6 on gas, but they're not split evenly.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, but he has more gas than minerals, so I think it's fine. Do not have the 3rd one in the natural. Not fine to have the 4th one in the main.
Dandy doesn't have many SCVs. I mean, Stryker has more economy available to him, but these wraiths are very scary, except they're not... They've left the base. They got to turn around.
It's the unexpected flank from the other side.
Okay, so we have 2 Overlords here. Do we think that's enough against 11 wraiths?
He's going for the base trade with the race. The madman.
He has
actually
Burrow.
going for the base trade.
And Stryker has Burrow. These wraiths, they can kill Overlords, but they can't kill drones.
Yeah, I think he just threw the game.
Is Burrow gonna just be the niche? What? This is the only situation. Oh, Stryker's not gonna borrow
He has 1
units.
scan. Almost 2 scans.
Okay, he's
This
borrowed
is
1 drone.
Scan. Scan needs to come. Where's the scan? Nice, there it
There
is.
we go. If only he'd borrowed the drones at natural.
Oh man.
Stryker
Why
has
is he
1
going
drone
for the
alive.
base trade? Oh. Where's the 1 drone?
At the natural. So he borrowed at the natural, but he lost almost all the drones first because he borrowed late.
Oh man, what a game. I think he was totally fine defending the Mutalisk with his many rays and many turrets. But he's actually going for the madman base trade. And now we have such a crazy
There's
game.
only 3 Overlords. He could just kill all the Overlords.
Yeah.
Done.
Oh! He has the 12. He has the 12 to one-shot Overlords.
It's how you do it.
Man, there was no reason to make it that crazy in the end. He could just defend his base with the race, I think, and be completely fine and kill everything.
So
But wow.
Stryker was the prediction favorite in all of these games, I think, and I don't know.
Wow! That makes no sense, because when I asked you guys before we started the series, everyone was predicting Dandy except 1 person, and now you predict Stryker in every game? How's that gonna add up?
Maybe we just have 1 Stryker fan in chat who is got a lot of points to burn. Okay, so Theo Dandy. Dandy goes through. That leaves us with Tech and Terra as our last first round match.
The match is still not over. Dandy is still microing the pool with the race. Okay, now
Oh,
he
dear.
left the game.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, okay. Now it's actually finished. We have Dandy advancing. Yeah, Terror versus Tech.
It's I like the way that Tech plays his PvTs. He always does the 23 necks, and he's very good with it. It's a strong build. He executes it well. He does good scouting. So I think if Terror tries to do something funky, Tech could just punish him.
I think out of the South American Terrans that we know, Terror is the Terran who goes for the least amount of crazy aggressive strategies. He is a player who goes for a third base rather often. And as you said earlier, Tech is not the best player if it comes to the late game. And I think Terror could identify that and make it go to the late game in most games.
Yeah, I'm sure they play a bunch. The South American community is pretty tight-knit. So if I have a fairly strong idea of how Tech plays PvT, I'm sure Terra has an even better one.
Okay, guys, again, same procedure as last match. Put your predictions for the full best of 5 in the chat right now. Who is gonna take it? Terror or Tech? What do you think, guys? Put your scores for the best of 5 in the chat right now. We have a Terror got this. We have a 3-0 Terror.
A little worried too that Tech's going to try taking the mineral only. It's again, it's a trap in this matchup. It's just vulture bait. There's no, you can get into that mineral only from 3 different angles. You can't ward it properly. It's vulture bait. It's just going to cost you probes.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see if Tech falls for the trap or just takes the easy base with the little pylon wall. Okay, the game has started finally. We are in the first game of the 4th match here. In the top left we have our Protoss player Tech, and in the bottom left it is Terror.
Yeah. So Terra's natural is a bit exposed to Tech. Given that Tech likes his storm drops later, that could be useful to him. Terra's main is therefore sheltered. Tech doesn't tend to go Reavers in my experience, so I would expect that not to be too much of an issue for him. Obviously, it's very nice if the Terran's main is open to your like shuttle attack angle with Reavers, but in this situation, Tech probably wouldn't go Reavers anyway. I'm expecting to just see us 23 next from Tech. Oh no, he's going fast expand. Okay then, he's mixing it up. Now, Tech isn't Dewalt, so he's not always going to get the cross position on his fast expand build.
Okay.
And this is going to be a 12 next, not a 13. That one thing I noticed Dewalt does, he does the 13 next, 14 gateway, and goes into like a 16 pylon because he's getting so many probes. Yeah,
definitely the risky play. Usually it's like double gateway on 14 if you want to be safe.
And Tech is going for 14 gate too. Question is, will he make the second pylon? Because the second pylon is what really hurts you. But obviously, if you build the second pylon, you get so many more probes.
And also now gas or second gateway. That's also a big question here.
Oh, Terror with the first scout close positions. Sometimes it's good just to be lucky.
Okay, but Tech is doing the safe variant of this build. It's the double gateway.
Tech sees the
So what's
SCV,
the
he knows
counter
where
here?
Terror is. That's a good question. I think Vulture and Bunker Rush is fine. You know that his core is going to be late. Tech isn't scouting. He knows where his opponent is, and he's just like, okay, I'm just going to make my best guess at what you're going to do. This is interesting.
I mean, I think he can assume that the Terran player in this situation will go for the early Vulture, for sure.
Yeah, he's building 2 Zealots, so he's definitely anticipating a rush. He's building 0 probes.
Pylon wall in the natural would help as well.
Yeah, and also really helps against the bunkers just because it will soak bunker damage.
Okay, he builds 1 pylon in the natural, not in a wall spot, but yeah, as you said, it's there for the bunker.
He needs to build a Dragoon. Okay, his Dragoon just started, but he's only starting 1. Oh, these Zealots are just chasing an SCV. They shouldn't be chasing the SCV. SCV is worthless at this point. He needs to get them to the natural. Here it comes. I would be okay with him stacking the NAD at this point. He needs to start Dragoon range too. Oh, that's not how you do it. Not into that dirt. Because you've got to get Dragoon range ASAP against potential bunker rush.
Yeah, this is not the play. Focusing in SCV when there are 6 SCVs, that's not gonna help you at all. Oh, but killing 3 Marines, that's crazy. But it will not be enough, I think. Oh, 4 Marines, okay. That was a crazy amount of Marines lost for Terror.
That Dragoon was out on the map. Why is it running back past the bunker? That Dragoon was in a great position. It could stay out on the map and just stop any Marines ever getting...
He had 25 HP.
That's fine, that's enough. Bunker not in range of the Nexus. There's no range coming. And there's no more probes building. He's got 200 minutes, he's not building probes. This is... Attack is crisis management isn't what it needs to be right now.
But I think the same is true for Terror. He's losing Marines. He lost 5 Marines already, despite having a bunker. I don't think that's good for the Terran. So I think both players not really playing their best here in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, Tech could have like 18 probes at this point there if he's just building them. Even with the probes he lost, he just needs to build new ones. He should have taken probes off gas, and Dragoon range should be mostly done. He had the money. Oh, another probe almost dies, doesn't.
Yeah, and as you said, the bunker is not only not in range of the Nexus, but only not in range of the mineral line, not even a few patches. So Tech can just use his expansion like normal game. He doesn't need to kill the bunker at this point. The bunker is not interrupting him at all at this point.
Okay, Tech goes Citadel. I hate that. There's a 100% chance that there's going to be mines in this game. 100%. It's you know that your opponent has gone for a Vulture contain, and Terra just double expanding. I mean, Terra's going to get away with this because mines are going to last forever. But if I was in this game, my Robo would be done by now. Observers would be being built. Like you always know that the bunker is going to be followed by the mines. If you keep the free probes on gas, you don't have to build Dragoons this entire time because you know that the Dragoons you have are going to be enough. You know there's no more pressure coming. You go straight for that Observer rush. And instead, he's not getting the Observers. He's going for DT drop.
DT drop, yeah. I mean, that's better than just normal DTs without shuttle against mines. So if there's no turrets, because Terra relies on the mines, the drop can actually do a lot of damage.
Is Terra gone AFK? I think Terra's gone AFK. Like, what just happened there with those Marines?
Well, I mean, he let a lot of Marines die earlier, so why not just let their remaining family members die as well? End the suffering. Well, okay, so I still think the DT drop can do a lot of damage because there are no turrets, there are no comset, because Terra is fully relying on the mines.
I like the mine at 9 o'clock a lot. That's a great scouting mine. And Terra's up a CC, up a base. He took the middle only, which my views on that established, but I like the decision to go for the quick third if my opponent's not going for observers.
Why would you go for a third gas
Oh,
if you have not even taken your second
DTs are
gas?
not going into the shuttle. DTs, come on. His entire build was a DT drop rush, and he didn't rush the DT drop.
Yeah, he lost a few seconds there. Yeah. His gateways were rallied to the front.
And if you look at the turrets, seconds are going to make a difference.
Yep.
There's no turrets in the main. But yeah, he could have actually made it over that turret had he been paying attention.
Well, he can still fly through the 2 turrets, I think. Okay, he's not gonna
You
try.
think a no-speed shadow can fly through 2 turrets?
Well, I think they're not reaching.
Oh, you mean that spot there? Okay, yeah, that was a good spot.
I think
However,
the other spot well.
Terra is making his turrets in the main.
But no units. He can be focused. Oh no. No.
Oh, it's so sad.
That's it. GG. Well, I did not expect Tech to actually GG and leave here. I don't have the progress bar open, but yeah. If you have a 3-base Terran and your only thing that you do, the DT drop completely does 0 damage, then I guess it's a good timing.
That's not how you hold that.
Yeah, the fact that he lost so many probes and didn't build probes, that alone was like the major mistake, I feel.
He had so much money. He wasn't building probes. He wasn't getting Dragoon range. He wasn't getting a robo, and he had probes on gas the entire time. There was a lot that could be improved there, and he built more Dragoons than he needed, given that once the SCVs got pushed back and the bunker wasn't range, that was over. You can hold that with 3 Dragoons at that point, because you're just sitting there waiting for range to finish. More Dragoons don't help you. You need to go into the things that get you back where you want to be, which is a quick robo, quick Dragoon range, and building probes.
Yeah. But we could also see that Terror is not the type of player to follow this up with like another 2-base all-in or something like that. He actually went for the economic transition with the fast 3rd base, so that really shows that he's playing a different style compared to someone like Dandy. But we have the action picking up in this game. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be a proxy 9-9 in the middle.
Yes.
Fun times. Hallucinated Ursidon.
Yeah, it disappears just in time. Or was it actually killed? No, it was not.
I think the probe killed it.
0 kills. So, I think kills
It's a
on
hallucination.
hallucinations. It counts, right?
No, it doesn't count.
Okay.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Depot is down low. Where did the Vax was up high last game, so this is... I don't know if he's going to put his Vax up high again, or if this is going to be a different build based on entirely. Also, if Terra scouts the same way he did last time, he will immediately scout that his opponent doesn't have anything in their main. Because Terra scouted clockwise last time and caught Tech immediately.
Does Tech ever do stuff like this? Or is he a pretty standard player?
I think of him as fairly standard, but and he DT rushes me from time to time, but he doesn't normally proxy 9-9 me.
I think he's cheesy against players who he thinks are better than him, but he's playing standard against players that he thinks he's better than.
Right after I say that Tech doesn't cheese me. Wow. It's my co-caster bringing the hurt.
I'm not saying anything against you. I'm saying Tech thinks that way.
I'm joking, it's all good. But yeah, so Tech will get first scouted, but and Terra is adding the second depot here, so he will have the depot to Maiko with. Is
Yeah,
Terra
in the
going to
end-
turn around his SUV early? Sometimes you get into their base, don't see anything, you pull back. So let's take a look for that.
Yeah, I had this special clan war game where I did that against the Protoss player who proxied me.
It does happen, but not this game apparently. He's starting the factory, but he's starting the factory where the Marines can't cover it. That is not where you want your factory in this situation. Oh, and he's not ruling them. Is that you're just letting the Zealots in?
He has that depot next to the barracks, but the thing I hate is that you really make the factory away from that safe spot.
Also, factory where it is, 2 pylons, all it takes to pylon prison it.
Oh, this is not looking good. Ah, good block here. 3 Marines, very nice block.
Yeah, but they can't cover the SCVs building the factory.
But the Zealots are committing to the Marines, so it's fine. Okay.
Tech is not building workers behind this at all, though. Like, Tech is still
Yeah,
not having workers.
Terror's fine here. He got it, I think. Oh, okay, now he's losing all the Marines when I say that. Oh no, why?
There was a probe here to do the pylon prison. Game would be over. Is he gonna? He's going for it. Oh, Tech, you beast.
You can lift the factory, no problem.
You don't like to though. You like to build
But
more
now
workers.
you place the Zealot below it, so
Yeah.
it can never land again. Ah.
Oh, and then he lost a lot of building time on it. Tech hasn't built a single probe though. Tech is staying on the first 11 probes he's had all game. He's just rushing straight for Dragoon. He's got less than 1 probe per mineral patch mining. He's just all in on these Dragoons. These Dragoons that have to end the game.
Oh, Vulture almost dying there. I just can't believe he lost those, like, 4 Marines. He had 4 Marines at some point. He was fine, and then he lost them all, despite having that safe spot.
Okay, Dragoons are building. Oh, 1 Vulture down.
Okay.
He's got so few workers.
Oh, nice block on that 1 Vulture. 1 goes through. Okay, so 1 Vulture can kill all the probes here.
These Dragoons could get behind the mineral line though.
He needs to pull all SUVs, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's no point in keeping any back.
There will two more goons will spawn. So that the 3 goons that we have now are the last goons, I think. Okay, there are 2 more. Okay, but now the Vulture is killing all the
Yeah.
probes.
Or is it? Or is it? Oh, and also Tech is building probes now. He's like, okay, you know what, I'm done with my all-in. Let's go back for probes. Like, no, you could have built probes if you wanted to go probes. Oh, this goon's a traitor. Look at it. Look at that goon in the main. Doesn't care.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Yeah, with that, I think Terra has won the game.
Yeah, if Dragoon range was done, it'd be a different story. But
Oh my god, I just hate the situation. You have a goon, there's 1 Vulture with 5 HP, and it's still killing like 3 probes.
Terra
Okay.
is building so many SCVs here. All he needs to do is build a bunker on the high ground, but instead he's like, no, I'm just going to go for 17 SCVs. He's playing it so much more riskily than he needs to.
Yeah, he could just place them on the ramp. Oh, 1 goon on 4 HP. Okay. Okay, maybe now we see the bunker. Now that Terror lost almost all the units, where's the bunker? Or at least SCVs on the ramp.
Oh, there's a probe heading out of the base. Probe is coming in to... Oh, this has not gone well.
There's the command center.
I don't know about this command. I mean, Terra knows that his opponent has nothing. Oh, there goes
Yeah.
the Dragoons.
He just killed the full economy almost of the Protoss. He has so many more workers, and still he goes for the command centers. Wow. Okay, and Tech complaining about the lag. I mean, I would lie if I say I have never seen Tech complaining about lag after he loses.
Alright guys, so it was 2-0 for Teryu. Unfortunately, the third game was not played, so Tech was sort of forfeiting against Terror. I think they tried to play, but there was lag issues, and someone went AFK, so Teryu advances.
Okay, so we have Sziky versus Dewalt next, is that right? That should be good.
Is Terror still playing from Bolivia on Wi-Fi? Ah, was he in Bolivia? He's definitely from, like, he's a Peruvian, but not
He
sure
went
where
on
he's
holiday
living.
like 3 months ago.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I doubt he's still there.
Okay, so far all of our matches have been pretty one-sided except the Oya versus Sziky one, where Sziky did the reverse sweep.
Yeah, that one was one-sided twice.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Now it's Dewalt versus Sziky. What do you think?
And never don't bet on Dewalt. It's...
Yeah. And yeah, we have seen Sziky lose 2 like longer games versus Oya. So those were pretty one-sided. And I just don't think Dewalt lets the mistake happen that Oya did against Sziky, where he leaves, or he lets, I don't know, 5 circlings in when he has 5 zealots in the wall. I just don't think Dewalt is gonna let that happen, so I also have to predict 3-0 for Dewalt here.
Yeah, Dewalt does a very good job of keeping links out. He will pull the exact number of probes he needs, whereas sometimes Oya will try for like 2 less probes than he needs, and then it will go very badly for him.
Yeah. What about you guys in the chat here, the viewers? What do you think about this best of 5 here? Put your scores in the chat again. Of course, we'll have predictions for each game, but what is your prediction for the full best of 5 here?
The finals of this tournament will be today. We're doing the entire tournament, start to finish, best of 5s the entire way, in a single session. Which is a decision that I disagree with, Ox. Make it best of 3s.
Final will be best of 7 or best of 5?
Best of 7.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm
Oh,
going to
we
see the
have
sun
some-
today. It's going to be dark when this starts and dark when this ends.
I think my thinking, as I've mentioned once, was because it's a new map and games can last as long as like 6-7 minutes. I mean, you saw the Stryker and Dandy set that best of 3 would have been risky. It would have been shorter games maybe. And they put a lot of effort into these maps, so maybe in the future they won't do best of 5s and best of 7s upon my insistence. But for this series, I think it was worth it, guys. You get about a 6 to 8 hour event, and we got a map into ASL Season 12, guys. And I want to thank you two as well, because you playtested a lot of new maps by these map makers. So, congratulations.
Okay, so Dewalt is just going for the next pass, and he gets awarded with an early scout. So this is everything going well for Dewalt. He will be able to get away with it, like an 11 next or 12 next. It's close position, so I think he should forge first here, honestly. I think he should do a 12 forge, 12 nexus.
Yeah, 100%. Against an overpool, your cannon will not be up in time if you go Nexus first.
I mean, Dewalt disagrees. He's queuing up a 13th probe. He's going to do a 12-13. The problem with the 12-13 is that you don't have the 150 minerals when the forge finishes. The 12-12-12, you will have 150 minerals as that forge finishes. but the 12, 13... Oh, he's building more probes. He's just going to not go for a Nexus. I don't know about this.
I mean, that's the safest play. Yeah, I think it's still fine. If you make the probes, then you have more probes when the Nexus eventually finish, and then your economy is even maybe a little bit bigger.
I disagree.
sure.
So the issue you have is that having more probes doesn't help the fact that all your timings are screwed up. Because I like these cutting here, actually. This is good that he's cutting back, because it's very tempting to think, okay, well, I can just keep making probes forever. And then you end up having like 17 probes as your gateway finishes. You have to put another pylon. Then you get such a strong economy, but the problem is your core timing and your Stargate timing is ruined, and then you lose to a 3-hat Hydra. It's very tempting to think I can just keep building workers this entire time because you won't die to the Lings, you'll die to the Hydra.
Yeah, you definitely have to stop before the second pylon, in my opinion. That's for sure.
Like, he needs the gateway.
If you don't make your tech buildings and your Nexus before the second pylon, then you have a problem.
And that's what we're going to see here. This gateway is just so late.
What do you think about the second cannon in general? I like to make the gateway earlier and then just put 3 probes in the gap. And then 1 cannon plus 3 or maybe 4 probes.
Like 3 probes in the gap. Please take a look at that gap and tell me.
Yeah, that's because... yeah, I mean, if the pylon is part of the wall, then it works out. But in this gap is pretty big, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, also, if they make 6 Lings, you can afford the second cannon, that's fine. You'll need the second cannon eventually anyway, it's nice to have. Because 6 Lings, 4 Lings, 1 cannon will do fine with a single probe. But 6 Lings, that is the magic number where a second cannon is needed. But just looking at the Stargate timing, or this core timing, if Sziky cancelled his lair and just went Hydra Den, he'd win the game, 100%.
Well, he's actually putting down the Hydra Den, but he's not cancelling the lair, so will this be a Lurker Rush?
I think this is just going to be Hydras and he's going to pick up maybe Overlord speed.
Oh wow.
I think
MasterRey negativity cast was redeemed in the chat here. Bad choice, I would say. Okay, let's do it.
I mean, I'm a little worried for Dewalt. Normally I say I always love Dewalt's builds, but in this situation, I really do worry about that gateway timing because all these timings on his tech are just they're so late. How is he going to hold the Hydras?
Well, the first step would be sending out some Zealots to get the Skull information. We talked about that earlier, where you just want to get the Zealots to the Zerg Natural to see what kills them, to see if they are Hydras. But yeah, he's not doing that, so I think the chance is pretty high that he will just straight up die to Hydra.
No Overlord speed started, but once this Overlord finishes now, yeah, there's going to be a wave of Hydras. I would quite like to see Overlord speed. He can afford it.
Dewalt going for the Corsair and the +1 air attack. I'm not sure if those Corsairs are gonna shoot down the Hydras approaching.
The gateway and the forge, at the very least, here.
Here, very big beginner mistake by Dewalt here, sending the Corsair across the, like straight to the Zerg base instead of flying the ground pass. That's why he will scout those Hydras late and lose the game here.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. It's that you do, as a rule, your Corsair path is the path the Hydras have to be taking. Dewalt is certain it could never be Hydras. And I don't know why, because it is. He saw the lair and he goes, okay, well, I've seen a lair, never going to be Hydras, but it's... I mean, it is. It's Hydras whether he believes it or not. Hydra range about to finish, so the forge is going to go down. He's going to have no +1 ground. He doesn't have Storm on the way. He's lost his gateway. He has 0 gateway, so he can't even make High Templar. And behind this, Sziky can just drone for the next year. We see he's adding hatcheries. And Sziky's he's killing the wall, he's punishing. kills the forge, makes sure there's no upgrades, delays everything, and then he goes, okay, that's fine. Time to make hatchery, time to make drones.
Yeah, he made a total of 8 Hydras, I think. The Corsairs are not doing any damage for Dewalt, completely useless units. And yeah, Sziky can just go into the mid game.
Yeah, I love how Sziky's played this. You're going to get a Kwark positivity cast just because this is Dewalt made the mistake with his late gateway, and either Sziky read it or Sziky just happened to do this. But Sziky identified that the Corsair timing wouldn't be there, and that he could punish with Hydras, and he does. And he makes it look easy.
I'm seeing some good things about Sziky. Can't mention.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a DT. I heard the DT dying.
Yeah, Dewalt tried to sneak out with DTs, but there's Hydras there. And these are just the same Hydras he made at the start. They're still getting value. And behind this, that hatchery count is going up. There are now 3 hatcheries at the third, 2 hatcheries at natural, plus 1 Zealot attackers on the way. Corsairs are getting something done.
Yeah, Sziky, I mean, he knew that there were a few Corsairs out, the number, but he only had 1 Hydra at the third base. Loses 2 Overlords for that. Should have been avoided, to be honest.
Yeah. Even so, 2 Overlords for a Corsair is 150-100 for the Corsair. It's fine. It's going to slow down his drone production, and Dewalt trading off at this point is good because he has to, because he's got nothing else going on. But Sziky's not too unhappy with that. Now, Dewalt with the double forge. So Dewalt's mid game is going to be strong eventually when he catches up. The problem Dewalt has is that he's going to be on 2 bases forever, and Sziky with the muta switch. Okay then.
Do you get double forge with upgrades when you're behind, or is this part of a normal build no matter how the game is going?
I like it when I'm behind, because if I'm not going to, you go mass gateway to exert map pressure, but if there's no map pressure happening because you're so far behind, and you have to sit in your base for ages anyway, then go double forge, just because a big part of the cost of the upgrades is the time it takes, and if the time is free, you might as well. Now, Dewalt pushing out with his Zealots, but this muta switch is going to catch him completely off guard.
Worst timing in the world here for Dewalt. Will lose all the units to the Mutilist here. Oh, and Dewalt not even finishing that Overlord. Damn.
Now here's a storm. Sziky, no trouble, dodges it. This is really good because Dewalt was looking to try and recover with a big 1-1 Zealot speed dot timing, but these mutants just shut it down. The timing's gone. And behind this, Sziky goes, okay, I will progress towards my lurkers, get my +2 ranged attack. Sziky is just handling this. By the time that Dewalt's ready to deal with the Mutalisks, he's going to have to deal with the lurkers. And it just puts so much pressure on the gas. Sziky has free gas, he can spend gas quite freely. Dewalt is getting double upgrades, he's getting Corsairs, he's getting Storm, he's getting Dragoons, he's getting Observers. If you look at what's actually going to be in his army, it's mostly going to be Zealots, because that's the only thing he can buy that doesn't take gas. And unfortunately, Zealots die to Lurkers.
But I do have to say, I think Sziky's not in as good of a position that he should have been. I mean, we pretty much commentated here everything going right for Sziky, but if we look at the worker count and also at the number of bases, gas bases, Sziky should be in a better position, I feel. I think Sziky is not droning up enough. He was not droning up enough, and I think this could cost him the game here.
He's got Lurkers Tech about to finish. These Hydras should be on the high ground up at 6. If he can pick off these Corsairs, he'll be okay though. So pick off these High Templar, he'll be okay. He can't eat these Storms. Okay, here come the Muta.
Oh.
Wait, that is not what
Mutant is like a noob.
Oh, and look at those Hydras.
Oh, no dodge on the Hydras there in the bottom. Man, Sziky completely getting crushed here.
Where are the Sunkens on the high ground too?
Oh, another Storm completely undodged. Damn, Sziky really has to work on his micro.
Okay, here come the Hydras though. Look at them go. Oh, but he's only now building the Lurkers. Your Lurker upgrade finished a year ago.
Yeah, yeah. Sziky threw this. Sziky,
He did.
I think he didn't make enough drones early on when he was ahead after the Hydras in the beginning. And then he didn't start the Lurkers and he mismicroed in that fight.
So I feel like maybe 2 Sunkens on the high ground at 6 o'clock and then the Hydras all in one group outside the natural is the way you have to play this map.
Oh, Dewalt not really on move command there. Some units die for free for Dewalt here. Very bad play.
What's taken the trap expansion? The bait.
Yes, yeah, Sziky did try to get that mineral only as well.
It looks like he still wants it.
Oh man.
So, okay, so
Another
Dewalt's
nuke
going to
mistake.
mine out in like 2 minutes on his main. And at that point, he's going to have this completely worthless third base. He needs to take the 4th base at the top. And he looks like he's taking that as well. Yeah, the bait expansion's bait. You don't want to take it.
Wow. Ah, man, Sziky is still making mass Hydras, no drones. He's literally sitting on the 38 drones for the last 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, this certainly
Well,
doesn't look like
for a very
Sziky
long
that we
time.
know. The Sziky that we know is a drone man.
Yeah, now he's trying to go for an attack. Low ground against high ground. Yeah, not gonna work, Sziky. Go back, please.
And his tech isn't developing at all. He's still on Hydra Lurker. And he's falling behind on the upgrades. If he doesn't deny 12 o'clock, he's lost the game. And it looks like he's not going to deny 12 o'clock. Because the upgrades are just getting too good for Protoss. It's 2-1, it's about to be 2-2.
Yeah, the only thing he's denying in this game is his own win.
I really enjoy MasterRey Negativity Cast.
Now letting Dewalt go on the high ground. Is this, like, serious question, is this a high ground you would secure as a Zerg before you have the gas base on 3, just to defend your mineral only? The high ground
Yeah.
on the right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you'd want it. Because, I mean, the middle only, it's so difficult to defend unless you have all the high grounds. If you have the high ground, you might as well take 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
So
I
Zeke's
think
playing for the
so.
late game, but he doesn't have a late game. He's got +2 range attack, so he's now getting +1 carapace just because he has something. You need to get something, but there's no tech development. He's stuck in the mid game against a Protoss who's on 2-2 and is going towards 3-3.
But he actually found his D button on the keyboard. He has some more drones now, going up to 47 now.
Which
Still
gives him the
not
ability
enough,
to make
but-
more units, but the units don't work. It's but upgrades. He's just fallen too far behind.
Yeah, Sziky taking this, yeah, Zerg Protoss should be ahead in supply a little bit too serious. And now he's, move commanding Lurkers into the Protoss army. Always the best thing you can do as a Zerg. And he completely gets crushed here.
Yeah, he's got to take this giant fight in the open area because he's trying to defend his mineral only. It's the bait. That mineral only is a trap. If he doesn't have that mineral only, he doesn't need to be out here. He can be on the high ground by his natural.
Yeah, horrible fight by Sziky. And pays for it by losing the game.
You take 6 o'clock, you take 3 o'clock, you put Sunkens on them. Easy game. That
Man,
was
the opening was so bad for Dewalt, but then Sziky completely failed and yeah, kind of threw this game.
that point where he trapped all the Hydras in like a U-shape place near the ramp at 6 o'clock with Zealots walling them in. They literally couldn't move. Then one storm went on top of them and they all died. It was like a 10 Hydra storm. It was ridiculous.
He also went in with his, I don't know, what was it, like 9-10 Mutalisks. He killed one High Templar and then lost all the Mutalisks.
And the High
And
Templar
then
that he
he-
killed had already cast a storm.
Yeah, and then he tried to dodge the storms with the first clump of Hydras, but kind of failed. and then he couldn't dodge the second storm.
Literally nobody bet on Sziky. There were 10,000 to 1 odds. People were like, nah, 10,000 to 1, that's not good enough odds for me, not to bet on against Dewalt. Game's up if you want to join.
Oh yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, that delayed gateway, I think it really does hurt the Protoss if you have to go second pylon before gate. It's because you're just so vulnerable to that kind of Hydra play.
Okay, Primal Blade asking how the bets worked. So if you bet on Dewalt, but nobody else bets on Sziky, then you will not get more than you bet. If you have no opponents to bet against, then you will not get any additional return. So you have to kind of, how's it called, persuade or so? Don't know this word, but you have to get people betting for the players that you have not bet for.
Yeah. Also, you don't bet on who you think is going to win. You look at the odds. If you think that one player is probably going to win, but the odds are underrating or overrating their chances, you bet on the other player. So, like, I thought Dewalt was going to win, but not 10,000 to 1. If you bet 1 point on Sziky when there's 10,000 on Dewalt, then your 1 point will win 10,000.
So, yeah, everyone go bet for Sziky. That's how you do it.
Nobody's bet anything yet. Okay, there's 1,000 to 1 odds on Sziky. I'm going to bet on Sziky. I bet 10 points on Sziky. Okay, so what are we going to see from Dewalt? We're going to see a gateway. Interesting that he went for the 12 next attempt, game 1.
He is not doing the overlord check at the 12 o'clock. Probably isn't sure because it's a new map. Isn't sure of the timing. But in the end, if you're starting positions in the corners of a map that is standard size, 128 to 128, and the side bases are completely in the middle of that, I think it's always a safe bet.
Okay, so what do you think about 9 pool versus gateway expand cross precision? I think it favors the Protoss.
Yes, I agree. 9 pool. Yeah, a 9 pool usually has to do damage, but with cross position, he's not going to do any damage. And if Dewalt doesn't let Zerglings in, he's in a better spot, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and Dewalt knows this is a 9 pool based on the hatchery timing. So I would like to see him add a forge here, and then just hold with 2 zealots. Okay, nice and easy. Now Sziky knows that this has been scouted, so he is in turn not building more lings. I don't know about going Nexus here. I mean, Dewalt is... This can go badly. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. He looked like he wanted to do it and then he changed his mind. That was correct.
I wanted to say that as well. I mean, he has the probe. He saw the links leaving. That's the important part. There are not 6 Zerglings chasing the probe in the main base. There is only 1, so 5 left. So you need to get the forge.
Yeah. I like the decision not to make another zealot though. He knows that he can hold this because he knows there's no more lings coming. He just needs to not let them in. I would like to see another probe at the choke, just in case. He can do it if he micros it perfectly with 1 probe, but why take the risk? This is like an Oya thing to do, where Oya knows that technically if he plays an impeccable game, he won't lose if he has just 1 probe. And then he doesn't play the impeccable game. Sometimes it's better just to give yourself a bit of insurance.
Also, this one zealot not being on hold position really scares me. Okay, now he put it in hold position.
Four before cannon, like it. He's very smoothly adapting to the notice that this is just 5 lings, and if he can hold this with Zealot's micro and a good wall. It's very cleanly done by Dewalt. He's delaying this cannon for so long, but he's getting away with it. Now behind this, Sziky, I mean, he's just droning up, but he's had a probe watching him this entire time. The probe's now dead, but he's got no tricks. He can't be like game 1 where he surprised Dewalt with the Hydra. This is just Dewalt is exactly where he wants to be. Sziky's where he wanted to be as well, but he didn't want Dewalt to be here, if that makes sense. Sziky wanted to use the lings to force a cannon to delay Dewalt's build while he got up his drone count, but instead he has done less damage than he hoped.
Yes, and that's just on the scout probes. That's such a crucial part in the Pro's early game. Just the scout probe allows you to take up fast, lets you delay your own cannon because you just know the Zerg is not producing additional Zerglings. It's fine, and also the scout probe scouted the lair start timing, so that's also very important. So you know, okay, you don't have to send out like another probe or whatever. You know that your Corsair is up in time.
Yeah, I think this is just a force lings with these Zealots. I would be surprised if they didn't turn around, or if they didn't look for at least somewhere where they could trade efficiently. He doesn't want Need to get surrounded.
Checking the mineral only here because that's a very common spot for a third base.
And then he just finds a vamp. Okay, yeah, that's much better than just being out in the open. I like that. Now that one Zealot is going to die for free, but whatever. Others are going to trade well. And behind this, he's getting his timings. Now his +1's a bit late because he didn't put second probe on gas, but it's basically fine. Oh, I did put probes in the second gas. I don't know, this is relatively even. I like what Dewalt's been doing, but Sziky hasn't exactly made mistakes. Maybe it's favourite for Dewalt just because Sziky needs an advantage to be ahead, but it's like, I think Dewalt might be the better player. But this is basically fine.
Yeah, because they're killing an Overlord in the Zerg natural here. No Hydras to be seen. Wait, is there?
Fire's done. First
There's
Scourge is on the way.
Hydra. Okay, yeah, Scourge is on the way. Okay.
And this Corsair needs to run now. Running into Scourge, that's not the way. Okay, he sees it, he pulls it.
Ooh, very good angle on the Scourges there.
Sziky is supply blocked, but okay, he's building his Overlord, he'll be fine. These Zealots appear to be able to get freed up.
If you look at the third base of Sziky, there we see, I think, in my opinion, the better SimCity compared to what he was doing earlier against Oya. Here he places the third hatch on the top and has the sunken behind it.
Yeah, I agree. This is what he was looking to do in the earlier series, I think. Okay, let's see what he can get out of these Zealots. Sziky putting away the low Hydra. Hydra survives on 2 hit points. Zealots are so beefy. Yeah, I agree absolutely about the SimCity at 6 o'clock with Sunkens. That is what Sziky needs to be doing. That is, I think, the lesson of these PvZ we've already seen on this map, is that you don't want to have to split your army between the 2 high grounds and try and defend both. If you take one of these side bases, you should just use static defense.
Yeah, and it is easy to defend with static defense. It's not like that's a problem and a disadvantage on this map or so. It is a very easy base to defend, so you don't need to fight for this low ground between the high grounds. You just defend at one high ground in front of your natural and you're fine. Okay, so let's look at the general state of the game. Again, I see Sziky on 36 drones only, making mass Hydras. What do you think? Is like the economy getting out of hand for Dewalt again?
I would like to see Sziky have a few more drones, for sure. These Hydras have +1 about to finish. This is a bit of an anti-timing. We look at the Evo,
He's
+1
also
is almost done, but it, almost done ain't done.
Yeah, and here you see a nice play by Dewalt portrayed here. He picks off what he can, picks a fight that he can get a good trade in, and then leaves, and then saves the Zealots. Doesn't let them die. As soon as he saw more Hydras approaching, he just leaves. Before that, he kills some Hydras. That's how you do it as a pros.
I like that Szyky's keeping awareness on Dewalt's expansions. He's making sure that he knows whether Dewalt's just going 2-base macro or taking a third. And I think he's, if he saw Dewalt go for a third base, he would mix it up himself. He's taking the low ground minnow lonely again. I hate it so much, because every time we see somebody take the low ground minnow lonely, they are forced into defending that area, and it never goes well. It forces them to split that army and to go on the low ground, and then once on the low ground, they get attacked from the high ground above it. It's just, it's not a good base to have. It's a bad position.
Yep, can't disagree.
Yeah.
I mean, at least Dewalt thinks the same and helps Szyky denying that base, but he retakes it. Okay.
So we have a Dark on it. That's interesting. He's given up on the Corsairs entirely. He's got 2 Corsairs from before, but now he's just going for the Dark on in case of Muta.
Sadly, he's facing a lot of lurkers now, so the Darkon will not really be very effective against lurkers. Of course, if he can Maelstrom a clump of Hydras, it's still fine, but usually not the unit you want against lurkers.
Well, that, and it lets you not build as much in the way of like static defense for the Muta. He's got no cannons protecting his natural minnow line. It's you don't need to worry about your High Templar getting sniped. It does help to have a Darkon in your army. It makes you stronger against lurkers just because of how your gas is being spent. Okay, Dewalt's probe is leaving. Let's see what base he takes. Please 9 o'clock. Please 9 o'clock. Oh, is he going to do it? Dewalt agrees with me.
Oh, fight in the middle? Okay, I mean, initial fine position for Szyky, but Dewalt just has so much more.
The Hydra behind going for the snipe on the High Templar was good for a little bit, but they didn't actually pick them off. Dewalt was there ready with the storms. Oh, but he denies 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock is getting denied. I like that. Keeping Dewalt on 2 gas.
Oh, the last lurker killed 3 High Templars. Oh man.
And keeping him on 2 gas. These High Templar are not easy to replace. And look at these Hydras just being mobile. If they find anything juicy, they can kill it. Otherwise, they're just going to keep backing away.
Seems like the mineral only would be the better base for Dewalt.
Not if he wants for 3rd gas. It doesn't matter if you can defend it. It doesn't have a gas. He's going for 12 o'clock now. 12 o'clock is a good play.
Yep.
And
but again, he's leaving with the full army. He's not leaving any units behind. So the Hydras that are on the 9 o'clock could just move over there and deny it again.
They could. And it's not like there's anything for him to actually pressure. Zerg doesn't have 3 o'clock. Oh, yeah, Szyky denies this. That's such a good play.
Ah. Oh, he's turning around. He doesn't know. Oh, he's scouting with the Scorch now. Now he knows. Okay, but
there is
we have a
one
fight.
High Templar with this attack. The problem is that Protoss attacking from the high ground. His Protoss has this good angle, and Zerg has to go in from the ramp. This base just every time it's a trap. You don't want to have this base. It hurts you. Look at this. Look at this concave on the on the Hydras. Look at the hatchery dying.
Oh, but no more storms now. So Dewalt has to go back, but yeah, 100% I agree. Okay, never mind. Now you can use the high ground versus low ground. So yeah, everything about this base is pretty bad here for the defending player.
Yeah. We've got a big attack at 6 o'clock too, although there was a Lurker morphed on the ramp, which is helping a little bit.
Oh, but that's too many zealots, and there's
Oh,
only
look
one
at that
tank.
Lurker wall. Look at the Lurker wall. Yeah, that base at the Minoloni is just... It never works. Zealots running in at the natural too. And behind this, Dewalt has established at 12 o'clock, so Dewalt's fine. But it's... Yeah, also Dewalt's upgrade versus a Lairtech Pro. Lairtech Zerg, this game's done.
One upgrade only going for Sziky. But this is the third upgrade overall, so he will go up to 2-1. Meanwhile, on Dewalt's side, we already have the 2-1, and we have one forge, double forge upgrading.
Yeah,
almost
about to
finished
finish.
even. 3-2, yeah, okay.
Yeah, like, this is an
This
upgrade
looks-
game now, and it's
over, yeah.
it's settled. Just that Minoloni, it never does what they want it to do.
And I just remember when we casted the map tournament on Wavelet, we also had some games where Dewalt traded very efficiently against the third or fourth base of Sziky. I remember that, and it seems like that's the case here, especially with that mineral only as well.
Oh, look at that storm. That's a beauty. And that's GG.
So I never really understand when Zergs are going for a lot of lurkers. Why are they giving up their only advantage of being good stationary defenders and actually move out on the map and take a bad fight?
I feel like he felt after he failed to deny the third base at 12, he wanted to get something done. Just because you can't play defensively if you're that far behind on upgrades. But it was, I mean, TT1 saying in chat, it's going aggressive against the double forge. Your units just aren't effective at that point in the game. I can't close out the prediction because I bet on Sziky, so if anybody else can, I'd appreciate it.
I also bet, yeah.
Ox, it's on you. I liked how he was denying that third though. I liked how he denied 9 o'clock and he almost denied 12 o'clock. But just that fight at the low ground where he had that massive arc of dragoons, he had his hydras going down a ramp or getting bunched up against storms. That base is a liability. I will
The
never
hatchery
not complain about the
itself is
Minoloni.
making... The hatchery itself is making it's creating a very narrow choke for the hydras to funnel through, and that's the best place for Protoss to storm.
Yeah.
Okay, game number 3. In the top left we have our player Dewalt and our Zerg player in red, spawning in the bottom left, Sziky.
So we've seen two different openers by Dewalt so far. He's gone for the Nexus first and then adapted into a Forge, and he's gone for the Gateway Expand. But the question is, what would he do this game?
I feel like the biggest problem is that Sziky is not making enough drones after the early game. That's what it feels like to me. And I don't think the actual opening of Protoss matters that much if Sziky doesn't fix that problem.
What about the lack of a Queen? Because Sziky is also staying on lair for a very long time. And this is maybe not the map for that, because this map here is so defensive. You won't be able to take that high ground off the Protoss very easily if the Protoss either takes the high ground at one of the sides or just outside their natural. There's that high ground that they can just sit on. I feel like if you're going lair heavy, you need to win it early because otherwise the upgrades just become too much. And this is not an easy map to win it early.
And we have not seen a single game where a Zerg establishes another starting position against Protoss.
Sziky and Oya.
Okay, that was actually the main base, yeah, where Oya didn't scout it. Yeah, right.
Not
But
to
that
call
was
you a
not the
liar.
third base, I think, right?
No, he
Was
took
it?
his 6 o'clock as his third base.
Yeah. I mean, another natural as a third base. We have not seen that so far. That would be interesting.
Okay, so Dewalt just going for the gateway opener. And he's scouting last, and against him we have a overpulled expand. This is all very standard. I mean, Dewalt and Sziky would have played this a million times. This is like possibly the most common start to a game in PvZ. Gateway expand versus overpull.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, getting that
Oh!
probe is really good. That makes the Zealot much less effective, and also he can't keep an eye on the link count. He's sending out his second Zealot. This is Dewalt, you're making me nervous here. This is
2 Zerglings are not a problem for Dewalt.
Zekylings.
Doesn't care. Nexus it is.
Oh, is he going to get on the ramp? Oh, he could have made it on the ramp there.
Make the Nexus Dewalt. Thank you.
Oh, Sziky microing his lings back home. The Zealot has got 1 ling kill only, and it's pretty low. And looks like he got the probe at the natural too. And Sziky is he's getting what he needs here. He's picked up 2 probes. He's killed a Zealot. He's lost 1 ling. This is fine. This is a great opener for Sziky. Dewalt's misplaced his third pylon in the main. If that pylon was 1 to the left, it would improve the mining efficiency. But placing it where it does just blocks you from improving the mining efficiency.
Okay, but Dewalt is fine here. He will have the third Zealot out any second, and then he can do some counter pressure. Or force Sziky to make some additional Zerglings at least. And I mean, Dewalt got his early Nexus up before the Forge. So overall, yeah, I agree that the trade was maybe slightly better for Sziky, but I think we are in a total fine game for the Brothers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I mean, Dewalt is not like game losing disadvantage. Just if you could give them the opportunity to replay this game from the beginning, I think Dewalt would say yes, Sziky would say no.
Yeah, could be. Okay, so 3 Zealots leaving. Oh, nice block with the 1 probe and 1 Zealot leaving behind in the wall. And yeah, we have the third base at 6 o'clock, by the way.
Look at a gas only just went up. Lair's halfway finished. I'm feeling good for Sziky this game, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is going to be.
I also think he likes his Mutilus. Like he's playing Mutilus, I think a little bit more often than the average Zerg on this level.
Probes. Oh, we're too late. Oh, he's found an opening. Or has?
Oh,
what's going on? What is going on there?
The double HP sheet by Dewalt on his cannons.
Well, that's never
and now
happened in one of my games.
Zealots kill the natural. GG.
And at this point, I think Sziky just built a creep pylon and he built a sunken because those Zealots are never leaving. Like that's just your life now. You now just have Zealots in your base. You just have to deal with it, move on. Like if you ever sell this base, you're having to sell it with like occupants. These drones are making it actually worse for the. For them.
Yep. Yeah, very good trade for Dewalt, and now we are in the situation where Dewalt is definitely saying, no, this game is fine, I don't want to replay it.
Yep, 6 o'clock about to come under attack from more Zealots. Those Lings, I was so sure they were going to get so much done. I said 9 hit point cannon.
Yeah, a cannon never dies to 8 Zerglings with speed surrounding it.
Yeah, I mean,
easy hold for Protoss.
it's so weird because I've been in that situation many times, and it's like 8 speedings getting on top of your cannon is not a good situation for Protoss normally, but apparently for Dewalt it's great. That was some nice drilling by Sziky. I like that. Problem is 22 drones is not what Sziky wants. Double cannon coming out down to defend the Stargate. That is what he needs because there are Muta on the way. Only one
Yeah,
gas muta, though. This is not going to be like a super heavy commitment. This is going to be like map control muta into drones.
And when we talked about the game being good for Sziky, we saw the Mutalist versus Corsair timing. But now, because of this action of the Zealots, the Mutalist timing was delayed so much that Dewalt is completely fine with double cannon and the Corsair starting. Actually, no cannons in the natural. That's interesting.
And that natural cannon at the choke only has 9 hit points.
Oh my god.
Sziky's not attacking it though, this is just for map control. Behind this, he's adding a hatchery, he's adding drones. I like this a lot. He's just, he's doing this just to get himself where he needs to be.
Well, he could attack the natural line of the natural for sure, but will he see it is the question. Okay, but now there are 2 courses out, and the cannon finishes actually. If he went straight to the right side of the natural, I think he could have done a lot of damage, but now the damage is not being done anymore. Dewalt is fine.
Yeah, well, it's the drones back home that is the damage at this point. It's he's building drones, he's got his second gas, he's got his Evo, he's got another 2 hatcheries, he's going to 5 hatchery now. Sziky is playing recovery here, and I like it. I like the choices he's making.
Zealot in the third base of Sziky.
Yeah, that's what I like him. The Muta will clean it up, but just it's more than 100 minutes worth of damage just in the mining time.
Oh my god, and Mutalist. Okay, they return.
Will it get another kill though? Yes, it will. I don't understand how Dewalt does these things. Okay, so we now have Dewalt on 4 gateways. His +1 is finished. And Sziky is on 28 drones. So Sziky can make units now. He can hold this attack. But 28 drones is not enough to sustain. He's only on 5 hatches, not 6. This pressure that we're going to see from Dewalt is maybe not going to win the game, but it's going to win the game by forcing Sziky to hold it. Oh. Yeah, those Muta no longer combat effective. Zealots
I
have
think
speed.
Speed Zealots could just maybe run into the third base. There's no sunken in the third base, and the Mutalists are not a factor anymore.
Yeah, they could. And the Hydra, I felt like maybe they should be on the ramp, but it depends on how many you have. Low Hydra count, mineral line is fine, but higher Hydra count, you want them on the ramp.
Okay, but yeah, he has enough Hydras.
Oh, the Hydras have turned around. Yeah, they've got to go save the Overlords. Yeah, Sziky's getting torn apart.
Barely. Oh, they are red. The 3 Zealots. Okay, 2 of them are super red. With a little bit focus fire, I think he might have had enough Hydras at the third base, but yeah, he was too busy watching the Corsairs, and the Zealots actually win the fight in the third base. Crazy.
Yeah, well, even if it didn't, I mean, the Overlord damage to 28 drones, it was...
Yeah, I mean, I thought the Hydras that are already there at the third base at the 6 o'clock are enough, so he never needs to move the Hydras from the natural, and the Overlords are fine. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So we have coming up Dandy versus Terra, TVT. So I'm just going to go like AFK for 2 hours, come back, and watch the last game.
Well, I have some news for you all. I believe Dandy picked Protoss.
Wow.
Okay then. I've never seen Dandy play Protoss.
Yeah, me neither. Can anyone tell us if it's something that he often does, maybe even only in practice matches or so, or is this a pretty new thing for Dandy? Does anyone know?
Well, I can comment on it just briefly. 1v1, I can't, but we used to organize a lot of show matches last year live, and some of the first ones we did were 2v2s with Dandy and Babbo, and Dandy would pick Protoss and Babbo would pick Zerg, but in 1v1s I'm not sure.
Okay, so he does have 2v2 Protoss experience that helps you exactly 0% in 1v1, but at least he knows some of the hotkeys. But no, just kidding. We have an information by Y2 Kids that he used to race pick, in the past, Protoss versus Terran. So, yeah, nice information. So, yeah, interesting. Another PvT.
Also, I think if given that he plays TVP, PvT he's going to at least be familiar with the timings.
He is playing a very aggressive Terran style, so I wonder if if he's good at defending those aggressive Terran pushes as Protoss, or is he also doing aggressive pushes as Protoss, with like triple shuttle all in when the Terran tries to get the third base or so. Will be interesting.
Okay, game is up.
Yep, I'm actually going AFK for.
We can't both go AFK for the TVT. Okay, that's fine.
Go back. Yeah.
I'll get the prediction going. You can start the game, Ox. Okay, prediction is up. And we have Dandy Protoss bottom right in the red, and Terra as the magenta Terran in the bottom left. Terra loves his magenta. If you're ever playing Terra, you got to pick magenta before he does. You got to host the game, pick magenta before he joins. That's immediate moral victory. Just get inside his head. Force him to play on your terms. Question is, what will the openers be?
Okay, I'm back.
So Dandy appears to be the favourite. 100% of the bets on Dandy so far.
I just see some bets for Pandy. Yeah.
Dandy is Protoss Dandy.
Well, yeah, interesting. I would definitely say Terror. Not because Dandy is playing Protoss, but just in general, I think Terror is overall, if you look at tournaments and straight up results against certain players, Terror just has the edge, I would say. But yeah, interesting that people want to see Dandy win.
So I do believe they played for Death Fates Pro League. He's a Spanish caster. This season, and if you look at the results, I think Dandy won 2-0 against Terror, and I believe it was a TVT.
Okay.
So they might be more evenly matched than some people might assume, if they're favoring Terror.
In the last few seconds, the bets went on Terror. It was 1 point Terror against 3,000 Dandy. But then it went to 10,000 Terror against 3,000 Dandy in the last second.
Okay, interesting.
Okay, Dandy, very standard opener, just going for the 13 core.
I like that all the buildings are completely aligned. You see how the top part of every building he has so far, except the Nexus, is perfectly in line. I like
although I would like the gateway to be slightly overlapping with the assimilator and between the assimilator and the Nexus, just to rule that off. But yeah, he's doing his vulture control immediately, which is what he should be doing. I'd also like to see second pylon below the Nexus for the same reason. It's you got to build your entire base around controlling vultures and PvT.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. He's missed his second pylon timing too. So his Dragoon's going to be a bit late, but otherwise basically fine. Getting his Dragoon range.
This early game will just the two Protoss casters checking if the Terran player can execute the perfect Protoss build.
And I feel like as a matter of Protoss pride, I want him to fuck it up a little bit, just because otherwise what's the point in even knowing how to play Protoss? I spent all this time learning Protoss and he can just do it. It's
Whenever we spot a single little mistake, we jump on it and say, yeah, see, Protoss not that easy after all, right?
So what you got to do? Terror with the proxy factory though. This is going to be a 2-pack, one of them proxied. And is Dandy going to find it? It looked like he was. The SCV is going to come from this angle, and Dandy knows that. And Terra knows that Dandy knows. Terra deserves to have this found, honestly. Because if the SCV and the probe caught each other at top left, so Dandy absolutely knows that the SCV is coming from this angle. This is a late Nexus, though.
I mean, it's a 28
Oh, he lets
Nexus.
it in.
It will definitely exists.
It's not so easy to keep out of the SCVs, is it, Dandy? They've got too many hit points. 6 hits to kill them. It's bullshit. I feel like this first Dragoon is going to be in danger when he pulls back. There's going to be mines behind it. I don't know why.
Idea.
I don't know why Terra's doing this. That's just not where you put the factory. Also, why would you do such a cheese that is such a risky cheese against an off-racing player if you're Terra?
I don't know.
I don't know, maybe Terra has somewhere to be. Maybe Terra's just like, I'm going to get rid of this noob. Just going to quickly free him, then go get my lunch.
Yep. Second tank coming. Oh, but losing a lot of Marines already, and the tank is a little bit hurt.
Oh, that's easy. Is that what we're seeing here?
No, no, no.
Tank just dies. He just sits there
Yeah,
with tanks.
but look at the Protoss main. Vulture's easy.
Wouldn't it be nice if he had the buildings where the Protoss players said they should be? If he had his pylons below the Nexus in the wall, like I said, this wouldn't be happening. 450 minerals, no gateways.
Laying mines in the bottom of the gateway, but I think the goon will still be... Okay, never mind.
Oh, is he going to be able to defuse the mine? Oh, that is not a defused mine.
Damn, Terran is easy. So that's it.
I feel like Terra deserved to lose this one with that factory placement. Because he knew the SV was coming from the angle. Like, I'm surprised that Dandy didn't send his Dragoon to intercept. And then just walk into a factory and be like, oh, I guess I win the game.
I honestly felt after the first 2 vultures went in, like he had the goon in the mineral line, he had the 3rd goon building, the 2 mines from the first 2 vultures were like empty, they didn't have any mines left, and then I don't know, he pulled all the probes into they all died, and the goon died as well.
I cannot settle the bet. Can one of you guys settle the bet? Because I bet on Terra, because I'm not an idiot.
I can. I did.
One thing I'll mention about Terror and Dandy. So you guys know there's a big LATAM Brood War community, right? And these two are like the best players. And I have tried to organize show matches with them, and so have others. They are a little bit reluctant to play each other often. The reason for that, I think, has to do with a lot of the Latin American fans and followers pitting them against each other and constantly comparing them. And apparently sometimes some of those people can be toxic and mean. And so when they play each other and a certain outcome is produced, it just causes more hate and drama sometimes. I'm not saying that's why they're off racing this particular match, but it might play into, I think, a lot of the matches that you actually see between these two. I don't think a lot of people actually know that, And I have heard that from them and from some fans before, so I do think it's a factor for sure. But, you know, when they play in a tournament, they can end up playing each other, and there's no way around that. But you could see how that could be kind of annoying, right?
So can we start this game? Because I will have to go eventually, and I don't want to go before the finals.
But I agree, Ox. I also think that the Latin American community, or the players, they like to play for their South American fans. So they would rather participate in the South American events instead of participating in other events, because they know that they have a big fan base that likes to enjoy Spanish casting.
Okay, so we have Dandy and the Protoss in the bottom right against Terra, the Magenta Terra in top right. So question is, are we going to see the same openers? We saw Dandy do the same 8 racks 3 times in a row. Yeah, so he doesn't like to mix it up.
Yeah, I mean his build order was pretty standard as a Protoss last time, so it was not something cheesy. Yeah, I would definitely say he could play the same build order and just scout a little bit better for the Vultures this time.
Yeah, and you don't normally expect there to be a proxy factory hidden by your natural, but I mean that game, the proxy factory was hidden somewhere that he should have been anyway. It's not that I expected to always find it, it's just that that wasn't the place to hide a proxy factory.
Or maybe he leaves like a goon on the ramp at all times, so this doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I mean you do have to always worry about vultures. I don't know about the scout timing as well. This scout timing always feels bad to me as a Protoss player, because you send out the probe and you find them, you're like, okay, well I guess I'm doing what I was going to do anyway. It doesn't change anything.
Well, it depends. If the Terran, for example, is top left, then you still get in before the Marines are on the ramp. So
Yeah,
you
but
can
then what?
still check the gas. You can check the gas SCVs.
Sure, but your standard build is fine against 2-fac. That's why you're spending a lot of money to find out that you're going to do a standard build. It's unless you have a clear plan on how to adapt. If there's like a special adaptation you have in mind that hard counters a I don't know, like a single factory expand, if you scout that's what it is, then sure, okay, you can go do that. But to me, it's you go scout and then nothing changes. It's what's the point?
Yeah, I agree. And you know what's even worse? When you go for the scout,
Yeah.
and then you don't actually find the player in the starting position he spawned in, and then go for the next scout, and then realize, damn, I scouted 3 positions and I didn't find him. What's wrong?
Lifted up his CC, flew to a hidden base.
So guys, Dandy has been making pylons at the corners of his base. Is that because he's worried about like a factory floating in, or?
That's something you do later in the game just for like good vision, for drops, and it's something that you should be doing, but it's not something you do with your first few buildings in this matchup. The first few buildings are always going to be used for vulture control.
Oh my god. We have a crazy situation here, because the probe was missed-out in the top right, and the SCV seeing the probe there, Terror actually thinks that Dandy is in the top left and makes a proxy factory on the left side.
It's the new meta. You scout the wrong direction.
Wow.
Dandy's now going to go scout his main base. That probe is heading back to the bottom right. He's looking to see if maybe Terror spawned in the bottom right.
It's so funny that the miss-scout of Dandy leads to the factory being completely in the wrong position.
Okay, so let's see what Dandy does. He's not, because it looked like he was going for like the 23 next opener, because he held his probes on 23, then he resumed probing, built another pylon. Now he's going for 29 next. This is going to be the latest robo known to man. He is going to have a good number of goons though. Yeah, I mean, it's still no robo. It's and no additional. This is. I'm not a fan of this, but he is going to have a lot of dragoons, and if he holds this high ground, it could be effective. Here comes Terra.
I think these early pushes are not that good against on this map, because the Protoss can take the high ground like we see here.
Also, Terra supply blocked himself.
The third goon was a bit late, so in the end Terror comes up. But still a good hold so far for Dandy, I would say. Yeah, totally fine hold.
Yeah, Dandy has a lot of goons. It's just. I mean, his robo though is incredibly late. Yeah, he's not going to do anything about these mines, but fortunately for him, he doesn't need to. Not like the siege mode on the way.
Yeah, he's totally fine, but he will not leave his base. Oh, he's doing the hold position, Micro.
I would love to see another gateway, rather than the okay, there he goes. He's finally out of the next gateway. But he queued up a goon instead of building the gateway, and that's not ideal.
Oh, the mine, Micro.
Oh, Dandy.
No!
Oh, he's fine. Is Dandy better at Protoss than I am? If Dandy's better than Protoss than I am, I'm not going to be okay with that.
Oh, the tank very deep. Dies.
Dandy is better at Protoss than I am.
This is fantastic, Dragoon Micro. Am I wrong?
No, I mean,
he can still fuck up. He can still run into the mine.
He got a little lucky with one of the mines, I think.
Yeah.
He's up 8 workers. He's got good dragoons.
What is Terror trying there? It's not gonna work.
Oh, is it?
Nope.
Okay, new miscouting meta. You got to send your probe the wrong way. Pandy takes it.
It's all calculated. He actually did scout Terror in the top left, but still went on to scout the other positions because he just predicted that Terror will do as a proxy factory again. So it was all calculated.
Question is, will Terra do a third proxy factory in a row?
Only Dandy can answer that question.
I like that Terra hit his factory better the second game. Clearly he was listening to my cast in the first game and he thought, you know what, that was right. It wasn't the best hiding location. So I hide it on the other side of the map to the player.
Yeah, if you make the distance longer than if you compared to when you actually build it in your main, it's special.
That way when they scout your main, one factory.
Hmm. Yeah, they are so far ahead of us in mind games, it's crazy.
The South American meta, we just don't understand it. Okay, so we have Pandy in the top left as the yellow Protoss, and Terran as the magenta Terran in the bottom left. So they are close spawns, which is going to favor Terra's proxy factory opening. I'm not entirely sure why I believe that to be the case, but I'm going to defend that assertion.
Yeah, could be. But let's talk in general. If I am a player playing my main race against another player playing the off race, I would always go for a long game because I would think that the other player is not that used to playing that race, so he will. I give him more time to fuck up eventually. Yeah. What do you think about that? What do you think about cheesing against off race?
Yeah, I wouldn't cheese somebody off racing. I agree entirely. You want to play a long game. It's that just common sense because you feel like the longer it goes, the more your experience is going to be a factor.
Yeah. And I mean, Terror especially is one of the South Americans that likes to play longer games the most, I feel. So it's very weird to me to see Terror going for cheeses.
Oh, he's got somewhere to be. It's he's got Terra's got a plane to catch or something. He's on a tight schedule here.
Very early scout here.
Yeah, it's the same early scout we've seen from Dandy each game. It's
From Terror, I mean.
no, it's going to be like a. Oh yeah, okay, it's a bit early. You're right. 225 is the normal scout timing. He's going Gastus though. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
So it's going to be a last scouted Gastus expand. That's good for Terra. So it looks like Terra is playing for the longer game. He's not just going to go for a factory, or unless he builds some Vax in the middle of the map.
Let's see. I have to mention this comment in the chat here by Why You Suck So Bad. Tell them, or yeah, he is not off racing when he's playing this matchup. But I definitely have seen him play TVT more often, so for me he is off racing anyways. But yeah, it looks like he is playing PvT a few times at least.
Okay, is the probe going to scout the CC? It is not. I turned off Terra's vision. That probe did not see shit. So it looked like this is going to go well for Terra, especially given that Dandy does not seem to like the 23 next. We see him setting out a probe now. What is this probe for?
Yeah, I just want to... Oh, okay. I thought he would go like...
He's not building probes. There's more probes going out. What? Is this just a bad rally? What? He stopped building probes on 23 so he could build a pylon.
Yeah, it's a bad rally. There's a probe sitting in the natural bad rally, for sure.
I mean, this is not good for him, especially with these late Nexus he's been doing the other two games. You do not want to go 28 Nex against a Gastus. He's going to get a lot of damage on the bunker, but Terra's going to have the minerals to afford that damage. His own economy is going to be so weak. Yeah, 29 Nexus. This is not the play. I mean, Terra's CC's done before. Dandy. Okay, so Dandy confirms the CC, but at that point he's just telling him the bad news. So okay, yeah, you can hit this bunker for the next 2 years, but you're going to be behind a long way.
He just didn't see the early command center with the scout probe, and then he maybe assumed that Terror will do something aggressive again. Yeah, but now he confirmed the command center, and he knows he's in trouble.
Can you expand twice, or that's not viable?
You can't. What, like up to 4 bases or up to 3 bases?
Well, I'm sorry. I meant Dandy expand one more time right now.
He could if he wanted, but it's a little bit risky because if they skip the armory and just go for a bunch of factories with a like mine vulture timing, you can lose. You really do need to get the observer before you commit on your build, and his observer is really late.
Yeah, I think it would be like a little bit risky, but since you're behind anyways, I think it's a fine play. Especially if you have the Dragoons outside, so you deny any scouting, you know there's no SCV on the map anymore. I think it's okay.
He's behind 6 workers. This is not ideal for him.
Let's see, maybe he's going for something like Reavers and getting some damage done in terror space. Because this robotics timing, this robotics position is special, but okay, he just wants to get the observer across earlier.
Dandy's base design is not vulture proof. This is something that I think tells me that he doesn't play Protoss as much as other players. It's something that you learn very... double Citadel! This is the old double Citadel build.
I just want to ask you what you think about double Citadel in PvT.
Well, it will double the research time of Zealot Leg, so that's nice. What's it, Command &
I
Conquer
hope
used
he
to work that way?
cancels it. Please cancel the bottom Citadel, please.
I haven't played Command & Conquer in like 20 years, but I feel like it used to work that way. Oh, it's for the Arbiters.
I'm not sure, maybe. I think there was something like that in Command & Conquer, yeah.
Oh, it finishes.
I mean, The thing is, before it finished, he actually placed the Templar Archive next to it. So, do we have to say that maybe that's why he's not playing Protoss that often? Or is that a mistake that can happen to any Protoss as well?
I mean, I don't typically build double Citadel. I make a lot of mistakes, but that's not one of them.
Yeah.
So Terra is taking a quick third, and he's taking it out the Minoloni. I think this is fine, honestly. I'd like to see a bunker on the high ground, but I think the high ground may be unbuildable. But,
Where?
Up and right from where his Vax is. If you could put a bunker there, that'd be really nice.
No, that high ground is not buildable.
Okay.
But the low ground is. The low ground is, by the way, only buildable in the. How do you say that? In the star. You see the star in the middle of the map. There you can. Okay, Dreamcatcher symbol. I mean the 5 things from the star. There you can build in that, but you cannot build on the low ground outside of the star.
One thing I want to note is that Terra was 6 workers ahead, like 10 minutes ago. I say 10 minutes, like 3 minutes ago, and he's still 6 workers ahead. He's only started the first workers he's missed for these comsats. Terra did not miss a worker in so long. If we compare that to Ultra's games against Dewalt, Terra is just he doesn't miss workers, and that is such a strong skill to have. And this position is so defensive. He's got those tanks on the high ground, he's got turrets on the high ground, floating buildings. Terra's making this look easy.
Yeah, I really like this. We saw... What is the PvT we saw earlier? Dandy versus... No. What? There was a Protoss win, I feel.
Yeah, Dewalt versus Ultra. That's the one I mentioned where Ultra didn't make workers.
Okay. There we saw that the Terran was really far outside on the high ground. But here I really like a lot the Terror is really putting his tanks on the cliff, like right next to the cliff. Very, very defensive, so that the tank on the high ground can really cover all the other tanks.
Yeah, I'd like to see mines in front of it too, though. Yeah, this is a very deep formation. As a Protoss player, to get the first tank, you have to commit deep, and then you're kind of like getting baited and pulled in further. It's like you're caught in like a grinding machine that just like pulls you further and further, and it just gets worse and worse, but you can't get out. Those tanks, which ones are you going to pick up from the side? You can't. And then once you commit, you're just completely committed.
And I think you can put even more tanks on the high ground in your main base, like 2 more, and that would be the safest third base that you can ever imagine on any map.
I would like to see him taking the 6 stock pretty early too, though. I mean, he's been on 3 bases for so long. I guess he just wants to end it though. This no starport, no starport. Okay, yeah, this is a classic Terror build. Quick third base and then a bunch of factories, +1, goes for 1/1, and then just crushes. He should be able to hit while there's only 1 stasis. If he just unsieges and goes.
There are 12 gateways, and the 1 stasis is there at least. So I think Dandy really has a shot at holding this. I think he has a very good production now.
Well, Dandy has the observer above this, of course. So Dandy goes, wait a second, you have how many factories?
Yes.
It's always nice when you have the observer there. Dandy does need that third gas. Because his plan for holding this is he's going to make arbiters. And he's not getting the thing that lets him make arbiters.
Okay, so both players are getting a huge army here, and then they will clash somewhere, and then the game will probably be decided. So let's talk about where you can engage or where you should fight on this map. What would be the best path to push for Terror? Is it on the high ground on the left, or would you go to the middle?
I think on the high ground on the left. And I think if Terror does that, Dandy just has to counter. Probably we counter with a recall, honestly, because looking at like the Minoloni and the high ground, You don't ever want to attack up that way as Protoss. Just it's so bad. Recall is how you'd want to do it. He's got 2 arbiters. He's not building a 3rd one. You got to make arbiters, Dandy.
Okay. But I think if Terror pushes on the left, which he's not doing, but if he would, then you could catch him on the low ground of the middle only. But anyways, he's pushing through the middle, so he's on low ground, and we need to see a very nice engagement by Dandy. But Dandy, he doesn't know about this. He's running into the army with 1 group, and he's completely not in position. It would be nice if he had some units in the middle high ground already, but he doesn't. And now he's just running from only 1 angle into the army. This is not the play for Dandy, I think.
That was an okay stasis, but he only has the 1 stasis.
Yeah, no, you cannot beat this army if you don't flank.
Well, this army's too big to flank. Look at it. This army is... It's a giant Terran force. There's no way that you can go
if you come from the middle, from the high ground in the middle, if you have 2 groups there, would be a nice flank. But yeah, he just came from the top, and then you lose against the Terran. That's how
and
it
he
works.
lost his Arbiter without casting the 2nd stasis. The Arbiter had like 95 energy when it died. And he doesn't have more Arbiters. That's the thing. He didn't ever take his 3rd gas. His Stargate hasn't been constantly active, and there's only 1 Stargate. If your entire plan for dealing with a Terran army is stasis, you got to make the things that cast the stasis. If you don't make the things that cast the stasis, you're not going to be able to do the stasis. These are my high-level focus takes.
But I think I have seen the strategy before executed by a certain Zerg player who went for some Defiler upgrades. But okay, let's not talk about that again.
Also, I would have quite liked to see some DTs mixed in just to eat scans. I mean, yeah, this is GG.
Yeah, he's not even trying to flank. He's just coming from one side. This is not gonna work.
But that fight when he had 80 or 95 energy on his 2nd Arbiter that died, had he got the Arbiter numbers, I mean, there's nothing wrong with his macro. Dandy is spending that money, he's got the gateways, he's building his units. It's just that he went for an Arbiter build without that many Arbiters.
Yeah, and maybe if he was already on the map, in the center of the map with his army, and maybe delayed the push a bit, he could actually fight with 2 stasis instead of only 1. Okay, we're waiting for Dandy to leave the game here. He's on 2 bases, almost 1 base, because the main base is now outmined. So we have a 1 base Protoss against still healthy 3 base Terran. Down 50 supply.
Terra not even getting his +1 armor, he doesn't care. His armor's overrated.
The scary counter-attack is coming. Can Dandy do the base trade?
7 Dragoons, I mean, it's not impossible.
And an Arbiter. Don't forget the Arbiter. Oh! The mine. Very nice micro against the mine there. Good micro, focusing the mines there. Not getting any mine hits on the goons. But sadly, it looks like barely not enough here for Dandy.
It looks like Terra's going to get a sound passer, which means that Dandy's units won't be as invisible as they currently are. Oh, we're going to see a recall. Here we go. Recall at 9 o'clock.
No, you have to go for the main.
I think he should recall the probes in, honestly. He's got a load of probes that aren't mining.
Or you just recall nothing.
You got to go for the probe recall. That's the play here.
GG.
I cannot close out the prediction because I bet on Terra. So if somebody else closes it out, I would appreciate it.
I can do it. Yes. Terror won that game. the prediction.
Also, this is the semi-finals with Dandy off racing. Dewalt is in the finals, waiting for whoever wins this game.
So that was a little bit of a longer game here between these two players. We didn't have many of those longer PvTs so far.
I was impressed by Dandy's Protoss, honestly. It's not the cleanest Protoss I've ever seen, but that's not so surprising. But his macro is very solid.
Yeah, his macro was good. I think the problem was really the opening. Gasless expansion for Terran is pretty greedy, pretty economical. But then he went for like a 29 Nexus, so that was not the best build order to go up against the gasless expansion. So Terra was ahead from the start.
Yeah. And Terra's quick free base, no tech, just +1, like 9 fac and go. That is a very scary build to play against. I played against a bunch, and it's so difficult to hold. But Dandy did a better job than I think I would have, honestly. Okay, so we have a cross position game. We have Dandy in the pink at the top left against our magenta Terra in the bottom right.
Uh-oh. Probe, placing the first pylon pretty far outside. And guys, this is not a PvZ.
Or is it?
Terra off racing Zerg? No.
Okay, it's not going to be a 9... Oh, it is going to be a 9 gate. Turning that probe around. Okay, forward 9 gate cross map. That is not what you're looking for as a Protoss.
Okay, could be a pretty quick match here. But then again, Terra also would have to counter cross, so yeah, maybe this just doesn't work, but both players just keep on playing and transitioning to the mid game.
I'm believing in Terra on this one. I think 9 gate, forward 9 gate cross map against a player that isn't going for like a 14 CC is not ideal.
Yeah, I think the 9 gate is totally not gonna work, but I don't think that Terra can counter attack and finish the game afterwards.
Yeah, no, Terra will just expand after.
Yeah. So Terra will be ahead, but we will probably transition into the mid game anyways.
Okay, so we see a gas. This is going to be, I think, triple Zealot Goon. That's my guess of what Dandy's doing. His second Zealot's already queued up. He'll have to put a core fairly late, and then it will be a third Zealot while the core's being produced. So yeah, this is not what he wants. This is, you don't want to go triple Zealot Goon against cross map factory. Is he gonna change his build though? Doesn't look like it.
This is SUV completely randomly scouts the Zealot in the middle of the map.
Yep, triple Zealot Goon. This is not the spot for that. This is, I mean, it is a legitimate opening, but this is not when you use it.
Not when you're... Don't use it when you're cross position.
And when they have a factory.
Oh, cancel. Bunker can... Was it a bunker? I'm not sure.
I didn't see, unfortunately.
Yeah, maybe a depot? I think it was a depot. He cancelled it to make it next to the factory.
That's smart. And this Zealot is getting work done. Oh, can he focus the low Zealot? Nope. These SCVs are getting work done too.
Oh, you always have to be careful. So far, defense very nice for the Terran, I think, but one misstep and you can lose 2 Marines very quickly, and then everything goes out of control. But no, Terra is doing super fine here.
Yeah, and Dandy's skipping the... So Terra's skipping the Vulture. He's just going to go straight into the siege tank. So this Goon is going to do less than nothing.
kind of what I mean. Sometimes, okay, but he at least saved the other 2 Marines. Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing
SCV's
to
on the
make
right
it
for the
about,
goon. Yeah. Go straight to the tank. I mean, that's correct. This is just a textbook example of how to hold it. And Danny's micro wasn't bad. It's just it's a difficult thing to do in these spots. And now he's behind 5 workers. And behind on tech.
Yeah, I just checked the minerals for Terra. It was on 500, and I wondered, man, he should really start the command center. He can't go to the natural on the low ground, so he should at least start it in his high ground in the main. But then
Yeah.
he just started it bottom left. Yeah, I know. I see
Yeah, that's the joke box.
the minerals on 100. So, oh, the tank survives.
Repair is... Dandy's getting a first-hand lesson on how PvT works. Just because the tank's really low and you're picking it off doesn't mean it's going to die. They can just repair.
Terra just killed one of his marines.
Sometimes that's what
And
you
I
got to
have
do.
no idea why, because it's not for supply.
Sometimes, you got to kill your own marines.
Okay, siege mode almost done. Needs like 8 more seconds. Oh! Starts the command center.
So this
I really
is,
like that he started it while the goon was still there, to make Dandy think, oh, okay, he starts the second base.
Now, Dandy's SCV at the bottom left isn't mining. This command center is just for supply. Or maybe it's for a nuke. It's impossible to tell at this point. We know it's not for income because he's not mining from there.
Scouting vision. Well, he's actually sending a bunch of like 10 SCVs, so that's nice.
It is risky.
Yeah, it is risky for sure, but I think he had one SCV just scouting the natural of Dandy, and he saw a lot of goons, so maybe that's why. But I'm not sure. It is risky, but there is a certain time that you need. If you don't send workers there, an expansion needs like 3.5 minutes to actually return the minerals that you invested, the 400 plus the SCVs you're building right there, before you get extra income. So 3.5 minutes, that's a long time before the hidden expansion actually gives you an advantage. So yeah, if you can send the workers there, you get an instant return.
So I see it quite often when Terran is losing the game, especially Terror. He double expands. So when you guys have an advantage over Terran opponents, do you always scout all around the map for like a second expansion?
Definitely if I'm going carriers, because one reason that they do it is often, or especially maps like Polypod where there's a mineral only, the gas is the limiting factor, and the Terran needs another gas. So the building a CC and then building 3 SCVs out of it just for the gas is not that expensive, and it's so worthwhile. It's one of the ways you can lose if you're headed in PvT with carriers. One thing I'll note though is that Dandy was on 2 gateways for a very, very long time. If Terra had just made factories in his main, then he would have won the game, I think, making the hidden CC instead of the factories. Dandy accidentally countered it by just not building any dragoons and going for a quick third base of his own.
Yeah, that's true.
It does, but at the same time, if your opponent's on 2 gateways and you go to like 4 factories, how difficult can it be? Now, Dandy, with his observer, is seeing these factories going down, but he is going to misjudge the situation. What he's seeing is that this is a 2-base pressure build, but of course it's not a 2-base pressure.
I mean, those factories are very late. Maybe he could sniff it out, but I don't think so.
If only Protoss had Comsat. The
2 more
Terran player,
factories at the bottom.
Terran player, you want to know if your opponent has a base, you just reveal the map. Easy game. Okay, so do you think we're going to see a double Citadel this game?
I don't think so. He already started. He's already using the one he has. So if he makes the second one now, then I don't know. That would be a problem for Dandy. The Observer, interestingly, has not scouted the bottom part of the base of Terror because of the 2 turrets there. So the question is Dandy assuming more factories below that? I think so, because otherwise there would be a third command center, right?
Yeah, I feel like he has to assume that there's factories there.
Yeah.
Terror
More
with
factories
his
coming.
giant depot wall. He's just going to layer the depots all the way back. At the bottom left.
Yes.
I feel like this is what a Terran player operating as Proto deserves. I want to see them deal with like maximum Terran bullshit. Just like, this is what you've been doing to us, fuck you.
And the Observer just run in and scouted all the factories. So that's a lot of factories on 2 bases. And now Dandy probably thinks, oh man, this Terror, he's going for 2 bases all in 8 factories on 2 bases. Damn, I really need to make only units, no probes anymore, no expansions anymore, just units now. But that's exactly the wrong choice here for Dandy.
I mean, there's no starport. It's if he knew what was going on, he still should be doing this. I feel, because it's not like Terra's progressing towards his V2. If Terra was progressing towards V2, then units only would be a bad decision. But I mean, Dandy would obviously love to know that Terra has another base, but I think this is fine.
I think the correct reaction, if he knows about it, would be to take a 4th base.
I like leaving the game in that spot if you find out that they've had bottom left this entire time. I think that's probably the optimal play.
You can still hope for catching the tanks on siege, so I don't know. I mean, the supply is still ahead for Dandy. So the work account is also ahead for him. So yeah, the 3rd base is there for a long time. But I think Dandy is still okay in a playable situation.
Yeah, I mean, Terra is not getting his upgrade, he's just going for a shit ton of factories. And if Dandy had gone for Storm with some High Templar shuttles, he would be legitimately able to hold this. This this Minoloni liability. It costs more to defend than it's worth.
It already killed 2 vultures there.
Yeah, but he lost a cannon at the same time. Vultures are really cheap.
Probably cancelled.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's really easy to cancel a warping cannon before a volley of vultures kills it.
Yep. Probably. Oh, there's a zealot going to the bottom left.
Look at this wall though, the depots just keep going.
Let's look at Dandy face when he finds out. Oh no, we're not in ASL.
Okay, so Terra's basically maxed, and Dandy has a total of 0 spellcasters. He has 0 High Templar, and to back up his 0 High Templar, he has 0 Arbiters. And with his 0 Arbiters, he has no Stasis, no Storm, no Recall, no Hallucination. He can cast no spells. He does have 1100 gas though.
Yeah, this push is coming. I mean, let's pretend somehow Dandy holds this. Terra is not playing for the very late game. He has no starport still. He cannot start his 2nd attack upgrade. So, if somehow
he has
Dandy
a
can hold
starport
this...
bottom left and a 2nd army coming.
Okay. Yeah, never mind. Then.
Apart from that, then yeah, it's fine. Also, the probes at the Minoloni aren't mining. The probes agree with me. Probes go, why'd you send us here? This place sucks.
And again, the same thing that happened in the, I think, first game or second, I don't know, I'm not sure, where Dandy is not in position already in the center of the map. He doesn't have any good flanking opportunities. He lets Terror get his army to the middle, so he has only one shot now at engaging, and he cannot flank. Yeah, okay. GG.
Yeah, good luck.
He's only funneling his whole army from one angle through one choke. You cannot win against the max of Terran without flanks. It's not gonna happen.
And also without spells, and he has 0 spellcasters. And they traded kind of evenly in supplies. The problem is that Terra didn't lose a single tank. Terra lost all of his vultures, and Protoss lost a bunch of their. This is in terms of supply, the trade wasn't that bad, but in terms of what's left over, Protoss can't win.
I think a 250 supply Dandy would have lost the fight.
If he had a few shuttles with Zealot bombs, he might have done something. But yeah.
Yeah, sure. I just mean the ground army without flanking.
He's up to 1600 gas. I mean, that's not nothing. He can take that with him into the next game and just go straight into DTs.
He has double Stargate going, double Arbiters. First one is already finished.
It's 15-14, he has 0 stasis. He's about to get his first stasis.
Yeah. First stasis. Let's go.
98, 99, where's he going to cast it? If this is the best stasis ever, if all the tanks are like stacked up, then maybe there's a chance.
He can choose one of the 5 stacks of 6 clump tanks.
Yeah, you're right, it's going to be a fantastic stasis. The problem is there's a few too many tanks. Oh, we're going for the flank. No, we're not. We're going for the single angle into the mines. Okay, this is how it's done. Single angle, straight into the mines, no fucks given.
The problem is, if there are so many tanks that you can basically cover your eyes and cast the stasis anywhere, and it's a good stasis on many tanks.
The probes are coming in with the flank. The probes are hitting from the right-hand side.
Finally the flank, nice.
Okay, well, they backed off, they weren't quite ready. Okay, probes going. No, probes are backing off.
Oh yeah, let's get the whole army through this little choke at the middle only. This negativity gas, man.
Oh, he gets the stasis on the front tanks. Those tanks can no longer be killed.
Very, very good blockage for the back tanks.
Yep, those front tanks that the Zealots on top of, now they are immune to damage. That will help. It's going to help someone.
Oh man. GG.
You got to get spellcasters. You can't fight 200 a turn with no spellcasters. Okay, I can't settle the prediction on this one either because, unfortunately, it is. I bet on Terra again, so I'm just going to be having to sit on all my points and just somehow deal with that. And our final series will be Dewalt versus Terra, and as long as it's one-sided and very quick, I might be able to see all of it.
Yeah, I mean, has Dewalt lost a single game so far? I don't think so.
Did he? No, he didn't lose one against Sziky, did he? No, it was Oya who lost to Sziky.
We have the bracket on the screen right now. Terror did lose one game against Dandy.
Yeah, when he went for the proxy factory.
On the other side of the map, yeah.
I mean, that's how you do it. That's where it goes.
I do have to say, I think Terror is the best player from the right side of the bracket, so I think he has the biggest chance against Dewalt. I think he also beat Bonus in the BSL 12, or maybe BSL 11, I'm not sure. So I think Terror has a shot to at least win 1 or maybe 2 games, but in the end, you say it every time, it's stupid to bet against Dewalt, so I'm saying 3-1 Dewalt.
In the last one of these events, Dewalt didn't drop a game. Also, I know that we were being a bit mean to Dandy. Dandy, like his multitasking and his macro were really good. Dandy is definitely a good player. It's just he's a Terran playing Photos, and I want to see him suffer because we have to suffer when we play him. If Dandy has done Terran bullshit to us in the past, then it's only natural that when he's on the other side of it, we want to have a bit of Schadenfreude there.
Schadenfreude, yeah. Yeah, but now we will probably see Protoss on the winning side again. That's good. But yeah, let's see where this game takes us. In the top right we have our Protoss player Dewalt, and in the bottom left the Terran player Terror.
I think I'm going to be betting on Terror on this one. It's 98% to 2%. Okay, there we go. Now it's a bit more balanced. Ooh, I don't know. This is a close one. I waited too long. I didn't get a bet. Okay, so yeah, cross map. Question is, what will Dewalt do? We saw him go for the 12 next or 13 next in his first game against Ultra, which probably got bunker rush and he lost it.
He likes his 2 Zealot Dragoon openings.
Yeah, and Dewalt has a lot of PvT builds. He's very comfortable with a variety of openings. He's hard to predict in this matchup.
Okay, gas for Terror, so no gasless expansion here. So both players playing pretty standard. But one thing I want to mention, I think Terror went for the barracks closer to the ramp in most games, but here he puts it next to the command center. So is that conscious adaptation here, where he plays against Dewalt and he knows Dewalt likes Zealot Rush, or do you think it's just coincidence?
I think it's a coincidence. Although he's queued up like 4 SCVs at once. I don't know if that's something that memory counts in them. Because also when I see a player queue up a bunch of workers early on, that's a CC for me. But and yeah, I think you're right about that, Vax. I think that Dewalt is known for his Zealot aggression early game in PvT. Dewalt not scouting at all, and I like it. He doesn't care what Terror's doing. He's going to go Goon Opener anyway.
Yeah, so far nothing special. Dewalt was not scouting, definitely slightly ahead here. A little bit more economy. Or double scout for Terror even. Or is it a proxy?
I think it's a proxy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still got 2 SCVs on gas.
Bottom right.
And it looks like it's just going to be a 23 next from Dewalt. This is going to backfire if Dewalt then... Okay, he's going to put it on the high ground. It's going to backfire if he puts it where he put it in game 1 against Dandy.
Yeah, this time it's always the right or a better position compared to your main base because it's cross position.
And 23 next. Okay, this is going to depend on Dewalt's discipline, I think. If he keeps the second Dragoon at home, he should be fine. And you do have to keep the second Dragoon at home. Like, use the 1 Dragoon for scouting, the second Dragoon can't leave because then it exposes you to vultures. And it is going to be exposed.
He's cut 1 probe for a 3rd Goon, so that's fine. If the 3rd Goon is on the ramp.
Yeah, you're right, that is fine.
Oh, and look at the Vault. He's okay. He didn't scout with the probe, so he's scouting with the Goons.
Yeah, this is what you do with the 23 next. You scout with the Goons because you don't need to scout with the probe because it doesn't change anything.
Will he confirm that there's no command center with the Goon against 4 Marines?
It's here with the SCV. That SCV just hang out there pretending that it's for CC. I think that Terror could take this one. Dewalt is not being disciplined with his Goons, which is a pity because Dewalt is normally so disciplined.
Also a bit dependent on the micro here.
And
There
mines
is
are
another
done.
goon building.
There are 2 vultures behind us, and mines are done.
Yeah, but if we can kill a tank and then put this goon on the ramp that is in the natural right now. Oh, he's not reacting. Okay, he is.
Okay.
Oh, that was a close mine.
Those probes should have been supporting this dragoon.
Yeah, he's fine.
26 workers to 18. Observatory on the way. Yeah, he's fine. Oh, just Pardon wills it. He says, all you have is vultures. I know that all you have is vultures.
Yeah,
just
he
need to not
got
die.
a good trade. Wait, what? You made a map with no hotkey change. I'm not sure if I understand that.
Hey, you can host games with original hotkey mode. So it doesn't let you use
okay.
your remapped hotkeys.
Oh wow, so Terror had differently mapped hotkeys, but couldn't use them in this game.
Yeah.
That would be...
Nobody
also-
does that. That is so... If that happened, that's so weird.
Yeah, but why would he say it if it's not the case? That would, for me, if I notice it in game, I would leave and request a regame. For
Yeah.
sure.
Same. It's just unplayable.
But yeah, in the end, the first 3 goons leaving, not staying on the ramp, was risky, but that enabled him to kill the tank. So then there was no danger of losing the Nexus or so. There were only vultures, and he had his ramp secured then with the 4th goon, and then he wins the game.
Say he had his ramp secured with the 4th goon. It wasn't on the ramp. He just reacted really quickly. But yeah, his reaction was there.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So that was Terra's cheese, and it went about as well as it could have, unfortunately for him, which still wasn't enough. Didn't get his no CC scouted, didn't get the factory scouted. Dewalt's micro with those goons as well, just riding the edge of the tank range and picking off the Marines early on. Just 3 goons with range against like 4 Marines, a tank and a vulture, and he picks off the Marines, kills the tank, makes it look easy.
Okay, this time we have a close position game that could change a little bit, or certain builds are going to play out.
I feel like if I was Dewalt, I would do the exact same build again. That build he did is so stable.
Yep.
But he's got a lot of builds that he can pull out. Dewalt he's not predictable in this matchup. I like the 20p next a lot, and I think if you're good at it, there's no reason to ever do a different build. But Dewalt's good at so many different builds that it just... he can do whatever he feels like. I don't think I've ever seen Dewalt do an opening that I didn't like. This is a 10 scout. Interesting.
The thing is, sometimes it looks weird. For example, when he's against Sziky earlier, I think he had some openings. They were not bad openings, but the matchup against the opening of Sziky was bad. But he still made it work. He had like a super late zealot against an overpool, and he still somehow got in and killed 2 drones. So then you just have to like it anyways.
You are right that the Sziky game, I didn't like his opening. I stand by that. That gateway was too late. And Sziky exploited it. As PvT, he never does an opening I don't like. So he gets a first scout, and he's going for the Zealot pressure opener. I like Terra's Vax placement, though. I think this is going to be difficult to punish.
I just wonder, if you analyze all the Dewalt games, will he always do an early scout when he's zealot rushing? Obviously he is, but will he always do a late scout when he's not zealot rushing? If you know that, and then you see the probe coming in, you know there will be a zealot.
That is a good point, and I think you might be right. Also, this is going to be Zealot Goon, I believe, not not triple Zealot Goon the way Dandy did.
Okay, but SCV confirms the Zealot anyways, so he knows for sure.
Yeah, this bunker's going to go up. This bunker's going to be fine. I like this. This is a quick reaction. I think he cut SCV to do this, but it's going to be on time and it's going to do what he needs it to. I'd even like to see a depot to the neck or to the side of it or something. Just something to stop the Zealot making it in.
Okay, so a good start for Terror here. But it's not like this is a huge investment for Dewalt. He will just get his Nexus and be fine.
Is he even making... Okay, he's making one goon, but he's not getting his range. Yeah, I like that. I like just going the Nexus here. He can't pressure the bunker with no range, but at the same time, he couldn't do that much pressure anyway because of the factory timing. His goon is delayed, the factory is on time, so that means the tank's going to be defending it anyway. He's giving up nothing by delaying his range to go for a quick Nexus.
I just thought, imagine like the second factory behind us. That would be nice for Terror, but okay, he's going for the command center.
Oh, the goon bugs. SCV makes it out alive. Protoss is so difficult. I don't know if I'd like to 2-pack on this map just because of that high ground outside the natural. It just feels like a weird map where your best case scenario if you 2-pack is still you have to take a high ground off Mass Goon.
Yeah, in general I think this map is not good for 2 factory pushes because high ground, I agree.
And this has gone about as well for Terror as it could have. And at the same time, Dewalt he's completely fine. I just these little adaptations where, like, not going range, going for the quicker Nexus, it makes perfect sense. What do you get from range? Nothing. You can't pressure the bunker. Why get it? It's just. And when I watch Dewalt play, it's stuff like that, and his builds almost always make sense.
But in this situation, you could put some damage on the bunker with range, I think. I agree that earlier Nexus is better than that.
Range should be finishing like now, and the tank is 60% done. It's how much damage? Terror going for a quick third CC. He's going to be taking his mineral only. So it's going to be like the build in Terror versus Dandy Game 2. So Game 3. Game 2 was another proxy factory. But I don't like the mineral only much.
He's taking it. You cannot do anything against it.
It's not right. He's going to get harassed by vultures all game long.
Okay, so you can make a pylon wall there. You need, I think, 3 pylons. On the top.
The vultures will still be able to get up to the Nexus and kill the probes.
You can pull your probes to the top mineral patch there, and then you're fine.
Dewalt saw it. Dewalt saw the CC. That was nice.
Where's it flying to? Is he expanding to the middle?
I think he must be.
Okay, we saw Terror putting his tanks in very nice positions earlier when he went for a fast third base. So I think Dewalt will probably not break this. So yeah, I like Terror's position as well. I like both of them are very economic here. Nobody took major damage, and I think we're heading into a nice mid game.
Only thing I don't like is showing the CC because Terror doesn't. So Dewalt's first observer only just finished. So Dewalt should be finding out that Terror is on 3 bases either now or not at all because Terror's turrets are a good timing too. We're getting a shuttle. Do we have a support bay? Yes, we do.
Okay, so we know that Dewalt likes to go speed shuttle and fly them in. And the counter to that would be to get additional turrets, like 2 turrets at each place.
Yeah, I've seen Terror do that against Dewalt before. He just doubles them up. Because Dewalt will fly across the shuttle, fly across the turrets, drop out a Zealot as he goes, go into the main mineral line, wreck a bunch of shit, and then the Zealot will kill the turret to free up the way out.
Yep.
It's beautiful to watch. Okay, we got one armory coming. It's not the quickest armory ever. It's going to 3 bases before factory or before any tanks, so we will see. I mean, this position is very even. They are on 48 workers to 45. Terra's behind in supply, of course, but that doesn't mean that much in this matchup.
Yeah, he went for fast third command center, so his factory count is a little bit delayed, of course, compared to a 2-base game. And Dewalt has a probe in position on the 12 o'clock for a 4th base, but he had that in position for a long time and never made the nexus.
You see, whenever Dewalt does this, I just say I don't like it. He's making units, even though his Terran opponent is entrenched in a very defensible position. And for me, this is always a mistake. You want to... PvP is all about choosing when to make units and when not to. And for me in this situation, I say there's no potential to do damage. This is when you build 0 units, you just expand your economy, you get your key tech. However, Dewalt always proves me wrong. I say there's no point to attacking it, there's no damage that can be done. And Dewalt says, hold my beer. And he'll just bust through and do some damage.
But I also have to say that Terror does not have the tanks in that good of a position that he had in the earlier game, where he really hugged the cliff and he had even some tanks on the high ground. This time he doesn't have that. He has the tanks way more outside, so there could potentially be like a more shuttle valid bust on top of the tanks from the left.
I always conclude there's nothing that can be done. The best thing to do is to expand to tech up. And I watch Dewalt play and I say that, and then he finds something. So I am fully prepared for Dewalt to surprise me here.
Yeah, but the point I try to make is, why is Terror giving him the chance? Terror did it very nicely in an earlier game, but now he's making it... He's having... I don't know, he's placing his tanks in worse positions compared to earlier. I don't really...
Yeah, earlier he had one tank on the high ground, but I mean, this position's still very defensible. I don't know. Is he going to go for it? He's got double... Does he have a second shuttle? He's got double Reaver in a shuttle.
There's another shuttle building.
I feel like maybe he thinks at this point he's ahead, he doesn't need to, because he's just got his 12 o'clock.
Yeah. Oh, scanned by Terror. Vultures are going there, but there's a pylon wall. Nothing to be
which
done.
is why you go for the mineral only. Pick up the 3 probes that are waiting there.
Also pylon wall. No chance.
No, you get on top, you get right below the next and you just shoot them.
Nah, you just pull them to the top mineral patch and they can't reach. You can't mine anymore, but the vultures can't reach at least. I'm just looking for things to make... to somehow justify this expansion.
Okay, so what's Terra up to? Terra is going no starport, timing push. I would never do that against Dewalt, because Dewalt doesn't go for like super late game. Dewalt is very happy in the mid game. If you tell Dewalt that he can only beat you with speed shuttles, Reavers, and High Templar, he was planning on doing that anyway. That is not a handicap to him.
Okay, Terror actually preparing for the recall, placing some mines, additional turrets in the main base, but only in like the very right side and not at his factories.
Yeah, this is a situation where Dewalt will make it look easy. He's just so happy to be playing on mass gateways, speed shuttles. I mean, he's still building Reavers. It's 12 minutes in, he's still building Reavers. He just likes them. He's good with them.
How many does he have at this point? Is it 2?
He's got 2 Reavers on the map. He's got... Oh, a third one just finished.
The second shuttle. Where's the second shuttle? There was another shuttle.
It's at the natural.
Ah, okay.
With 2 Zealots in it, about to pick up another Reaver.
Okay, so that will be 3 Reavers in 2 shuttles, and then there's a third shuttle finishing right now that will probably have 4 Zealots, and then he will probably go, because then he's maxed.
I said it's just, if Dewalt likes to play this kind of situation in the mid game, Terra is not playing the opponent here. This is something that you do against a player who likes to rush the late game. You catch them with a timing, you push out with 200 of Terran while they're trying to go carries or something. You don't do it to Dewalt. Oh, nice pick fine with the vultures here. Gonna cancel these cannons, deny this 4th or 5th base.
This has a lot of HP, I think he can save it.
Yep.
But as Dewalt, I would actually not engage into the high ground. Yeah, okay, he just... Okay, Terror's pushing out.
Viva's gonna go down.
Oh,
2 Vivas down.
wow, and some goons down as well. So, interesting.
Yeah, these
3
goons don't have
4 goons.
these goons don't have their friends to support them. Because the friend got pulled away by the vultures.
What are the upgrades here? We have 1-0 for Terror, 1-0 for Dewalt.
We have a Corsair.
Oh wow.
Just putting that out there. It's going to be a Corsair game. Triple
No
Shadow.
debuff.
I mean, Terra's
I'm not
position in the high
sure.
ground is very defensible, but look at these tank reinforcements getting picked off. This is nice. If you can just kill 2 tanks early on, it makes it much easier.
I think if Terror is very slow about this and builds turret in the middle and uses the high ground very well, which he's not doing at this point. He could have had the chance, but now he's probably losing his army.
Reaver's not firing. It doesn't make a difference.
Yeah. I really wanted Terror to stay on the high ground and then slowly push forward when he has maxed out supply from the high ground.
That
But he
tank,
just went down.
that tank with 6 hit points cannot be killed. There were like 3 misses against it, then the goon switched off onto a different target. That one tank just would not die. High ground is bullshit.
Yeah, and now imagine all the tanks being on high ground.
So these vultures seem like they're pretty strong units.
Yeah, but in the end, what is he looking to accomplish? Even if he kills some probes here, it will not matter. He needs to build one big army, I think, otherwise he cannot finish this game anymore. After
He
this
can't finish this game
1-0 take.
anymore anyway, yeah. There's Arbiters out now. It's there's Arbiters against a Terran with no star pop. So he's not going to be able to see the units.
Well, he does have comsets at least.
I want to know if these maps were created by players. Is the alternative to that like AI? What? These were human generated.
They are not Blizzard maps.
Now this is okay. But here come the shadows.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fine trade in the beginning, but I really don't like Terror pushing that fast when he's so far down in supply.
And also he can't see the Photos units. And it's, even if you're already on point with your scans, it is such an issue when, like, Photos can just send a cloaked zealot through your minefield and just clear all the mines really easily.
Yeah.
Or just drag it into you. It's very difficult to play against cloaked units with no vessel.
6 HP tank has 7 kills at this point. That feeling if your kill count is higher than your HP.
It shouldn't even be alive. That tank has no business being alive.
Oh!
Oh,
Oh!
Arbiter!
Arbiter sniped! Crazy!
High ground is no match to the Arbiter. Protoss has double supply of Terran and better upgrades, and Terran is still holding the middle.
I think, like, no joke here. I'm serious. I think if you hold the middle, not anymore now, but if you plan when you push out the first time, if you hold the middle and expand there, you can just play from the middle. You just constrict the Protoss
Recall
movement
incoming.
basically from the
Have a
middle.
recall, and here comes the Corsair to tank the missile turrets. Oh no, missile turrets don't give a fuck about the Corsair.
Second Arbiter.
I'm not convinced by this.
Yeah,
Second
no
Arbiter
energy.
has stasis, but
Yeah, no point in stasising when all your units are dead.
this is one of the reasons why I like getting +1 air fairly early as a Protoss player, because you can just go into carriers in this situation. You say,
Yes.
okay, wait a second, you have no starport, no armory upgrade coming, you're on 1-1. Fuck it, carriers.
Little push on the top left. A lot of mines there to delay the Protoss army, but shuttles don't care about mines.
I don't think those zealots care about mines.
Yeah. Ah, okay, but now he's only sending one.
Those poor zealots. I wanted to know what the Protoss general's plan for dealing with the minefield was, and the Protoss general just looked at them like, I'm sure we can take care of it. You guys got to take one for the team.
Yeah, pretty cruel.
Cleared the like that was so many mines too. He lost like 30 zealots to those mines. Didn't even care. Just there's more zealots where those came from. The Zerglings had to deal with this shit. The Zerglings aren't treated as expendable the same way zealots are.
But man, Dewalt actually wasting a lot of units there. He just flew 4 shuttles into the bottom and lost all of them. Okay, he's 1 shuttle in the bottom left that survived. But he lost all of the units inside and all but 1 shuttle.
Yeah, but Terra
Look at
has
the
1-1
supply.
at 20 minutes. 1-1, 20 minutes. It's, I mean, it's
Where are
not
the
getting
arbiters?
better.
There are no arbiters, no spellcasters.
There's High Templar. There's a High Templar.
Okay, never mind. I didn't see them.
Oh,
Okay, attacking from low ground into mass tanks.
yeah, but what if he casts
Not
Storm?
casting storms. Ah, okay.
Storm is a pretty
one
strong
storm.
spell.
Repair. Ah, damn it. Command center dies.
Like, it's, if Terran had upgrades at this point, we'd have a game, but he doesn't, so we don't. Also,
Okay,
double
more
Stargate
shuttles.
Arbiters. Double Stargate
Yep.
Arbiters are much stronger than single.
Why is he sieging there on the low ground? I don't understand this. That probably is the final attack here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Terra's just run out of units at this point. The Dewalt takes it 2-0.
GG.
The betters favored Terra. Interesting.
Oh wow.
I'm going to be right back, but Arx, you can start without me.
Okay. Let's go. Yeah, 2 quick games, or not quick, but I think Dewalt was pretty far ahead, pretty quick after this first big fight there. Dewalt basically had the game. It was just very long because it's hard to finish off a Terran, but very convincing game so far for Dewalt. So the question is, what can Terror do to actually at least win one game? We have a close position game with Dewalt spawning in the bottom right versus our Terran in the bottom left, Terror. So he went for one proxy factory, one cheese, and then one early third base. Both didn't work out. We saw a hidden base earlier against Protostandy. Maybe that's a play that he can try against Dewalt. I'm not sure if Dewalt actually scouted bottom left. I don't think so. I think Dewalt didn't scout bottom left in that last game for a long time. So maybe that's something that could work. But apart from that, it just looks like Dewalt is just slightly better. But okay, let's see. Both players playing standard, no proxies or anything. Both buildings in their bases. We have some Peruvian fans here in the chat now. All on Peru. Yeah, and guys, for anyone watching right now, but not reading the chat, Ox is just putting links in the chat here with information where you can, for example, donate to the prize pool of these tournaments here. And and there's another link with information that ASL has picked this map that you're seeing right now, right here on the screen. Good night. Has been picked for ASL. So the next ASL season will have this map in the tournament played by top level Koreans, guys, and that's a very nice result of this map contest. So I hope you guys always support stuff like this, because maps is what really keeps the game fresh at the highest level.
Thanks, MasterRey. Big congratulations to the Brood War Maps community. Big shout out to CrystalDrag, the author of this map, but also Freakling, Minerals, Spider, and other people who've been active. And the ASL map makers from Korea who've joined. Anybody interested, you can join the Discord of the Brood War Maps community, where they're posting their maps, talking about it. You can provide feedback. Really cool aspect, I think, that's not known about. So check that out.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, but now let's focus on this game. We saw a fast Nexus by Dewalt, and so far Terror was a late scout and scouting the wrong direction. So Terror is completely in the dark, and Dewalt gets away with a very early expansion, very greedy early expansion as well. He even went for the second pylon to get additional probes, and only has one gateway, and has already started the gas and the core almost complete here. So Dewalt is basically playing the greediest build here, and Terror doesn't even know it yet. Terror just going for a pretty standard build, but that means Dewalt is already ahead in this game. Terror starting the command center right now, and now confirms that the Nexus is already mining for Dewalt. So, the situation where Terror knows that he's behind, and he basically needs to do something risky to come back into this game, because if you're already down 2 games, you lost 2 games, so you might get the feeling that the opponent is the better player, and now you're in the 3rd game where you're just behind from the build order alone. So I think the chance for something risky here by Terror is very high. We saw the Vulture getting 2 kills in the natural of Dewalt. At least something. But if you check the top left, top right, the worker count, you can see that Dewalt is already, despite losing 2 workers, he is ahead 7 workers, and the command center is not even finished for Terror. So, this is a very hard situation for Terror. Also, Terror, for some reason, cancelled the bunker, maybe to save some minerals or so, but this is actually hurting him now. So, despite having the greediest economic build, Dewalt is actually doing damage with the first 3 units. That's just crazy. Killing 1 Marine, 1 SCV here so far. The tank out might be enough, but he needs to be careful. If the Protoss can attack it from a nice angle, he can definitely kill it. Okay. Okay, opts to go for some additional SCVs, gets 2 more, so 3 SCVs killed and a Marine by the first 3 units after the most greedy opponent opening. That's just crazy what Dewalt is doing here. He's now ahead 9 workers. So what is the reaction by Terror? He has 2 factories in the main so far. We don't see any other like tech or production or hidden base. Meanwhile, on Dewalt's side, in the Protoss base, we see 4 gateways here, just getting the observer. Very standard, he knows he's ahead. He just has to play a normal, straight up game, get all the scouting information, and then he knows he can win the game. Observer coming out now, will fly towards the Terran base. And interesting, Terror is not doing like a huge factory explosion or hidden expansion. He's playing pretty standard as well. Getting the eBay for the turrets, that's interesting. But okay, now he goes for a little push. Oh, the high ground. Okay, the first high ground is conquered by Terror. So the first high ground not used by Dewalt. Oh man, but oh wow, Dewalt attacking from the low ground against the high ground. This almost feels like Dewalt wants to make it hard for himself. I mean, usually you just use the high ground for yourself as a Protoss, but he actually lets Terror get on the first high ground and then fights against it from the low ground. He could just stay on the high ground in front of his natural and be fine. So, very odd choice here by Dewalt, in my opinion. Yeah, crazy. I mean, Dewalt is still 14 workers ahead at this point. But now he lost some units, and maybe Terror can somehow win this game with this push.
With 2 factories. 2 factories versus 4 gateways with 2 more gateways coming.
Yeah, it shouldn't work, but Dewalt did one very bad move in there and lost some units for free. But yeah, it still shouldn't work. Dewalt was just too ahead.
His timing is about to be over. He's got to take a high ground against more gateways. And if he doesn't take it like right now, it's going to be too late.
A lot of Marines here, so he can't deny the shuttle.
Yeah.
The shuttle will not be able to like drop tanks anymore. He can just fly in one more time. Yeah, one more time, but then it's over.
24 hit points on the shuttle.
Where are the Marines? Oh no, go! Oh, the Marines are not in position.
He needs to focus with these tanks, and he is doing that. The tanks were being focused fired, but the tanks were focused firing goons. They weren't shooting each other, but it's enough damage. There's now 6 gateways against 3 factories. He can't reinforce enough to overpower his opponent. And unfortunately, I have to leave basically now. So I thank you for letting me cast. I had a great time, and hopefully the games that I don't get to cast are great games.
Yeah, thank you, Kwark. Okay. Yeah, so this fight was pretty easy for Dewalt, and that's how it should look like when you use a high ground against a low ground. That first attempt that you fought low ground against high ground looked very scary. And now Terra even losing another tank. And of course with Dark Templar, Terra cannot really continue any push. He lost all the units. He's trying to go for the third base here for the mineral only, but I mean, Dewalt could just kill it. There's literally no tanks there. He could just move the goons over and kill it straight up. I mean, he has so many. He has such an advantage in units at this point. He can just A-move into the main base of Terra, I think, and kill the third base and the natural during that. But okay, he's playing it safe. He's waiting for the shuttle. He has built another shuttle. He's planting the third base, and he will now fly across the map with the shuttle. Goons are not moving, so it looks like he wants to just go for a drop in the main base, maybe? And yeah, there is definitely an opening. There's only one turret at the bottom. Oh, but flying into the turret on the command center. There are combat stations, so I think this is best case scenario for Terror here. Dewalt basically losing a shuttle and the units inside. Killed one turret and one tank for that. Was still fine for Terror, I think. But, I mean, yeah, look at the supply. Dewalt is just far ahead, but I have to say, worker count, Terror caught up a lot here. So, Dewalt was ahead, like, I think 12, 13 workers. And now we have almost even worker count again. For some reason, Dewalt was not making workers in the last 2 minutes. So he's still far ahead in units, don't get me wrong. Dewalt's still far ahead in this game. But it's closer than I would have predicted it to be 3 minutes ago. And Terror now even taking another base. So the question is, will Dewalt scout it? So this is kind of the thing that I was hinting at earlier. Maybe he needs to get like a hidden expansion to be able to beat Dewalt. I didn't expect it to be the fourth base. I thought he will already take another base on the left as a third base. But okay, he's still doing it. I'm not sure if you can call it hidden base. I mean, it's still the closest base to him. But so far Dewalt has not scouted it. But will it matter is the question. Dewalt has such a unit advantage. And this time we see no tanks on the high ground. Not a single tank on the high ground, and I think this game is just over. Terror being a little bit too greedy, trying to get back into the game with a lot of expansions very quickly, hoping for Dewalt to not attack. But yeah, Dewalt is just attacking and the game is over. While Terror is basically dying, there is a dropship going into the Dewalt's main base. But yeah, leaves before before he drops it out. Yeah, that's how a game looks when you're when you're behind from the build order alone, of course. So super greedy opening by Dewalt, and Terror sadly scouting in the wrong direction and scouting at last position. So Dewalt was very far ahead from the opening alone, and then the push of Terror failed. After that, you can't expect to win as a Terran. When two things go very wrong for you in a game already, then you're just losing against a player of Dewalt's caliber. Okay, so that makes it 3-0, guys. Remember, this final is a best of 7. So, first to 4 wins, and Dewalt is only 1 game away from accomplishing that and winning another map contest tournament here. Ox, I think he won both of the other tournaments, right? And also unbeaten, I think. So, man, I think we have to like exclude Dewalt from future tournaments to make it more interesting. Okay, game number 4. Dewalt in the top right, Terror in the bottom right. Predictions, yes, I will. Okay, Ox, you do it already, nice. Or nice. Okay, never mind. Yeah, close position. Again, pretty close position game. I mean, Dewalt was going for the very greedy opening on close position. Sadly, Terror didn't scout it, so... Oh! Never mind. It looked like the probe was moving out of the base, but it's not. Okay, pretty standard openings for both players again. Yeah, so I want to see the predictions here. Is someone still believing in a Terror victory? 1% for Terror on the predictions. Oh, okay. Some more. Yeah, okay. Freakling in the chat admitting that the maps that were produced in the map contest are just Dewalt favored, imbalanced. Yeah, that's definitely true from the looks of it. Okay, but let's see what's happening in this game. We see a gateway and a pretty early scout for Dewalt's habits here. Usually he's scouting a lot later, so I'm curious if Dewalt actually goes for a little bit of a different build, maybe like a fast Reaver Dope or anything. So there should be some reason that he's scouting early, but yeah, it is actually the same reason than what he scouted, or what we was doing before when he did an early scout. It is the Zealot. Both players scouting in the wrong direction. Terror. This looks exactly the same compared to what we had earlier. It was the Zealots, and if I look at the base of Terror, it looks exactly the same, but it's not the same game, I think. So that's pretty interesting. The barracks and the supply depots and the factory position are exactly the same. That was the game where he cancelled the one depot and then built it left of the factory. Yeah, but he definitely likes his building position against the Zealot Rush, so that's nice. Has a good reaction on that first Marine here, pulls it back. SCV a little bit unlucky on the passing. But yeah, with this little gap, there shouldn't be any damage done. The only thing the Protoss can really accomplish in a situation like that is delaying the factory by killing or forcing the SCV building the factory away from the factory, so stop building it. But in this case, he was only able to do so for like 2 or 3 seconds. So overall, I would say fine position for Terror. Not a single Marine lost. Has the Vulture building against the second Zealot is also, I think, okay.
Terror. What's up?
What's up, Why You Suck?
What's up, fellas? You're doing such a good job. Keep going. I think I just caught him off guard really bad.
All fine. You can join if you want. We definitely need the tank here. The machine shop is finishing now, but there's no tank. He can't lose the Marines here. If he loses the Marines against the Zealots, the Goon will have a nice opportunity for damage. But yeah, good micro by Terror. So far, Terror has really held this little attack here very nicely. But meanwhile, Nexus going up for Dewalt, of course, so... Oh wow, never mind, I have not spotted that. There's a second factory in the top right of Terror's main base. Sorry,
Ooh, I didn't
missed
see
that.
it
Second
We're
factory
both slacking.
hidden. Crazy. Yeah, so That's actually a nice idea, I have to say, because Dewalt, with that opening, will be in the Terran base, but he will obviously not check the top right of the Terran base. So this is a very nice location for a second factory, I think. This could catch Dewalt off guard here.
I hope. I bet a lot of
Dewalt-
points.
On who?
I bet a lot of points on Terra. I hope it catches him off guard.
Mm.
I have faith, man.
There was a
see.
fast gateway before the robotics, so
Well,
I
he's
think
got a
with the
shield
high
battery
ground
too here.
Yeah, he knows. Okay.
Yeah.
Still, the high ground is, I think, a little bit favoring the defending player in such a situation. But this is a strong push, man. So many Marines. 8 Marines. 2
Well,
tanks.
I think he knows about that high ground and how hard it is to get up it. And I think that's why he made so many Marines, because usually you don't see this many ever.
Yeah, he probably knows that he has to do something drastic here to actually win a game against Dewalt. But I don't see it against the high ground, especially with the shield battery. 6 goons against 3 tanks and 8 Marines. I think the first tank is just going to die immediately.
But he's just using the tanks and Marines as bait, though. And he's not doing anything with the vultures.
I think this is too good of ult. Not a single goon died so far. Okay, 1 goon dies. All
Yeah, he
the
has good
vultures and
position
Marines
now.
are dead.
He has position now. Okay, here we go. Got a mine hit off. 3 Dragoons
Okay.
down.
The shield battery is empty, by the way. But I think he just has too many. Observer spawns. Mines are not a factor anymore. Can just tank some shots for the tanks, but in the end, yeah, tanks are going down. That's it, I would say.
Dang.
GG.
See, this is
Another
this-
unbeaten.
Well, you know
Right.
what? I guess it was payback from Dewalt, because when they played in the Team Think Quick tour, Terror 5-0 Dewalt.
Yeah, well, yeah. Like, if you tell me that and I didn't know it, I would not believe you.
You should go watch them on our YouTube channel.
Yeah, I mean, I know it happened for sure. I have seen the results when it happened. But yeah, for anyone who thinks, okay, yeah, no way that Dewalt is gonna lose a game ever. Yeah, go back and check the VODs of the best tournament from Team Think Quick on the Team Think Quick YouTube channel. It should be there. Then you see Terra actually winning a lot of games against Dewalt. It sounds crazy to me. Like it sounds that could never happen if I see these games here. But yeah, it happens. But again, today, Dewalt on another level, just cruising through the competition without dropping a single game, winning the tournament 10-0 basically, and he is the victor of this tournament, the champion. Congratulations to Dewalt.
Wow, it's impressive.
Okay. I want to thank you guys for casting these fantastic games. That was an entire tournament. 8-person single elimination, 6 best of 5s, 1 best of 7 final. There's your winner, Dewalt.
You are welcome. Glad I was here for the whole thing. Y'all were lucky to have me.
New World's Map Contest, guys. We got one more. So we've had 3 tournaments on 3 of the finalist maps. These were publicly voted for on TL. We've done a map test tour on Wavelet. We've done one on Sanctuary. We just did one on Goodnight, which has been accepted into ASL Season 12. So exciting. It's not every day you can say something like that. It's a map made by a foreigner. I think the only other map I can think of, there might be another example, especially if they had featured an older map made by a foreigner, but it's Freakling's Intercoven, which was featured in ASL Season 9. So foreigners were able to get a map in for Season 12. And by the way, guys, all the map makers provide each other with feedback and stuff, so even though you see one author's name, and of course they deserve credit for producing that map, maps are very much like a collective product. It's sort of like you can credit Dewalt for being a monster, but you know, all his experience, all of his knowledge is really predicated on those produced by other people. Kind of like a, you know, Noon's I'm standing on the shoulders of giant thing. But anyways, I just wanted to mention that because it's a really cool collective nature of map making. We did try to invite CrystalDrag to say some words on stream, but he refused. He's an introvert. I have asked Freakling if he wants to hop on to say some things. Do you guys have any comments about the tournament, the map?
I mean, we have seen a lot of games on it. I think it's overall a very nice map. I think we, especially Kwark, made sure to say that the third base should not be the mineral only. The mineral only is not very useful. That's what he's saying. I kind of have to agree. Apart from that, I mean, very easy to defend gas bases, but yeah, overall pretty solid map. The high grounds make it a little bit harder to do an early push, like we just saw in the last game here. Gives the defender a little bit of advantage early on, I think. But yeah, we have still not seen a single game, at least, yeah, today I think we have not seen a single game where it really comes down to like split map scenario, where we have one player being on like 5 or 6 bases and having the other starting position secured. We have not seen that so far, so I'm interested to see that play out in a PvT, for example. But yeah, overall, I think very, very solid map, and we'll see a lot more games on it in ASL. I am looking forward to that.
Thanks, MasterRey. Alright, man. Thanks for sticking around. That was a long event, but it was fun. The last one will be on the map Tundra. We'll announce the stream date soon. I'm guessing maybe in 2 weeks. They're usually on Saturdays starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, 1900 Central European Time. That is an Ice World tile set, so you don't see those every day. And it's made by Stalzer from Mexico and Freakling.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well, because I think that's the most unusual map out of our 4 final maps here. And yeah, it has some some weird features, like some terrain that looks like high ground but it isn't, and some weird backdoor path on certain expansions. So yeah, definitely looking forward to that as well. So guys, make sure to check out all the streams here and the Team Liquid post. Look for it so you don't miss the next tournament.
Well, we got Freakling in the chat. I'm just asking him if those mineral onlys on Good Night are as useless as Kwark suggests they are. Let's see if he answers us. If you guys have any questions, plug them in, and we'll get one of these scummy map makers to answer them. And if we don't like their answers, we'll just laugh at them.
Ban them from the Twitch chat.
For being useless, players took them a lot. Is that a wink emote that Freakling used as well?
I think it's like a
It's like the robot Twitch emote.
Confused emote. Yeah.
I see. Well, that's what I was gonna say. Everybody was taking that expansion, but
yeah, we saw some of the expansions taken for sure. Often it was when some player had total map control, but we also often saw that base being taken and then killed. So I definitely have to agree on Kwark. Maybe I'm not that hardcore on that opinion like Kwark is, but I still definitely agree. And I think especially true or especially visible it was in the PvZ, where if the Zerg takes a base, he just creates a tight choke for his Hydras to go through. So I think especially as a Zerg against Protoss, it's definitely not a good base to take. I'm not sure about the other matchups. I think like PvT from both sides, it's fine, but I really don't like it CVP. But yeah, I mean it's fine. It's not a bad thing to have expansions on a map that are maybe a little bit weaker on certain matchups. That's totally fine. It's probably true for many maps.
okay, I got a follow-up question, Freakling. What are some things that make this map truly unique from all of their maps? I mean, CrystalDrag said 2 main points about this map. One is the terrain elevations, and the other one I forget what he was talking about. Oh, it was the single entrance expansions or something like that.
I mean, that's pretty much the point that we are making about this mineral only, right? Because
Right.
the gas bases next to it is so easy to take because it only has that single point of entrance and that's a small ramp. That's why the mineral only is even more useless, if you want to call it that way. Yeah, so that's a direct consequence of that. Oh, but
Alright.
Freakling is joining. Nice.
Yeah, and if it's late for you, MasterRey, because I know you're in Europe, I want to thank you for
It's fine.
sticking around. But yeah, if you can stick around, that's awesome.
Yeah, still not super late, and I have vacation. I don't need to work next week, so it's fine.
Nice. You built up your vacation time. In Germany, that must take like 6 decades to build up, what, 20 hours of vacation time?
No, we have like 30 days of vacation.
Shit. The German
Shit.
work ethic, you know? You gotta work like 2 lives worth in order to build up like 20 hours. Alright, there's Freakling. He's in the voice chat, guys.
What up?
Hi. So yeah, Freakling, I see you. You probably agree without seeing the Zerg games. You agree on not taking it as a third, as Zerg. Yeah, and I would even say as a fourth. It still would be better to take the other gas base on the other side. So, for example, if your bottom right just takes the 3 and 6. But yeah, we'll just have to see more games, I guess.
Freakling hasn't said anything yet, has he? No, we can't hear you yet, Freakling.
I think he said hi. I hope so.
Yeah.
This is map makers for you guys. Can't do anything right.
Okay, let's.
There you are.
Now? Okay.
Hello, my friend. Welcome.
Hello.
So yeah, I was asking basically, what are some of the things about this map that you think are unique? What does it contribute? Anything you can speak on that?
Well, I mean, it's to begin with, and that's the point. It's of course pretty standard for a player map. But the specific layout with all the high grounds and stuff is probably something that hasn't been done in exactly this form before. The only thing this reminds me of is Gladiator, I think, because you have this outer ring where it's up and down and up and down. But yeah, it's definitely one of the best quality maps you can get, so there's that.
Both conceptually and aesthetically, you mean? Like, best quality?
Particularly when it comes to all the fine-tuning stuff.
That's a pretty big compliment coming from Freakling, who never gives out any compliments. And of course, you've worked with the author of this map before on several maps. One notable one is Cross Game. There's a Wikipedia article on it, guys. A lot of pro gamers have played on it.
Yeah, also, Ox, I need to point out, you're always forgetting Overwatch, which was, of course, the first foreign map that made it into ASL.
That's a great point. You guys know I don't know much about map history, but I kind of try to overhype what's going on since it's happening right now. That was a staple in the community. Minerals was telling me. But, you know, still, there are very few examples, though, right, compared to maps made by Koreans. And I think you guys have done a really wonderful job building your community up and involving Korean map makers and, you know, having these relationships with players, with tournament admins. It's really fantastic. I hope more map makers join you guys, old ones that become active again, maybe even new interested people. I mean, this is a great time if you want to get into map making. You have all these resources, guys. You have all these map makers who can help you out. They have a Discord and stuff, and they're constantly talking about new maps, old maps. So yeah, definitely I think one of the most interesting aspects of the game is just everything revolving around maps, and you can get that at the broodwarmaps.net Discord community. We have a question in the chat from Primal Blade. He says, can you ask him how long it takes to make maps? Average time.
Average time to really get it polished? Definitely in excess of 50 hours, probably.
You're
Maybe
talking
we can-
about a solid map that's fine-tuned conceptually, aesthetically, technically, right?
Yes, and if you already know what you're doing from the get-go. If you're a new map maker and have to learn everything, then you'll probably even need a lot more, so...
And I imagine making maps, you have to be familiar with the maps that have already been made to know what's, you know, doable, what's new, what's old, right? So that requires a bit of time as well.
Would probably help to study some existing maps and understand why they are, how they are.
Okay.
So you can basically distinguish the good ideas from the bad ideas.
Frickling, maybe you can outline in one or two sentences how is the process of making such a map, like how is it progressing? What are the phases? Like, do you do like a draft, or do you do the map features first and then the design in the end, or like, can you describe that?
I think that's probably a bit different for everyone. What I do is, nowadays at least, I always make a paper draft first, a pretty detailed one, where I already have all the proportions figured out, how I want to distribute the space and everything. And then I put that into the editor, put in the rough terrain features, basically the isometric terrain mostly. Then I put in all the functional stuff like ramps. Then I well, it depends a bit. Like either I decorate it and then I debug it, or I debug it and then I decorate it.
Yeah, interesting.
And that's decoration is usually what takes the longest, though. Debugging probably, well, that can take a day, man. Sometimes an hour, sometimes a day, so sometimes longer. Well, I don't know, paper draft maybe an hour or less. And then the rough outlines, that's maybe half an hour to an hour, and stuff like ramps, that really depends on the complexity of the map, how much time that would take.
Nice.
Yeah, so guys, get into map making. A bunch of events going on in the foreign scene that might consider your map if it's up to par. And, you know, you just saw a map that got into ASL Season 12, which could be the highest achievement you can ask for. So, think about it. Come on, MasterRey, start mapping.
No, I have too many things going on. I don't have time for any other big project.
Yeah, well, you can't play and map, that's for sure. Gotta pick one. But it's a really gratifying experience, like making it, the whole process of making it, and interacting with other map makers. Not that I'm speaking from personal experience, but just from what I've observed from other map makers. They engage with each other, they talk about each other's maps, things they can improve, things that look really nice. And I mean, most recently they've gone to a point where they can get them play tested, not just in this event, but we used to play test them in show matches. And yeah, I mean, they could reach a quality where they submit it to foreign leagues like BSL. They've featured some of the maps made by foreigners recently, Blade Runner, Blindside. I'm forgetting one more by Minerals that was recently featured. Dominio Azul by Freakling. Some other ones. Death Fade has featured some of them in his events as well. Brood War Clan League, I think, is considering them. Oh, STPL is a major one. Featured several new maps recently. And yeah, of course, you have the ASL map contest to also submit into. So, you know, it's a very gratifying experience, especially if you're not really into playing the game. Maybe map making is something that would interest you. Or at the very least, you can engage with map makers. So yeah, there will be a link to the broodwarmaps.net Discord community in the YouTube VOD description, and we have been spamming it in our Twitch chat. I'm sure if you ask around, somebody will provide you with the link, and you know, join them up. Welcome. They're a fun crowd. They have a good sense of humor, and you could actually learn a lot about how the game works by you know, engaging with map makers and talking about maps. Okay. Is that it? We have no more questions for Freakling? New World's Map Contest. Thanks for tuning in. Any suggestions on who to raid?
I don't have any suggestions.
Primal Blade has been asking how long Freakling has been making maps. Freakling, are you still there? Instead of me answering it for you.
I'm still here. How long? How long How long StarCraft been out? So yeah, pretty much since 1998.
I posted a link.
One of the first things I opened up when I first got my fingers on the game was the map editor. And then I made some crappy Blizzard style map, and played it, and yeah.
You've been in love ever since.
Anyone out there too? Like, I should be like shouting out the website, right? Broodwarmaps.net. Is that right, Freakling?
Yes,
That's been around
That's it.
since early 2000s. It's a whole database
yeah,
of maps.
something like that. Yeah, probably the biggest, well, definitely the biggest still existing map database.
Koreans have submitted their maps on there as well.
Yeah, some have.
If you're really interested in playing in new maps, guys, broodwarmaps.net, you can go there. You'll see all kinds of uploads and stuff, recent ones, old ones, 1v1 maps, 2v2 maps, all kinds of maps, free-for-all maps. Great database archive to check out. A lot of comments in there too from map makers. I think they are updating the website as well. Big shout out to Spider, who has taken on that task, so it will have a new look, more modern feel to it. Alright guys, thanks very much for joining me. Viewers, casters, we'll be back. I'm gonna raid Mole Trap. Unless someone has another suggestion.
Nope. Bye bye, guys.
Bye, MasterRey.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Why you suck, Freakling? Thanks.
Sorry I wasn't here longer. I didn't realize there'd be a spot open.
I love you, Isaac. You're like the guy who did the sound effects for the vulture, right? It's like the only unit sound that has like a Southern American accent. So it's always a pleasure to have you and hear your wonderful Midwestern accent.
Yurt.
I heard you. What? Take care, guys.
Alright, see you, homie.